good morning and a very warm welcome to round 4 of the 2021 FIM CEV Repsol Championship. We've had 3 fantastic weekends in Estoril, Valencia and Barcelona so far this year, and now it's time for the future Grand Prix stars to race on the world famous roller coaster. Yes, we're here at the sensational Autodromo Internacional de Algarve, a wonderful 4.6 ribbon of asphalt nestled into the beautiful hills just over 20 kilometres outside of Portimao. And today, there's 4 races to feast our eyes upon. I'm Elliot York, and alongside me to talk me through all the action is my good friend and colleague Lewis Sudby. Lewis, what a venue this is to come and race at. We should be in for a cracking day.
Yeah, good morning, Elliot. Good morning, everyone. If you were to design the ideal racetrack, it would look a little bit like this. You can see it just on that little shot there, the elevation change around this circuit. There are very few places around this Portimao circuit where you're flat. You're either going up or you're going down. And it is an incredible circuit to go racing at. Perfect conditions here too for race day. Not a cloud in the sky. We did have some quite strong winds here yesterday for qualifying day, but they appear to have died down for race day. So we should be in for some cracking racing.
Absolutely spot on, Lewis. Yeah, perfect conditions for the riders here on Sunday morning and Sunday afternoon. Like I said, we've got 4 races coming your way. First up is Moto2, and here's what happened last time out in Barcelona. Yeah, so that was last time out at the Circuit de Barcelona, Catalonia, a couple of weeks ago. And both of the races, as you saw, won by the number 54, Fermin Algarve. In fact, he's not just won those 2 races, he's won all the races so far in 2021. It's been a stunning year from the 16-year-old Spaniard so far, and he's looking in form again today, isn't he, Lewis?
He is. It's following a very similar pattern to last season, isn't it, where Jari Montoya made this undefeated start to the season on the then speed up with now, of course, the Boscoscuro chassis. And Fermin Algarve has been undefeated so far this season, as you mentioned, 5 wins out of 5, and he's undefeated so far this weekend. He's been fastest in every single session, right away from Friday morning up until the warm-up this morning. He starts from pole position, and it would appear at this early stage, of course, no races are ever won on paper, we have to say that, so he has to go out there and win it. But it does appear at this very early stage to be his race to lose. His teammate Alonso Lopez, of course, will have something to say about that. He's the rider who's in the best position to challenge him. But here's what happened in qualifying, where, as mentioned, Algarve was the rider to beat.
I'm very happy with the qualifying, the 2 qualifying, because in the qualifying 1 I pushed too much and I made the best time. And now in the last lap of this second qualifying, I push a little bit more and I down my time of the first qualifying, and I'm very happy with all work of all the team with me.
There he is, the number 54 on pole position for the 2nd time in a row, who is on pole in Barcelona, and he's on pole again. And like you say, Lewis, it has been a dominant weekend and a dominant season. He was 12th on his GP debut at Mugello. For all the Grand Prix listeners watching on, I'm sure you recognised Fermin Algarve at Mugello. I mean, 12th place, first time on a Moto2 Triumph machine at Mugello, of all places, one of the hardest circuits probably to learn and to be chucked in at the deep end at on the Grand Prix scene. And he did fantastically well, and he's just showing what a talent he is so far in the European Moto2 Championship.
Yeah, the talent shining through, because it's worth pointing out that the Moto2 machines that they use on the Grand Prix scene are not the same as the machines they use here. Of course, they use the Triumph engines over there with a little bit more bite behind them. Here's Alonso Lopez, who's also had a bit of Grand Prix experience this season. Of course, he's been seen on a Boscoscuro and on a Kalex. He was a substitute at the Pons team in the Moto2 class, and he also had a 12th place. He got that at the Sachsenring, and it'll become a bit of a theme as we go into the Moto3 Junior World Championship when we go through the grid in that one, that riders who've had a bit of Grand Prix experience earlier this season are really benefiting from that when they return to the CEV Repsol class into this paddock, and they're really benefiting from that extra experience on the Grand Prix scene. And Lopez starting second, as I say, he will have eyes only ahead of him from second on the grid.
Yeah, the two Boscoscuro talent team chassis bikes of Algarve and Lopez have really been the standout performers so far. 125 points for Algarve, 100 points for Lopez. He's finished second, as you probably saw on your screens there. And yeah, it looks like it's going to be difficult for anyone to try and challenge them again today. But this man, third on the grid, Adam Norridin, certainly will be trying to. It's his third season in the European Moto2 Championship. He's got best of third place, and he's achieved that twice already this year. 2 fourth places as well, to go with a DNF at Barcelona race 1. So Adam Norridin's had a good season so far, the number 7 machine, and he starts on the front row.
Yeah, there's a bit of a Malaysian feel-good factor, isn't there, in the CEV Repsol at the moment after Saifuddin Azman's victory last time out in Barcelona. So Adam Norridin looking to capitalise on that and earn some more success for them today. Xavi Cardalou starts at the front of the second row. He looked on course for a front row start, actually, after qualifying 1. He was in pretty good shape, but slipped back in the afternoon. He's another rider who's, of course, been on the Grand Prix scene plenty of occasions. Of course, he's a Moto E regular. Still chasing his first podium of the season, though. He had a best of second back in 2018, and he hasn't been on the podium since then, so he'll be looking to try and open his account today, and he's in a good position to do that, especially with this rider behind him. It's the first round this season where we've not seen Lukas Tulovic on the front row of the grid. He had a bit of a tricky start to qualifying day. He missed the vast majority of qualifying 1 with a clearly an apparent mechanical issue that kept him in the pit box for most of the session, but got out late on and then managed to take part in Quali 2, where admittedly the conditions weren't as favourable. The temperatures really climbed in the afternoon, and Tulovic unable to make the best of that. But 5th on the grid, it's by no means a disaster, and he's still in a good position to try and build on those 3 podiums in the last 4 races.
Yeah, it could have been a lot worse, couldn't it, Lewis, after missing the majority of Q1, where, like you say, the conditions were not a lot better, but definitely better to get better lap times in cooler track temperatures, cooler air conditions. And yeah, the riders mostly went quicker in the morning session. But yeah, like you say, Lewis, P5 on the grid, not bad at all. 3rd in the championship. He's got 3 podiums in his last 4 races as Lukas Tulovic. And he's in not prime position, but he's in a very good position to stand on the rostrum again as we look at 6th on the grid, Matteo Reito, the number 13. It's his 2nd season. 9th place in Portimao. Right here was his best result last season, and he's had points in every race, as you can see there. 11th, 7th, 9th, 10th, 11th. So very consistent from Reito, and P6 is his best qualifying in 2021. His previous best was 13th last time out in Barcelona, so really good Saturday for Reito here yesterday. Yeah,
consistency is the watchword with Reito, isn't it? As you mentioned, it's his 2nd season in the European Moto2 Championship. He's finished every single race that he's competed in this class and only missed out on the points on 1 occasion. So he's a safe pair of hands, it's fair to say, with Reito. But yeah, to qualify on the 2nd row of the grid would give him a lot of hope that he can finish higher in a Moto2 European Championship race than ever before. His best of the season, as you mentioned, was 9th, but he has been as high as 7th before. But he's well placed to improve on that.
As we pan across to 7th on the grid, leading the 3rd row is Kevin Kuba. Now, you may recognise him. He made his Grand Prix debut at the Catalan GP this year in the Moto2 class. It's his 3rd season, but he has had no points, as you can see there, since the opening round in Estoril, where he picked up a very good P4 and P6. Unlucky last time out in Catalan, he got taken out at the notoriously difficult turn 10. But leading the 3rd row on the grid is Kevin Kuba, the VR46 Master Camp rider. He's qualified no lower than 8th in 2021, so he's a very solid Saturday man. Can he now convert it into Sunday pace? He really needs to get points on the board, doesn't he?
Yeah, he did. He's certainly an entertaining rider to watch, is Kubo. He's aggressive. He never shies away from an overtaking move. And yeah, he'll be looking for, I mean, as we've seen in his results this season, when he sees the checkered flag, he's always somewhere near the front. And he was quick in warm-up too this morning, third quickest in warm-up, as we look at Dimas Eki Pratama going it alone for the Pertamina Mandalika squad today, because his teammate, Piotr Biesikerski, was sad to report, is not taking part in the racing today. He confirmed on his Instagram feed yesterday that he's been suffering from angina, and obviously has been feeling pretty rough, so he's decided to call it a weekend, and he's gone home as of yesterday evening, and we hope to see him back fighting fit at Aragon in 3 weeks' time.
Yeah, we wish Biesikerski all the best. He did say in the Instagram post he'll be back in Aragon, so hopefully that is the case. But yeah, not good news for Biesikerski, who is currently 12th in the championship. Now then, back of the third row in 9th place is Britain's Sam Wilford. Now, incidentally, he's on a run of 16 straight points finishes. 8th, 11th, 10th, 8th and 9th so far this season. So 4 top 10s in the first 5. It's good consistency from the British rider, who's into his 3rd season. He'll be hoping he can better his 7th place he achieved at Aragon last year. That's his best result in the class so far.
Yeah, absolutely. There's every chance, isn't there? He's in a pretty good position on the start line. It's all about staying out of trouble here, particularly on that first lap. It's a real bottleneck into turn 1. It's a very tight right flick into turn 1, so being in that midfield is a tricky place to be. So you've got to make sure you get through that unscathed and then build your race from there. As we look at Alex Escrig starting 10th on the grid, the perennial leader of the Superstock 600 class. He's unbeaten in that class this year, and much like Algarve did last year, and he's got to be the template that he's looking at, pulling off a few giant killing acts on that Yamaha 600 Superstock machine, and he'll be looking to do the same again today.
Yeah, 2 top 10s on the Superstock 600 machine in Estoril and Catalonia this year is no mean feat. As we now going to take a look at the grid, Lewis, for race 1 here in Portimao.
Yeah, 2 races to come today in Portimao from the Moto2 class. This is the first. Fermin Aldeguer on pole position ahead of Alonso Lopez and Adam Noureddin. Xavi Carvalho's heads row 2 ahead of Tulovic and Reto, with Kenneth Kubo, Dimas Eki Pratama and Sam Wilford on row 3. Completing the top 10 then, we have Alex Escrig with Alex Toledo alongside in 11th. Alessandro Zetti starts 12th. Kyle Paz heads row 5 ahead of Vostatek and Ishizuka, with Kroza and the August brothers on the 6th row of the grid. And rounding out our lineup, we have Rechacek and Moreno. As mentioned, no Piotr Biesikerski due to illness. His weekend is already at an end.
Engines rumbling then on the start line as the riders begin their warm-up lap here at the Algarve International Circuit. Such a stunning venue. If you've never been before, then put it on your bucket list when fans are eventually allowed back in. Unfortunately, no fans trackside today, as far as we can see anyway. The grandstand is welcoming back fans at some point in the near future. There is turn 1 then, the dive down into the right-hander. We're going to see some overtaking moves down there as the riders get into the slipstream on the back straight.
Yeah, it's tricky, isn't it? Because as mentioned, you think on the face of it that it's one of the key overtaking spots, and it is. But as I mentioned, it's a pretty tight corner in the end. We see a lot of riders exceed track limits and run on onto the green on the outside of turn 1. Turn 3 is actually perhaps a more obvious overtaking spot with the heavy braking spot into the hairpin, the right-hand hairpin. And this place as well, turn 5, the hairpin at the end of the back straight, is another place where you expect plenty of riders to make a move. And in terms of the battle for the victory here, the start is going to be all important. For Alonso Lopez, you get the feeling his best chance of really taking the fight to Aldeguer this afternoon, or this morning should I say, is to get ahead of him off the start line. If he can get ahead of Aldeguer and if possible get a bite between himself and his teammate, then that puts him in a great position to fight him for the victory. And we have seen some interesting battles between the two this season. If you think back to the opening round in Portugal back at Estoril, a tremendous last lap battle between Aldeguer and Lopez, so fingers crossed we see more of the same today. Yeah,
the start is definitely crucial. Aldeguer has shown superior form so far this weekend, both in the morning sessions and in the afternoon sessions. Of course, we've got race 2 coming up later, which is in the afternoon, the final race of the day. There it is then, the championship standings. Aldeguer, maximum points, 125. Lopez, 5 second places, takes him to 100 points and only 25 points down. That's the good thing about what Lopez has done this year. Yes, his teammates beat him in every single race, but he's finished second in every single race. So if Aldeguer makes a mistake or he finishes without any points for some reason. Alonso Lopez wins the race, then they're level on points again. So Alonso Lopez is doing really well just to keep tabs and keep the pressure on his teammate Algarve.
Absolutely. Lopez will be hoping that this season follows the Jonathan Ray Alvaro Bautista template from World Superbikes a few years ago. Just by taking those second places, it reduces the margin for error that this man on screen, Algarve, has, who has been dominant this season. His victories recently have been pretty comfortable, but one mistake, and that's all it takes. One error, one crash, and the championship is wide open again.
This is motorcycle racing. Very easy to make a mistake. These guys are some of the best on European soil. But no matter. Everyone makes mistakes sometimes, but Fermin Algarve, Alonso Lopez, and that man, Adam Norridin, we're hoping it's not them today. As the riders then rev their engines and get set for race 1 here at the Algarve International Circuit. What can Lukas Tulovic do from the middle of the front row? The red flag will move shortly after the green flag's waved in the background. Watch for the lights in the top left-hand corner of your screen. They'll come on. They'll go off from we're away, and it's a great start from Fermin Algarve from the pole position. Got away really well. Alonso Lopez not quite. Is he going to get past into turn 1? I don't think he is. It's a comfortable lead then, and whole shot for Fermin Algarve as Alonso holds on to second place. How crucial could that be? And it's the two Dynavolt intact boys going into 3rd and 4th, and it's Lukas Tulovic making the best of the start from the middle of the second row, getting the better of Adam Norridin, but Fermin Algarve it is who leads on lap 1.
Yeah, tremendous start by Tulovic. He went right around the outside of his teammate into turn 1. He got alongside Adam Norridin, but he was on the outside, and he just went straight around the outside. And he's now having a go at Lopez. That's going to be tight. That's going to close on him. Lopez has to give that one up, I think. No, he just holds it around the outside as Tulovic thinks better of it. Still a long way to go in this race. You don't want to make that kind of mistake early on, and that's put him under pressure from his teammate, Adam Norridin. But it's job done at the moment for the two Boscoscuros out front. That's the kind of start the team would have wanted. Algarve and Lopez maintaining their 1-2 off the line. Yeah,
perfect start for Algarve. Not so perfect for Alonso, but he kept second place, which was crucial. And yeah, Tulovic looking up the inside at turn 5. You can certainly lose the race on lap 1. You can't win it. That's the number 13 running wide. That's Matteo Reito from the outside of the second row. So not the best of opening laps for Reito. As Fermin Algarve then leads the way up the top of the hill, the highest point on the circuit, and then they'll flick it right and then come back down the spectacular final sector.
Lopez isn't looking comfortable, is he, in this early lap? He's running wide again there. He's getting, with the nature of some of these corners, you're able to take a tight late apex and make it work, but Tulovic is all over him in these early stages. He's managed to fend off the challenge of his teammate Norridin after that little moment he had at turn 5, but Tulovic is well placed here to get locked onto the rear wheel and into the slipstream down the main straight, and this could see a change for second place here. Lopez unable to do anything about Tulovic, who pulls out alongside, and he's surely going to have the line here into turn 1. Can Lopez hang it around the outside? No, he can't. Tulovic up to second.
There you go then. There's the first turn 1 move of the weekend, done and dusted, and it was a classy move from the number 3, who's made a fantastic start. And Algarve isn't getting away at this early stage. I know we've only completed a lap, but he got the perfect start. He was out front, clear air. Some may have thought, including us, Lewis, that if he got the perfect start, he would start to run away with it. But Tulovic is doing all he can to stick with him as he backs it into turn 5. That's lovely from the number 3 rider. And it's line astern. The top 5 are all close together here. Fermin Algarve leading Lopez, Tulovic, Norridin and Cardelus, with Kubo in 6th. And then there's a little bit of a gap back to Di Masecchi in 7th place.
Yeah, that mistake on lap 1 really cost Matteo Rato. He's down to 9th now. He's down 3 places from his grid position. So a very impressive qualifying, but he's not been able to maximise it on this opening lap. Lopez looking like he's starting to regroup now and get it together as he chases Tulovic, and Algarve, who's getting it sideways. He's starting to pull out a little bit of a lead up front, fastest of anybody in the middle sector of this lap, and already a gap starting to open up. And Lopez, if he has got the pace to go with Algarve, he's got to make this move back on Tulovic pretty quickly.
Yeah, that was a sensational middle sector from Algarve, wasn't it? Tulovic and co were right behind him in the first couple of sectors, but he's pulled out. Alonso looking up the inside at turn 14. Not quite this time. He can see his teammate edging clear now. What can Alonso do then as he gets tucked up, flicks it right, and then coming over the start-finish straight? Can he get into the slipstream? Can he make a move into turn 1? Because, as we say, Algarve has now stretched out a lead. It'll be interesting to see what that is over the line. As they cross the line from lap 2, his lead is up to over half a second now, Algarve. So what can Alonso do down turn 1? He's in the slipstream. He pulls out, and he does exactly the same thing as Tulovic did to him on the previous lap. And Alonso Lopez is now back up to P2.
It was candy from a baby, wasn't it, down the main straight? Let's see if Tulovic can fight back, straight back. No, he cannot. So he's now going to have a bit of a hard time from his teammate once again, Adam Noureddin. Cardelus and Kubo are keeping in touch with this podium group. Kubo was fastest of anyone in the final sector of that last lap. But it was a crucial move that for Lopez, because he was starting to already look a little bit impatient behind Tulovic. That move he tried to make into the right-hander towards the end of the lap was never going to work, and that's the sole Pertaminda Mandalika bike out of the running. Dimas Eki Pratama has crashed out on just the third lap of the race. Turn 15, the final corner, is where he has gone out, and that's already the end of their afternoon.
Yeah, that's a quick one for Dimas Eki Pratama. So thankfully, he's up and walking away. He'll be back out this afternoon, hopefully, to have another crack at it, as the riders now aim to try and hunt down Fermin Algarve. He's not pulled out too much of advantage so far on this lap. Sector 2, a couple attempts quicker again. So Alonso isn't quite eating into his lead, but there's a long way to go yet. But these guys need to try and... Oh, and Tulovic is down. Tulovic is down at turn 13. Tucks the front, a classic turn 13 crash. Obviously pushing to try and keep with Alonso, and out again. Lucas Tulovic has crashed out. Third in the championship. That's a disaster for the German rider.
Yeah, that releases a bit of pressure off the Boscoscuros as well, doesn't it? Lopez was still not exactly gapping Tulovic, who was pretty quick through the first couple of sectors of that lap, but now that's released a bit of the pressure from Lopez as Algarve sets another new fastest lap of the race. The lead now up to 0.9 of a second over Lopez, with Noureddin, Cardelus and Kubo still very much in touch, but that's a crucial incident in the race, that with Tulovic out of play. That removes perhaps the most obvious contender to the two Boscoscuros out front. Tulovic has remounted, as you can see, but here's what went wrong for him.
Yeah, so on the anchors into turn 13 at the top of the hill, and yeah, just a classic front end tuck. Just holding on to the brakes a little bit too long, a little bit too quick into the corner. And down he goes. He's back on track, so can Tulovic try and get himself back into the points? I think it's going to be a very difficult task. He's dropped down to P20. We'll see if he can carry on, but yeah, like you say, Lewis, disaster in the championship. He's third. He was 64 points down on Algarve coming into this race. And Adam Noureddin in fourth is only 3 points, so his teammate, who is now up to third place, will be looking to make action on Tulovic after his crash. Look at the sparks. That piece of tarmac down there, all of the track is sensational, but that piece of tarmac down there is absolutely sensational. We watched a little bit there, didn't we, yesterday, Lewis? And it is utterly bonkers how quick the Moto2 riders get it cranked over on the left-hand side and get it powering up the hill.
It is. It's one of those things that you don't quite appreciate until you see it at trackside. It's just an incredible spectacle to watch these motorcycles around a circuit such as this. Now, a couple of riders are going to take long lap penalties very, very shortly. They're not going to impact the action up at the front, but it is worth mentioning. Alessandro Zetti, who's currently running in 12th position, and Jurol Borbum, who's currently in 19th, just ahead of Tulovic. They're both going to serve long lap penalties very, very shortly for incorrect generators, essentially, that they used during qualifying.
What's happening here? I think it's just a replay of them going over the crest at turn 8 into turn 9, and there we see the sparks. We saw a couple of crashes there in MotoGP. Oliveira Marini, I think, went down there. It's a super quick place and a spectacular piece of tarmac, as we've mentioned. But what's the gap now between Algarve and Lopez? It's 0.9 seconds, so it's not creeping up over a second yet. As Cardelus sets the fastest lap of the race. He's in P4. So yeah, Algarve not quite stretching clear as Cardelus looks up the inside at turn 5. Not quite this time. That's also a real
gesture, that
bottleneck,
one, wasn't it? Yeah, it was a bit of a token gesture to remove that from Cardelus. That was never going to work. But no, interestingly, Algarve was the slowest of the leading four on that last lap, 44.9, which isn't exactly slow. But Lopez and Noureddin were a shade faster, and Cardelus a couple of tenths quicker. So yeah, Algarve's not having it all his own way yet. And as long as that lead is around a second or below, this chasing group will still feel they're very much in with a shout here. Although Algarve has put in a stunning first sector on this lap, so maybe he's been given the hurry up.
It seems like Algarve can just turn it on whenever he wants, can't he? When he needs to just batten down the hatches and just stay calm, maybe in the opening few laps he can do it, but then he's got that switch, hasn't he? When he needs to, he'll just get the hammer down and start pulling clear.
Stayed there for Cardelus. Not sure what happened to him there, but he got it all wrong. Coming out of the left-hander there of turn 13, and it ended up releasing Kubo, so we're not quite sure what happened to Carlos there. He just appeared to have no drive coming off the corner, so whether he had a moment mid-corner which just lost him all momentum, not entirely sure. We'll maybe get a replay of that, but it's released Kubo up into 4th place. And all that momentum that Cardelus had built up has now all disappeared.
Yeah, it's a shame for Cardelus, as we saw set the fastest lap of the race on the previous lap, and now he's lost all that momentum. So yeah, not good for Cardelus, but he's shown he's got the pace, so he can regroup and try and attack the podium places, but he's got to get past Kemit Kubo first and then up to Adam Norradin. So the gap there at the bottom of your screen is 1.4 seconds. It's now above the 1 second barrier. That's a healthy margin at this stage of the race for Fermin Algarve. As Alonso Lopez has Adam Norradin for company. He's not dropping in yet, is he? The number 7 is sticking right in there, and Norradin can sniff a 3rd podium of the season coming. Yeah,
it feels like Algarve, he's able to run that 144, high 144 pace pretty much at will, because he's pretty much hovering around that sort of 44.8, 44.9 range. And despite the fact that Cardelus and the guys ahead of him were quicker on the previous lap to the one that they've just finished, they were back into the 45s on the next lap. And of course, with that mistake, Cardelus did a 46.5, lost a second on that final sector of the lap. So that's cost them dearly. And Algarve, he's just got that level of consistency and that pace that he can set at will, whereas these guys can do it occasionally, but not enough to launch a consistent threat to it.
Let's not forget, he's still only 16 years old, and he's only just turned 16 as well. It looks like Algarve's got a fantastic career ahead of him. As we mentioned previously on the grid, he has MotoGP experience in the Moto2 class on the Grand Prix scene. So expect Algarve to be on your screens more often in 2022 next year. I'd hazard a guess he's probably going to move up into the Moto2 class. I don't know that for sure. It's all speculation at the minute, but with this sort of form, as we saw with Monte last year in exactly the same team, he won 6 races in a row. In 2020, Algarve, this will be his 6th win in a row if he goes on to win this race. And Monte obviously moved up into the Moto2 World Championship, and Algarve at just 16 years old will be pushing to do exactly the same.
I was going to say it'd be the top of my shopping list if I was looking for a Moto2 rider for next season. Here's an interesting battle going on. Sam Wilford has taken 6th position now with some of the drama ahead of him, but he's got Matteo Rato on his tail. Rato, of course, looking to recover from that moment that we saw, that mistake on the opening lap, and he's been chasing down Wilford of late. They're lapping in the 146s at the moment, comfortably quicker than the group behind them, which is led by Alex Toledo. Alex Escrig is in 9th. He, as is commonly the case, is the fastest and leading Superstock 600 runner, with Kyle Paz completing the top 10. Andre Vostatek is the 2nd of the Superstock 600 runners. He's 2.5 seconds behind Escrig in their private battle in the 600 class.
Yeah, these two have got a bit of a lonely race on their hands, haven't they? Sam Wilford is a good 6 seconds behind Xavi Cardelus in 6th, and Rato's gap to Toledo is 5 seconds. So yeah, a lonely race for these two riders, and if Wilford can stay there in P6, that'll be his best result in the Moto2 European Championship. So yeah, a nice little battle going on here between the number 35 and the number 13, both on Calexes, the Honda-powered Calex, as we've seen so often in the Moto2 World Championship down the years until 2019 when we moved to the Triumph engines. Focus now back on the lead group, and what's the gap now? 1.6 seconds as Cardelus shows a wheel to Kemit Kubo around the last corner. Not quite this time though, as we'll cross the line. There'll be 10 laps to go.
He's up and down like a yo-yo at the minute, isn't he, Cardelus? He's quick at some points and then he drops back at others as they come across the line now. Cardelus back in the 44s. A 44.4 though for Fermin Algarve, comfortably the fastest lap of the race. Lead now over 2 seconds as Cardelus sideways. He basically threw his motorcycle at Kubo there as they went into turn 1, and Kubo, who's not shy of making a wild overtaking move, even he thought better of that one.
Proper backed it in there, didn't he, Cardelus? On the anchors, down the hill, rear sliding everywhere, but he got it stopped, and it was a great pass into turn 1. And now he's going to set his sights on Kemit Kubo in 4th place. He's not got too much of a gap to bridge. Not Kemit Kubo in 4th place, sorry. Cardelus is now in 4th place. The riders ahead of him is the podium spot. So yeah, if Cardelus can get his head down, make no more mistakes, he can try and bridge the gap, which is just over 2 seconds to the Lopez and Norradin, who just went through his screen there, will rise up over the crest. Such a spectacular sight, isn't it? Watching the riders come over there, wheel in the air, body shape, trying to get the wheel back on the ground to get the power down and into this right-hander at the top of the hill, turn 11.
Yeah, I've got to say, as much as I'm enjoying this new side of Xavi Cardelus, it wasn't exactly the cleanest and quickest way of making an overtaking move. As entertaining as it was, he lost a full 7/10 in that first sector to the leader, Algarve, who admittedly is on a completely different level to the rest of them at the moment. As I say, lapping half a second quicker than anybody else out on track. But even with these great overtaking moves, he's still losing time outright to the guys ahead of him. So that's what's caused this 2-second gap to open up for Cardelus. He's clearly got the pace to run with these two ahead of him who are fighting for second place, Lopez and Norridin, who are also doing high 44s. They're not on a pace that Cardelus can't match or better himself. But at the moment, he's making too many errors to really launch a real challenge to them as they come across the line again. That last lap for Cardelus was a 45.9, including the overtake, of course. That was a full 7/10 slower than the battle for second place. He's now got 3 seconds to make up.
With 9 laps to go, 3 seconds, it looks like a bit of a job on for Cardelus in 4th place. He's chasing his first podium of the season. If he can get up to the rear wheel of Norridin, that will be a podium place. So he's got the bait hanging in front of him. Can Cardelus just stop being so untidy, shall we say? Get his head down, hit his lines, hit the apexes, and bridge the gap. But these two are doing very well. Line astern, but no one's matching this man at the minute. Fermin Algarve, 2.4 second lead now. But who will finish second? It's important for Lopez to finish second, as we mentioned earlier, Lewis. He's finished second to Algarve in all of the races so far this year. If you can't win, then obviously second place is the best result you can get. So Alonso really needs to try and keep Norridin at bay here to minimise the damage. Yeah,
just keep yourself in position. Just leave yourself right there in case this man on screen makes a mistake, which admittedly have been few and far between this season. But that's all it takes. One mistake for Algarve, and it opens the championship wide open. But it's interesting with Norridin running so close in 3rd. Is he just playing a patient game behind Lopez, running just a couple of tenths behind him? He's certainly close enough behind Lopez to make it clear that he's not struggling to hang on to the back of that Boscasur, although that gap looks a little bit more than 2 tenths right now. But whether Norridin's playing a patient game or whether he is just on the limit trying to match the pace of Lopez, I guess we'll find out in the second half of the race. And we'll see who's got more tyre left in the second half of the race. I'd hazard a guess it's not going to be Xavi Cardelus, given the lines we've seen him making on a few occasions. As you see him at the top of the screen with a clear lap now following the overtake. He was still in the 46s, a 46.0 again, another half second slower than the battle for second. So you get the impression that Cardelus is subject to any mistakes up ahead of him. 4th is the best he can expect, and Norridin is now going to be the one that we're keeping an eye on to see if he can make a dent on Alonso Lopez up ahead of him.
Yeah, good pace from these two, Lopez and Norridin in 2nd and 3rd. Cardelus just had a few scrappy moments, obviously made that mistake and it's cost him time as Norridin runs a little bit wide on the run into turn 5, gets it gathered up though and hits the apex. And yeah, like you say, Lewis, this is going to be very interesting. 7.5 laps to go, entering the crucial stage of the race. Will be interesting to see what the tyre wear is like, and if Norridin is just sitting there working where Alonso's quick, where he might be not so quick, where his strengths and weaknesses lie. And then, yeah, if Norridin can pass Lopez in 2nd, that will be his best result in the European Moto2 Championship. So the prize is there, but is Lopez just holding him at bay quite comfortably? Is Norridin on the limit? We're going to find out in the next 7.25 laps, that's for sure.
Yeah, just an update on the battle for 6th place. Sam Wilford still leads it over Matteo Rato, although we're just 0.05 of a second apart as they came across the line last time around. So we'll see if there has been a change there. I get the feeling that it has, looking at their sector times on this current lap. I get the feeling Rato may have made the move there finally on the Brit for 6th position. We'll confirm that as they come across the line next time around. Alex Toledo still holds 8th ahead of Alexis Strigg, the leading Superstock 600 runner, and Kyle Paz continues to complete the top 10 at the moment as we head into the second half of this race. Algarve's lead is now 3.6 seconds. He's continuing to hammer away in those high 44s, low 45s, and nobody can match that.
It's so impressive, isn't it? So impressive. 16 years old on a Moto2 bike at Portimao, a very, very difficult circuit to learn. Yes, he's been here before on a Superstock 600 machine last year, which he did very well at, incidentally, finishing in the top 10. Having a couple of Moto2 scalps in the process. But it's so impressive from Algarve. Such a young age. He's still obviously learning. He's still improving his racecraft. But to be lapping consistently in the 144s is just excellent stuff from Algarve. And like we say, I'll be very, very shocked if we don't see him on the world stage full time next year.
Yeah, you get the feeling with him, with such a young age, his ceiling of potential is still very, very high. There's still an awful lot more to come from Fermin Algarve. As we look at the battle for 8th position, Alex Toledo leading the leading Superstock 600 driller, Alex Skrig, as mentioned. He's undefeated in that class this season, and that's looking like continuing at the moment. I mentioned it a moment ago, and I can confirm Matteo Reto did get past Sam Wilford on the last lap. He's now up into 6th position, back where he started this race. Although Wilford, if he does hang on to 7th, then he's got a comfortable gap behind him of 11 seconds back to Alex Toledo. That would still equal Wilford's best result in this championship.
Yeah, P6 or P7, a good race so far from Sam Wilford, and an equally good race also from Matteo Reto. Lopez then still not dropping Norridin. We mentioned it, didn't we, a lap or two ago. We're going to cross the line for 6 laps to go when Algarve takes the line. There it is, 6 laps to go then. What's the gap up to now? It's up to 4 seconds. So yeah, Algarve continuing to set that impressive pace, and unfortunately for teammate Alonso, Lopez just can't quite match it in race 1. We'll go back to the drawing board in race 2. Have a look at where Algarve is quicker, maybe where he's slower, and maybe in race 2 he'll come out again fighting. It's still not over though, 6 laps to go. A lot can happen in 6 laps. But yeah, the gap up to 4 seconds, and there's 4 tenths between Norridin, who's keeping tabs on Lopez. So this is going to be very interesting with 5.5 laps to go.
Yeah, Norridin matched Lopez for pace on that last lap. The fact that they're still lapping in the mid-45 shows what a good race they're having. It's not like anything on the level of Algarve, but he's, as I mentioned, he's essentially in a different class to the rest of them at the moment, just riding an extraordinary pace. Lopez doing his personal best first sector though on that last lap, which has pulled him a further 3 tenths clear of Norridin. So is this the crucial moment where Lopez is able to finally break the challenge of the Malaysian behind him? 3rd place would still be an equal vest in this championship for Adam Norridin though, so he would by no means be unhappy if he ended up having to settle for 3rd place. And you do get the feeling if he does sense that Lopez has got a little bit too much for him, whether Norridin will just settle for what he's got.
Yeah, just as a reference, last year's pole time from Jari Montoya was a 45.4. So Lopez and Norridin in the 45s is seriously good pace. Unfortunately for them, Algarve has just got even better pace. But yeah, Lopez and Norridin doing very, very well in 2nd and 3rd place. Yeah,
and Algarve's fastest lap of this race, a 44.4, was just half a tenth slower than his own pole position yesterday, which again tells you the kind of pace that this young Spaniard is able to set. He is absolutely dominating this first race of the day, and of course the 2nd race to come, and he will feel that he's in a great position to cash in and take another maximum haul of points. Lopez, of course, will have other ideas, and again later on today, if this race does finish the way it's currently running, again Lopez will be thinking he's got to try and make the start, because Algarve absolutely nailed the start of this race earlier on. Here is the battle for 2nd then. It's still 4 tenths of a second. Once again, Norridin able to essentially match Lopez. It's interesting when you look at the sector times of these two. Lopez always seems to be much faster in the first sector of the lap, but then Norridin claims it all back in the final sector of the lap, pulling back that entire 3 tenths of a second. So it seems to be toing and froing between the two. Just as Lopez appears to be stretching that out, Norridin just pulls him back in again. And with 5 laps to go, there's certainly no margin for error for Lopez. One mistake and 2nd place will disappear.
Here is the battle then for 8th. That's Alex Toledo, who finished 2nd in the 2020 Superstock 600, 18 points behind Fermin Algarve. Had a good battle actually with Algarve last year in the Superstock class. And he's got the number 32 of Paz for company, as well as Ishizuka just there in 11th place. So a nice little battle here for the lower ends of the top 10. Sorry, Skrig is the number 11 and Paz is the number 32. Paz has passed Skrig, obviously. There's the number 11 of Alex Toledo, the Superstock 600 leader. He's won every race in that class so far. I've watched them go over hill, and I've just seen there actually, I did thought that a couple of corners ago, I think the number 55 of Alex Toledo, yeah, there it is, his fairing's just hanging off there, so I'm not sure what's happened, but hopefully that doesn't cause too many issues. I hope it doesn't suddenly fly off into the path of the number 32 or Alex Toledo.
It's certainly not going to help him down the straights, is it? With that sticking out on the straights as he tries to make himself as aerodynamic as possible. But it'll be interesting if the stewards take a look at that. I mean, it looks as if it's hanging on at the moment. But if that becomes any more loose, then you wouldn't be surprised if he gets a black and orange flag for that with that 55. It's as I say, it's okay at the moment. But the last thing you want is that flying off down the main straight and you know, producing a real hazard at top speed down the straight. Let's see what happens now as he comes on the straight, because there'll be a lot of buffeting now as he comes down the straight with that. He's going to lose the place now as Paz just breezes past him. It's certainly not helping Toledo, as it's essentially he's got an extra wing on, hasn't he, as it's sticking out on his on the left-hand side, the rider's left of that bike. It's really hanging loose, and the concern that he'll have as well is when he tips in on the left-handers, that's going to be really scraping along the floor and doing potential damage. So yeah, the stewards will be getting a little bit fidgety looking at that.
Yeah, they've got to keep a close eye on that, haven't they? Because, like we say, the last thing that anyone needs on track is for a piece of the fairing to come off into the road as the number 32 runs wide down the hill onto the green, and that allows Alex Toledo to move through as well. Wait, what's happened with the timing screens here? I'm confused, Lewis. What's just happened to the timing screen?
Not sure at the moment, but as I say, we'll keep an eye on that. Algarve, we can confirm, is still comfortably out in front, with Lopez still with a half-second lead over Noureddin. As I say, we'll keep a close eye on this issue with Alex Toledo, who, as I say, has dropped a spot. We'll keep an eye on him, particularly when he comes onto the main straight again, because he's got a bit of a gap. Clearly, when he's in the middle sector of this lap and the tight, twisty sections of the lap, it's not holding him back at all. But it was noticeable when he came out of the last corner last time around. He just had absolutely nothing as he came out of the last corner for Paz behind him. But the VR46 Mastercam team will be particularly frustrated with that. Paz had got the move done into turn one. He'd got the break, he'd got clear track ahead of him, and then just threw it all away with that mistake into turn 5. He went down the Formula 1 route, didn't he? Down the long hairpin at turn 5 and just lost all that time again. And he's now got only 3 laps to try and chase down Toledo and Escric, who've now passed him into 8th and 9th positions respectively. 3 to go then. Algarve, who's still setting personal best sector times at the moment, is dominant as he's been. His lead is just shy of 5 seconds. Lopez and Noureddin still separated by just under half a second, but time running out for Noureddin, as that is the end of one of the VR46 Mastercam riders, and Kenneth Kubo. Isn't that just the story of his season? When he sees the checkered flag, he's generally somewhere near the podium, but seeing the checkered flag is proving rather difficult.
What happened then down into turn 5? The tricky left-hander sucks you in. He's slightly wide there, isn't he, on the dirty part of the track, and the front just says, no, I'm not having it anymore, and down he goes. Thankfully, he's up and okay, but yeah, another DNF for Kubo.
And that corner hasn't been kind to the VR46 Mastercam team, has it, over the last 2 minutes? We've already seen Paz run straight on there. Of course, that will promote him back into the 9th position that he had before he went straight on. But yeah, he's now, of course, the sole VR46 Mastercam team rider running with Kubo out of contention. Algarve then out of the final corner, just 2 laps to go as he crosses the line, and he's still in the 45, so he's now doing a 45.9, which is still faster generally than the riders ahead of him, although Lopez has responded with a 45.7. He's now got essentially a second in hand now over Adam Noureddin, so second place looks as if it's settled in favour of Lopez, and it looks as if the unbeaten record of the Bosco-Scuro talent team Chiatti riders of having a 1-2 in every race looks set to continue.
That's Joel Borboom getting out of the way of your race leader Howard again. Yeah, like you say, Luis, Alonso Lopez looking like he's just got Noureddin covered for second place with 2 laps to go, but it's been all about this man once again in the Moto2 European Championship. Another classy ride from Algarve, a very mature ride, got the perfect getaway down into turn 1, got the whole shot, and he's never looked back. Had a I wouldn't say it was chilled out, but a calm opening couple of laps, opening 2-3 laps, and then he's just pulled the pin and slowly edged clear, 4.6 seconds. Not job done yet. He's still got to concentrate into the final lap and a half, but it's looking really, really promising once again for Firmin Algarve.
Yeah, and he doesn't exactly look chilled on the bike, does he? But that's pretty much how you ride these Moto2 machines to get the best out of them. And boy, is Algarve getting the best out of this. I guess the unanswered question, the real unanswered question that we'll have going into race 2 this afternoon is what Lukas Tulovic could have done. A, had he made that move stick on Lopez early on, but also had he not crashed out of what would have likely been a podium position. So Tulovic will certainly have his eyes on a better showing this afternoon. Lopez will obviously be looking at this race this afternoon thinking, I've got to try and make the start start and try and disrupt this incredible rhythm that Algarve has. Once he gets into his rhythm out front and has some clear track behind and ahead, he's very, very difficult to stop as he starts the final lap of the race and still lapping in the 45s. Lopez has now got 1.2 seconds in hand over Norrin, so second place appears to be sewn up, subject to any mistakes on the final lap. Cardeluz has got empty track in front and behind him for fourth place, with Ratto fifth, and Sam Wilford is now on course with that error of Kubo. Sam Wilford is on course for his first top 6 finish in the European Moto2 Championship.
Yeah, brilliant for the Brit then in 6th place. As we focus in on Norridin, I think he's going to have to settle for 3rd place, but no matter, it's another podium if he can keep it upright for Norridin. As Lopez comfortably rounds the tricky turn 5. We've seen a couple of riders make mistakes there. No such issues for Firmin Algarve as the team watch on intently, hoping their man can complete the final lap without any issues. We'll rise over the hill for the last time this morning. Of course, they'll go again this afternoon for race 2. Algarve down the hill through the left-hander nice and cleanly. He's got a comfortable 4.9 second lead to play with, so he can just ease his way round the Algarve International Circuit and enjoy this last lap as he, hopefully, for his sake, takes another win.
Yeah, and the charge from essentially the back of the field for Tulovic isn't going to yield any points, unfortunately. He's still back in 17th place. His pace is pretty decent. He's lapping in the low 46s, which is quicker than everybody except the current top 3. He's quicker than Cardeluz, quicker than Reto, and quicker than everyone else behind them. So Tulovic clearly got some decent pace, but not enough to get himself into the points.
Here he is then, Firmin Algarve rounds the final corner here in race 1 in Portimao. He'll rise over the crest of the hill and win his 6th race in a row in 2021. Another masterclass from the number 54. The team celebrates another 1-2 as Alonso Lopez will take 2nd place. Yes, he does, and Norridin grabs his 3rd podium of the season in 3rd place.
Yeah, Cardeluz taking 4th position in the end. Borboom coming across the line just behind him, a lap behind. He will fail to score any points. Reto does come across the line in 5th position, 1 up from his qualifying position. And Sam Wilford does come across the line in 6th position for his best result as a CEV Moto2 European Championship rider.
Another outstanding ride from Algarve as we see the lower ends of the top 10 come across the line. The number 32 of Paz did eventually get the better of Toledo and Escrig, so a good recovery there from his turn 5 running wide incident from Paz, and he claims 7th place. A good result then in the end for the VR46 Mastercamp rider. There's the winner of the Superstock 600 race once again. It's Alex Escrig. He finishes 9th overall, so another great ride there from the Spaniard, but it was all about this rider once again. Algarve pulls a nice stand-up wheelie up the hill. I'm sure there'll be plenty more of them to come in the future for the 16-year-old. An absolutely outstanding ride here at the roller coaster that is Portimao. Just waves low to the marshals. And yeah, such a mature ride from Algarve. Another 2nd place then goes to this man, Alonso Lopez. He'll be disappointed with another 2nd, but like we've said before, if you can't win the race, then pick up 20 points and finish 2nd. He's now 30 points down on Algarve in the championship, but with Algarve winning every single race, 30 points isn't actually too much of a gap considering the Spaniard's dominance. Adam Norridin, 3rd place. That's his 3rd P3 of the season. Suffered a DNF in Barcelona race 1, which just dented his championship hopes slightly. But in the races he's finished this year, he's not finished lower than 4th. So Norridin really putting together a very strong European Moto2 championship in 2021. And after Lukas Tulovic crashed just there at the top of the hill, turn 13 in the early stages, Norridin will now move up to 3rd in the championship. High fives then for the winner of the Moto2 European Championship race and the winner of the Superstock 600 class, Alex Escrig and Firmin Algarve. They'll be more than pleased with their morning's work here at the Algarve International Circuit. They'll go away, have a look at how the race went on the data, and they'll be back out this afternoon for the final race of the day after we've had the Hawkers European Talent Cup and Moto3 Junior World Championship. They're coming your way shortly. The Talent Cup riders will be out first. Ooh. I was going to say a nice little endo. I'm sure he had it under control, but I thought for a slight minute that he got that a bit wrong, did Algarve, but no such troubles. Hugs all round in Parc Fermé, another win. That's 6 now in a row for Firmin Algarve. Yeah, I'll be very, very surprised, as I'm sure most people will, if he's not on the world stage full-time next year. Of course, he's riding in Moto E. It's his debut season. He's 11th in the FIM NL Moto E World Cup. But that 12th place at Mugello on his debut in the Moto2 Championship with speed-up Boscoscuro team was sensational. Well, Lopez, another second place. Understandably a little bit disappointed, but there's 20 important points for the championship. Gives his teammate a pat on the back. Lopez, of course, making his debut on the Moto2 bike this year after being in the Moto3 class on the World Championship stage for the last couple of years in the Sterelgarda Max Racing team. Lost his seat to Adrian Fernandez for the 2021 season. He's come into the Moto2 class hungrier than ever, and he's really, really making a name for himself as Alonso Lopez. It's great to see. Here we watch Algarve coming across the line. He's getting used to these victories, isn't he? Another 25-point haul for the number 54. Number 1. Once again, the team celebrating on pit wall. Will they be celebrating like that this afternoon? You've got to think it's going to be a tough task for anyone to stop either of the Boscoscuro Talent Team Chiatti bikes, and especially the number 54 of Algarve. As I said, he'll move 30 points clear in the championship standings. A nice wheelie down the hill into turn 1. No issues then in race 1 for Algarve. Holds the number 1 up. Will he be number 1 this afternoon? It's 6 in a row for Algarve. High fives to the team. Glorious conditions here at the Algarve International Circuit. There's Norridin then, all smiles, and rightly so. 3rd place for the Malaysian. A job well done in race 1. Now 3rd in the championship ahead of teammate Tulovic, who I'm sure we'll be seeing more of in race 2 later on. A small tip-off if you're just joining us for Lukas Tulovic in the early stages at turn 13, the left-hander. Tulovic, incidentally, coming across the line 17th, so he did manage to complete the race, but no points, unfortunately, for the German. Wasn't too far away from the points, looking from the timing screens, actually, just under a second, so he did nearly get back on and try and claw his way into the points, but unfortunately just ran out of time, did the German rider. As we'll now hear from race winner Firmin Algarve. He's down in Parc Fermé with Lewis Sotheby.
Firmin Algarve, 6 wins in a row now. It looked pretty easy to us, but tell us about it from your point of view. How was it?
Yes, my 6th victory. I'm very happy with the work of all weekend. In all season, we push too much and make good time. And this is the result, no? Thank you to all my team for the work, to my family and my sponsor.
And some words in Spanish as well, please.
Sí, la verdad que muy contento con mi 7ª victoria. Al final este es el resultado del trabajo realizado durante todo el fin de semana. Hemos hecho el mejor tiempo durante todos los entrenamientos, así que súper contento y gracias a mi equipo por el trabajo, a mi familia y a mis patrocinadores.
Well done, good luck in race 2.
Here's the highlights then from race 1 in Portimao. And it was the perfect start from pole position man Firmin Algarve. He grabbed the whole shot into turn 1. Alonso Lopez grabbing P2 with Lukas Tulovic from the 2nd row of the grid, slotting into 3rd place. But immediately Firmin Algarve started edging clear after a couple of laps. Lukas Tulovic got the better of Alonso Lopez in the opening stage before this happened at the top of the hill. Not quite that lap, it was the next lap that Lukas Tulovic, he got passed by Alonso Lopez down into turn 1. Hard on the anchors there are the riders. As you can see on your screens, Algarve just pulling clear. That's Dimaseki Pratama. His race ended early at turn 15, and here it is then, the instant I was talking about. Lukas Tulovic, third in the championship, took in the front and crashing in race 1. Tulovic remounted and finished 17th at the end. No points, unfortunately, for the German in race 1. But it was Fermin Algarve at the front, edging clear. That's Norridin and Card Loose in the thick of it, in the battle for the final podium positions, but Alonso Lopez and Norridin were able to break clear after Card Loose made a couple of mistakes. Some of the riders found it tricky going down the hill into turn 5, a very, very tricky right-hander, and Kemif Kubo found it especially tricky. Ran wide onto the dirty part of the circuit, took the front for another DNF. Unfortunate for the VI46 Mastercamp rider. No such issues for Fermin Algarve though. It's 6 wins in a row now in 2021. He extended the lead in the championship to 30 points ahead of race 2 here in Portimao. Here's a look at the final results then. Fermin Algarve wins here in Portimao from Lopez and Norridin. Card Loose finished 4th ahead of Reto and Sam Wilford. That's Sam Wilford's best result. Paz, Toledo and Escrig, the leading Superstock 600 rider, close out the top 9. 10th was Zetti, Ishizuka was 11th. Voschek, the 2 Augusts. 2 Augusts, Krotze and Rahicek finished in the points and 16th respectively, and there is Lukas Tulovic finishing 17th, not too far away from the points after his crash, but a disappointing end. Moreno, Borboom with the other finishers, with Kubo and Eki, as we've just seen, crashing out of contention. It's time for the first podium of the day then. First out will be Adam Norridin in 3rd place.
Yeah, this is just becoming a general part of Fermin Algarve's weekend routine, isn't it? Turn up, win the race, top step of the podium, go home. Of course, he's not going to be doing that today because he's got one more race to go, where he'll be looking to do the same again. But yeah, utterly dominant again, and he's taking it all in his stride, isn't he, at the moment? He doesn't appear to be overawed by any of this. He's just chipping away at it, just taking victory after victory, and he's just got so much talent, hasn't he, at such a young age. And as we've already discussed, a Moto2 Grand Prix ride is surely in his future.
Alonso Lopez lifts up the P2 trophy for the 6th time in 2021. And his teammate, a loss. P1 trophy once again. Alonso Lopez gets the check for €200. That'll pay for the fuel home, I assume. As we now get set to listen to the Spanish national anthem, which will ring out again in the Moto2 European Championship after they've had their photos taken with the trophies. I think they're struggling to get the Malaysian flag aloft there, just can't quite see it. Congratulations then to Fermin Algarve, Alonso Lopez and Adam Norridin on their podium finishes in race 1. I'll spray the fizzy water. Algarve, of course, still 16, so no alcohol allowed for another couple of years. But I'm sure there'll be plenty of opportunities for that to come. We can spray the bubbly on the podium. Here's a look at the Moto2 Championship standings then. Maximum points for Fermin Algarve, 150 from a possible 150. Lopez now 30 points down, with Norridin overtaking Tulovic in the championship after Tulovic's DNF. Card Loose in 5th. Sam Wilford moves up to 6th place. after his best results in the European Moto2 Championship. Zetia 10th ahead of Kubo, slips down after his DNF. Biesiakowski, who we mentioned, is unfortunately at home. We'll send our best wishes to Biesiakowski. Tiger Harder, Vadoya, Ishizuka, Paz and Borboom complete the top 17 in the standings. Aleix View, Gutierrez, Mertens, Burnett and Luca are the other point scorers so far this year. That's the Superstock 600 podium we're seeing. Alexis Skrig, just like Fermin Aldeguer, picking up another victory in that class. 9th overall for Skrig. Finished comfortably clear of Andrei Voschek in 2nd. With Kevin August, the Avincia e-Sponsorama Junior rider, finished in 13th. Here is a look at them standings then. Skrig leading the way by a whopping 63 points from Vostacek, with Kevin August leading Leon August by just 4 points. Crotze, Moreno, Perez, Alex Perez and Menozzi are the top 9. Antonio Carpe, Schultz, Jesperson, Richek and Maria are the other point scorers in the Superstock 600 class so far this year. What will happen in race 2 later on today? We'll find out in a couple of hours' time. Will it be another victory for the number 54 Fermin Aldeguer? Next up is the Hawkers European Talent Cup race from Portugal. Stick around. Hello and welcome back to Portugal and the Autodromo Internacional de Algarve, nestled just outside Portimao. A lovely, lovely venue, a spectacular venue to come racing at. Here's the track then, 4.5 kilometres, 15 corners, 6 left, 9 right, longest straight of just under a kilometre long there. Opened in November 2008, the inaugural race was World Superbike, with a certain Troy Bayliss doing the double in 2008. What will we see today? In our second race on the billing, it's the Hawkers European Talent Cup. Only one race for them here at the Autodromo Internacional de Algarve. A splendid day here, a splendid weekend here, Lewis. And it looks like we're set for another cracking battle in the European Talent Cup. It always is great racing in the European Talent Cup, and I don't think we're going to see anything different here today under sunny blue skies. Absolutely, a lottery would probably be the best way of describing it. So far this year in the Hawkers European Talent Cup, 5 different winners from the first 5 races, and they do not include the current points leader, Hugo Milan, who we'll see very, very shortly, of course. Always thrilling racing, of course. Slipstream, always a key part of these Hawkers European Talent Cup races, as we get the first glimpse of the stars of the future before they arrive in Moto 3. Here's what we saw from the Hawkers European Talent Cup in Barcelona. Yeah, an absolutely sensational race last time out in Barcelona in the European Talent Cup. 4 riders breaking clear: Milan, Zurutuza, Cruces and Maximo Martinez. And like you say, Lewis, we saw a 5th different winner in 5 races. Xabi Zurutuza, 2nd in the championship, picked up his first win in his debut season. That's 2 podiums now for Xabi Zurutuza. But none of them are on pole position. Angel Piqueras has picked up his first pole position of 2021. And there they are lining up on the grid then, and there is the number 18 of Angel Piqueras. As we say, first pole position in his 2nd season now is Angel Piqueras, as we now have a look at what happened yesterday in qualifying.
And say thanks for my team and my family and the sponsor.
Yeah, fantastic stuff from Angel Piqueras then. A brilliant Saturday afternoon and morning in the office for the 14-year-old from Valencia. There's his season so far, best of 4th place so far, followed by 12th place and 8th for DNF and another 8th place.
Yeah, he was a rider who, when we covered the first round of last season at Estoril, myself and Jack Appleyard, he was a rider that immediately caught the eye on his debut in the European Talent Cup, immediately on the podium on his very first weekend. So clearly an awful lot of talent there. He seemed quite sheepish, didn't he, in his pit box there when he found out he was on pole position. Clearly quite a shy lad as well, just 14 years old. But yeah, his results this season haven't quite matched up to the promise perhaps he showed last year. But today will be as good a time to any to change that, and from pole position he's got a very good chance of doing so. Yeah,
absolutely. It's worth remembering, isn't it? These riders are still so young. A lot of them between the ages 12 and 15, they're just starting their careers on the road to MotoGP, all chasing the same dream. And this is another rider who's really caught the eye this season in his debut season. Maximo Martinez, 2nd place as we saw in the highlights there in Barcelona. He was taking it to the 3 Cuna de Campeones machines of Milan, Zurutuza and Cruces, and Martinez finished 2nd. Top 5 in every race he's finished this year, so it's really been a fantastic debut season for Maximo Martinez, hasn't it?
Yeah, and he unfortunately caught the eye for the wrong reasons this morning. We saw him trying to restart his bike in warm-up. We didn't actually see what happened to him, whether it was a crash or a mechanical for him, but either way, a slightly disrupted build-up to the race for Martinez. But yeah, he's been very impressive so far this season. Not quite as impressive as this young man, though, Hugo Milan, who, as you can see, is yet to taste victory this season, but he does lead the championship. That incredible consistency he's had with top 8 finishes in every race, and if you take out the 8th place at Estoril, he's been on the podium in every race since, with 3 thirds and a 2nd. So close to the victory as well, back at Valencia, and he leads the championship by 7 points. And it's very easier said than done to say, oh yeah, all you need to do is be consistent. But at such a young age, to have that incredible level of consistency in such a chaotic and unpredictable class just speaks volumes about how good a season Hugo Milan is having.
Yeah, absolutely brilliant. He's taken the giant mirror approach, isn't he, from 2020. Consistency is everything so far for Hugo Milan. 4 straight podiums, 3 thirds and a 2nd place puts him top, like you say, Lewis, by 7 points from teammate Zurutuza. As we focus now on Zurutuza, he's looking up for the race, isn't he? Podiums 2, wins 1. He became the 5th winner of our season in 2020, last time out in Barcelona. Fantastic debut victory for Zurutuza, who leads the 2nd row of the grid in 4th place. He's finished every race this year as well, Lewis. So a lot of these riders are really proving, despite being so young, proving that they can finish races consistently, and that's what it's all about. The Hawkers European Talent Cup is, like I say, really the beginning of the road to MotoGP, one of the beginning of the roads to MotoGP. Of course, we've got the other Talent Cups, the British Talent Cup, the Asia Talent Cup, the Northern Talent Cup, and so on. But yeah, these riders are really learning their trade, aren't they?
Yeah, Zuratouza is one of 5 riders who could leave here today as the championship leader. Gracia leads Zuratouza by 7, but we've also got Cruces, Martinez and Esteban all within 25 points of the leader. Here's Brian Uriarte, who starts in 5th position. He's 7th in the championship, as you can see. It's been a bit feast or famine for him so far this season. When he's finished, he's been very close to the front, but he's had those 2 costly DNFs earlier in the season. As you saw there, he is another of the 5 different winners that we've had this season. 1 race won back at Valencia. While he does ride, as you could probably see on screen there, for the Estrella Galicia team, they don't ride in this European Talent Cup in the more familiar Estrella Galicia colours of blue and black. To watch out for them, as you can see with another of them here, Marco Morelli on another of the Estrella Galicia team. They're running in the Monlau colours of red and black in the European Talent Cup.
Yeah, all the team colours are blue still, aren't they? We were walking up and down pit lane yesterday, Lewis, and we spotted everyone in blue, but the bikes and, of course, the levers for the riders have changed to red. So I'm not sure what that's all about. But, yeah, they're easily spottable from your TV screens and from track sides. Marco Morelli, incidentally, it was his birthday yesterday, so a happy belated birthday to Marco Morelli. 14 years old now is the Argentine, and he'll be hoping to kickstart his season in many ways. He's down in 12th place. He was 10th place overall last year, and he won one of the races in Jerez. But he's only got a best of 9th place so far this season. So yeah, it's sort of time now for Morelli to kickstart his championship charge as such.
Yeah, Adrian Cruces then, he starts from the front of the 3rd row. A couple of podiums for him so far this season, although that costly moment back in Barcelona lost him championship points, and lost him, more to the point, the championship lead, which he carried in to Barcelona, dropping to 3rd overall. He'll looking to bounce back this season. The top 3 in the championship, all Cuna de Campeones riders, Gracia, Zuratouza and Cruces. So they've very much enjoyed the best of the European Talent Cup so far this season. As we now switch to 8th on the grid, this is Alberto Ferrandez, one of the more experienced riders, you'd have to say, in this class. Ferrandez on the number 54. 3rd overall last year, and perhaps would have expected slightly more from him than we've got so far this season, especially when he took 2nd place in the 2nd of the races at Estoril, but he's not been able to get in the top 6 since then, and that's why he currently trails the championship leader by 34 points.
Yeah, Ferrandez would have been one of my favourites at the start of the year, as you say, Lewis. He was 3rd last year, sorry, not yesterday. 3rd last year, and he was inside the top 7 in every single race last year. So he's another rider who proves he can be really consistent despite the young age and despite such a what's the word I'm looking for? Competitive class. Competitive, that's the word I was looking for. But yeah, starting from P8, 3rd row of the grid, so he's got a little bit of work to do here in the only race of the day. But yeah, like you say, Ferrandez is really one to watch.
Who else will we have to watch then in this Hawkers European Talent Cup race? This is the grid then for the only race of the day in this class today. Angel Piqueras from his maiden pole position ahead of Maximo Martinez and Hugo Milan, the championship leaders. Zuratouza, Uriarte and Morelli on row 2, with Cruces, Ferrandez and Philip Ton on row 3. Alvaro Carpe on row 4. He starts 10th ahead of Joel Esteban and David Almanza. The Finn, Salmela, Perilla and Mihaila on row 5 ahead of Sharil, Garcia and Alsina. Casey O'Gorman chases his first points of the season from 19th ahead of Sola and Perez, Gonzalo Perez, Guillaume Plonquez, Jacob Rulestone and Moodley on row 8, with Danish, Pinney and Brinton on row 8 of the grid. Rounding us out, we have Pavelek, Al Sahuti and Gordon, with the Portuguese Ribeiro in 31st ahead of Trias and Van Tricht. The Canadian Collins ahead of Schiaretta and Gordon on row 12. And one more rounding us out, and that is the Japanese rider Uchimi, Kotaro Uchimi. He starts 37th on the grid ahead of 15 laps of Portimao.
This should be an absolutely bonkers race in the Hawkers European Talent Cup, as the teams just leave the grid, leave the riders on the start line as they rev their engines, and they'll head on their warm-up lap right now. We're talking about Ferrandez, Lewis. He podiumed here last year in this class, so he's got podium pedigree at the Algarve International Circuit, so definitely watch out from Ferrandez from 8th on the grid. But we've mentioned this when we were just speaking separately earlier in the weekend, weren't we? This it's just sometimes impossible, well, not sometimes, most of the time, impossible to call in the Hawkers European Talent Cup. There's so much talent on display. They're all chasing the dream. They're all young. They all want to win every weekend. And yeah, it just sets us up for a brilliant racing week in, week out.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting that we've got the Tour de France taking place at the moment over in France at the moment, and these European Talent Cup races almost resemble a sprint stage on the Tour de France, don't they, where we have the peloton battling around and jockeying for position for 90% of the race, and then it's all about getting yourself in the right spot for the very final sprint, and who will break free of the peloton to win this one. We've seen a rider there practicing a long lap route. We'll see if we get anyone going through there today. Of course, it is European Talent Cup, so there is every chance. But yeah, 15 laps coming up, and yeah, it is all about just getting yourself in the right position, making sure you don't get yourself out of position and drop out of that leading group. And if you're in that leading group with the slipstream posing such an incredible boost for you down that main straight, just keeping yourself in a good slot. And if you can get into that final lap and you're in the top 3, you're in a very, very good position. Yeah,
slipstream, as always, in the lower classes is going to be crucial. Today, as we take a look at the championship standings, then Hugo Milan leading Zurutuza and Cruces and Martinez. There's 19 points split in the top 4, just 7 split in the top 2. So we could see some crucial changes in the championship standings this weekend, as we see a couple of the riders there taking the long lap penalty route down at turn 14. Hopefully we don't see too many riders having to do that, but keep an eye on track limits in the Hawkers European Talent Cup. With the riders so closely bunched together there, you can see the green strip on the outside of the curbs. If you touch that too many times, race direction will hand you a long lap penalty. So yeah, just keep an eye on the riders for that.
Yeah, that of course is the long lap penalty loop, not at turn 5. So the rider that clearly went straight on down there into the Formula 1 hairpin just clearly fancied an extra bit of a track time on his warm-up lap. But yeah, a very fascinating race coming up. As we expect, as always is the case in Hawkers European Talent Cup, a big group expected up at the front. Although Piqueras, he'll be obviously looking to try and get out front early on and try and break them, but it is so difficult to achieve. Once you come onto that home straight, you just get so much of a slipstream if you're following, and it's maybe not going to be quite as powerful as it would have been yesterday with the heavy wind that we had yesterday. It's calmed down today, so the slipstream might not be quite as powerful, but it is always a useful weapon when you're trying to overtake in this class.
Last year's ETC winner David Alonso was able to pull clear 2.2 seconds. The Colombian won by. Can anyone repeat that today? Just see a couple of riders just having to back up on the starting grid, maybe just miss their grid slot there. Hopefully no issues to report. They're back in there safely. Watch at the back of the grid. The green flag will wave when everyone's clear. There it is. The red flag will then clear the grid and we'll be soon underway for the only race of the day for the European Talent Cup riders. The red lights will come on. Then they go off and we're away, and it's a good start from Hipólito Ángel Piqueras. Also a good start from Maximo Martinez from second on the grid, as we see a yellow flag there at the background. Will Maximo Martinez get the whole shot into turn 1? Up the inside, no. Piqueras breaks late around the outside. So the perfect start then from the pole sitter and the number 91. That's a disaster on the start line. That's Kota Uchumi, the Japanese rider. But we'll focus in on the leaders, and it's Piqueras who leads from pole position. Yeah, fortunately, the rider who stalled on the grid was right at the very back of the grid, so no one was going to hit him. So that was a good moment in terms of his safety aspect. No one ran into him. Already a change for the lead as the 95 of Morelli goes up the inside. Tell you who made a terrible start off the line was Cruces, starting 7th on the grid. He just didn't get away at all. We'll keep an eye on where he comes through at the end of this first lap, but I'd be very surprised if he's made up any ground on this first lap. He just bogged it down completely on the number 10 off the line. But as we stand at the moment, it's advantage Estrella Galicia, but not the poleman that leads. It's Morelli from Piqueras. Yeah, that was a great move down up the inside of turn front from Morelli. Started 6th place, the outside of the second row, and he's into P1. Not even halfway around the first lap, so a great start from the Argentine. We mentioned that it was his birthday yesterday. If he could win today, that would be a very happy birthday indeed for the now 14-year-old, but there's a long way to go, and he's got his 2 teammates behind him, Brian Uriarte and the number 18, the pole sitter, Piqueras.
Yeah,
that's tight.
Yeah, some close moves there into turn 13. They're already getting their elbows out. This is going to be a real feature of this race in European Talent Cup as we follow them through the final corner onto the main straight and let the slipstreaming begin as they come across the line. A bit of a comfortable lead actually over the line for Morelli. He's not going to be slipstream, I wouldn't have thought, over the line, but from 6th on the grid, it's Morelli who leads us over the line from Uriarte. Cruces has dropped 2 places off the line. He's down to 9th position now. Picaras running 3rd over the line. He's trying to have a go at the inside of his teammate, but we have had a change of lead. It's the 51 of Uriarte who leads it to turn 1, and we now have an Estrella Galicia 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, Martinez on the 28 machine tried to make it a non-Estrella Galicia 1, 2, 3, but he didn't quite make it. It was up the inside at turn 1. As you see the Cuna de Campeones riders battling it out there with MT Foundation.
Yeah, Cruces was barging his way up the inside
really
there into turn 3. He's trying to make up that ground. Look at him on the number 10. He's already back up to 5th now and make that 4th. As the 28 of Martinez gets it all wrong into turn 5. Cruces, as I mentioned, got a terrible start, but he's already made up for that. Fastest of anyone in the first sector, so he clearly got a monster toe down the main straight, and he's already up into the top 4 and right in touch with his leading group.
Straight away then we've got a lot of riders line astern as we rise over the hill. It's a 1, 2, 3 at the minute for the Estrella Galicia riders, and it's Marco Morelli who leads again from Brian Uriarte and Picaras. Who's that going around the outside? It's one of the Cuna de Campeones machines. I think it's Zurituza. No, it's not. It's Cruces, the fast gathering. Cruces overtakes Maximo Martinez in the number 28 machine round the outside. A great move from Cruces, and he's now up to P4.
Yeah, fastest lap of the racing coming from Cruces. He's absolutely flying. Now 3rd as he just goes up the inside of Picaras. The pole man getting beaten up a little bit in these early stages of the race. He's just got to calm down and regroup and get himself together because he's coming under a little bit of fire. He's now got Martinez taking aim at him as well as they come through the final corner. A little bit of a tighter line to that final corner from Martinez now as he gets himself into the slipstream. Another change of lead coming as Morelli looks set to lead over the line. He doesn't. Uriarte got him by 100th of a second. But they were nearly a second slower than Cruces on that lap, who's now going to have a look. In fact, he's been drafted back on that run to the first corner. Despite an incredible lap last time around, he got beaten up into turn 1. And out of all of that, it's the 51 of Uriarte who led over the line, who leads into turn 1.
So then, Uriarte leads coming up the hill. We're seeing it already, Lewis. The slipstream wreaking havoc down the front straight and into turn 1. It's going to happen all race unless someone can break clear. But I don't see that happening in the early stages as the lead has changed 2 or 3 times already. As Morelli just loses it a little bit into turn 5. Gathers it back up though, hits the apex late on and gets the gas up on the hill as Cruces is now chasing Morelli and Uriarte in 3rd place. Cruces has really got the bit between his teeth, hasn't he, in the opening stages. Didn't make the best of starts, like you pointed out, Lewis, but he's really regathered and he's now in 3rd place and looks hungry for more.
Yeah, he wants that first victory of the season, doesn't he, Cruces? He's really looking feisty in these early stages of the race. Yeah, he just appeared to just bog down completely off the line as we see them go side by side. We do tend to see a variety of lines through that corner because, you know, you come out of the previous left-hander and you're already on the right-hand side. Some people pull it back over for a slightly wider line. Some people just stick to the inside, as we saw Algarve do pretty frequently in the Moto 2 class. But at the moment, Uriarte holds the lead, but he's got a bunch of riders climbing all over the back of him, of course. A lot of red and black in this field with the Cuna de Campeones and the Estrella Galicia bikes running very similar colour schemes, so we'll do our best to identify them all for you. But at the moment, it is the 51 leading with Morelli right behind him, although Cruces will have his eyes on leading this race very, very shortly. They're side by side, 4 abreast through the final corner.
I've got a funny feeling that the lead is going to change as we cross the line again, and I think it might be Maximo Martinez who takes the lead over, and yes, it is. So the number 28 there, the white bike, really got a good drive out the final corner as we see him lead into turn 1, but it's all kicking off. Who's out at the inside? Well, another one of the Cuna Campeones. I think that is Ferrandis now into 3rd place. It's getting very, very tight. Keep it nice and tidy, boys. You can only lose the race at this stage of the race. There's about 6 riders all trying to get into the same line. It's typical European Talent Cup action here in the opening stages at Portimao.
Yeah, it's absolutely incredible. As you say, you can come across the line in sort of 8th or 9th, and suddenly you just vault up the order as we now have a change for the lead, and that is Carpe, I think, taking the lead for the first time in the race on the number 10. White crash helmet, easy to spot in the lead of this race. He takes the lead for the first time, and he does appear to have an incredible pace when he gets himself into a rhythm. Running in third now, we have Ferrandis on the 54. He's in the red crash helmet. Just behind him, I believe, actually, that it's Carpe on the 83, who came across the line in 9th. I believe it's him with the yellow crash helmet that we can see just being eased wide for 4th position. He's made a particularly good start. But either way, we've got a leading group of 10 riders up at the front, covered by less than a second.
Coming up to the highest point of the circuit then, it's Cruces leading from Maximo Martinez, and Ferrandis has made good ground here then. Got a good draft down straight, and he's got tucked in behind Maximo Martinez. But as we can see there, Cruces is just edging clear. If he can try and break the slipstream down the front straight, then that's when you can try and start breaking clear of the group. We'll see now as he rounds the final corner. Was he a little bit out of shape there, Chris? I think he was, because yet again, Maximo Martinez gets an absolutely sensational drive out the final corner, and it won't be Cruces leading over line. It'll be Maximo Martinez, but will he be Max Martinez leading into turn 1? I'm not sure it will, because there's 3 riders. There's Ferrandis, there's Zurutuza, and there's Cruces all going for the same piece of tarmac, and it's Zurutuza then who dives up the inside and leads into turn 1. Sensational stuff in the Hawkers European Talent Cup in the early stages.
Yeah, it was Zurutuza I spotted with the yellow crash helmet, or the yellow flashes on his helmet, making his way through. Carpe still at the back of the group. Morelli though making a mistake and dropping back. A mistake can make it can be very, very costly in this class in particular, because once you get off the line, there's nobody prepared to let you back in.
There's nobody prepared to let you back in, because there's no way to allow you to get back in, is there? Everyone taking up the same piece of asphalt. Dive into turn 5. It really bottlenecks down there, doesn't it? You can obviously see a little bit on the camera shots, but you're not able to appreciate it. It really, really bottoms out as you hit the apex. They'll head back downhill, and then they'll head up over the crest here, out of turn 8, dive down into turn 9R. Philip Ton, the number 66, has crashed out. Hopefully he's okay. We're not sure where that is. There's the bike then. Is that the final corner, is it?
Yeah, I think turn 15 there, Elliot. I think he's gone down there as they go 3 abreast once again. Tom was just at the back of this leading group, actually, so that's a real shame for him, for the young German. He was looking to build on what's been a pretty decent start to his season. Was 8th at Valencia a couple of rounds ago, but unfortunately his race has ended early. Yeah, real shame for him on the intact Sepang International Circuit. Bike will, I think, catch an incident here. I don't think this is the incident, because he went down elsewhere. That's an incident for Hakeem Damish, the Malaysian, out of the race. Another rider involved there too. But that's so easily done at turn 5, because you see a variety of lines into there as well. You often see riders take a very wide entry into that corner, which just entices you to go up the inside there and dive up the inside, only for that gap to close on you. And I think that's exactly what happened there as they fan out once again into turn 1. Zurutuza led us across the line, but as you can see, he's going to struggle to lead. In fact, he does. He's very, very good on the brakes there into turn 1 and holds it as they go into the right-hand. It now winds right again before they hit the brakes hard for turn 3. The 44 of Gracia now up into 2nd place, with Martinez 6th over the line, up into 3rd now, just ahead of the 54 of Ferrandis.
Zurutuza was absolutely sensational on the brakes there, down into turn 1. Managed to hold off the chasing pack, who were tucked in behind with the slipstream, but Zurutuza, yeah, late on the brakes as we go into turn 5. Thought that was the number 51 of Brian Uriarte, trying to make a move up the inside, but not quite that time around as they fire it back up the hill then. That's the number 93 who's had a bit of an issue. That's Pini. But he's back on the bike. Hopefully for his sake he can get back running and try and finish the race. But it's Zurutuza leading then. The number 44 of Hugo Milan, your championship leader, tucked up right behind his teammate. They battled it all the way in Barcelona last time out. Very, very brave. And they're doing it again here in Portimao. These two know each other very well, of course. Teammates in the Cuna de Campione setup. As I thought Milan was going to try dive at the inside there. The Pedro Acosta move at turn 13, but not quite this time around. There's 9 and a bit laps to go, though. Plenty of action still to go as Martinez makes or sticks in front of Ferrandis as we come round to complete another lap. Who will lead over the line? Will it be Zurutuza? Will it be Hugo Milan? Will it be Maximo Martinez?
Cruces was getting his elbows out again slightly further back. He was driving up the inside again. He dropped all the way back to 5th or 6th position. He's trying to make his way back through. You can see him 5th in line there on the number 10 as the 44 of Gracia just locks into the slipstream of Zurutuza Zurutuza once again, though. Let's see if he can win the battle on the brakes. Yes, he does, pretty comfortably on the racing line, so he's able to carry more speed anyway. But he's very, very difficult to outbrake there into turn 1, is Zurutuza, and didn't get monstered on the slipstream as perhaps we expected. So that's encouraging for Zurutuza if he can keep the lead for as long as that and not get beaten down the straight, as we see Gonzalo Ribeiro out of the race. He looks to have had a crash. His leathers look a little bit dirty to me. Let's keep an eye on it. Turn 5, yes indeed, down he goes, forcing another rider off track as well. But that's a shame for him. And as we mentioned, it's so easily done down there. It's a downhill entry into turn 5. It's an uphill climb down that back straight, but you then plunge downhill into that hairpin, and it's so easy to lose the front into there, as we saw Alex Rins do in the MotoGP race earlier this season. It just sucks you in on the brakes to that corner, and it's very, very easy to lose the front.
Yeah, no surprise to see some riders unfortunately going down at turn 5, like you say, very, very easy to make a mistake. As we see a change of the lead, and it's Hugo Malan, the championship leader, now leading the way.
Cruz diving up the inside. He loves that late move on the inside. We've seen that a couple of places now for Cruz. So we've now got Cuna de Campeones 1, 2, 3 with the Estrella Galicia riders now getting involved as well. And that's Morelli having a go at the inside as well. It's just overtake or be overtaken in European Talent Cup.
Zurutuza clearly fancies himself to take the lead and charge off. Who's that? Can't quite tell. Okay, so it's another instant. We saw that earlier
as well. Yeah, his run of points or lack of points this season continues, sadly. It's just not going his way. He's shown flashes this season, particularly at Estoril, where he was running very strongly. But yeah, he's still searching for his first points of the season. Yeah,
that's another corner down at turn 3 where it's very, very easy to get sucked in and make a mistake. The riders will come in there shortly. The leaders will anyway. And it's Zurutuza again. Will he be late on the brakes? Yes, he will. Chucks it into turn 1, hits the apex, gets it stopped. And Zurutuza here looking good as the Cuna Campeones team looking very nervous, understandably. Here is turn 3 then. That was very close between the teammates. Oh, I thought there was going to be a little bit of drama there, but no such worries for Cruzes and Zurutuza. It is a Cuna de Campeones 1, 2, 3 with Hugo Malan, the championship leader, in 3rd place at the minute.
Teammate or not, I'm not sure it matters to Cruz. He's just going for it, isn't he, on the number 10. Still running in 2nd place. We've got a leading group of 7 now, covered by just half a second. Piqueras, the poleman's at the back of this group, running in 7th place. He was the fastest rider, or one of the fastest riders of the leading group, set his personal best on that last lap, so he's still running pretty nicely at the back of this leading group. Then we have a second gap back to Alvaro Carpe and Joel Esteban, who are running in 8th and 9th, and David Almanza completing the top 10 at the moment on the Fine T-Work Hawkers Junior team. Just 2.2 seconds off the leader, so if there's a bit more toing and froing in this leading group, as we're seeing now in the battle for 3rd, as I think that's Uriarte going up the inside, that could easily bring that chase group back into it.
Yeah, and there's no doubt about it. These guys are going to be toing and froing for the rest of the race, unless some of them can try and break clear, but with the slipstream effect, I don't think anyone's going to be able to. But yeah, the chasing group there, led by Alvaro Carpe, I think, on the MT Foundation 77. We've got a glimmer of hope of trying to claw their way back up to the leaders. There's Piqueras, the number 18, just on the back. As we round the final corner once again, there'll be 7 laps to go as we cross the line. So still a long way to go, but it's getting towards crunch time as they took behind the ball into the slipstream, and who will be leading into turn 1. Zurutuza looking really, really strong, even despite having no slipstream. He's able to lead down the majority of the front straight, and as I say that, Ferrandez
from 5th over the line
cruises into turn 1 into the lead, and we've got a new race leader again. Then it's not Adrian Fernandez, Alberto Ferrandez who leads.
Oh, that's close. That's one of the Estrella Galicia bikes getting eased out wide. Of course, there's 3 of them in this leading group, so it's difficult to tell at the moment. 2 of them, sorry, in this leading group. But it was interesting. Martinez got beaten up a bit on the last lap. He got overtaken by a couple of the. He got overtaken by Morelli, and he got overtaken as well by Uriarte. But it ended up giving him a bit of a slipstream down the main straight. There's an incident involving rider 13. That was the crash we saw earlier on, wasn't it? Of Danish. That was the collision down at turn 5. That's going to be investigated after the race, so perhaps a penalty coming his way for the next round at Aragon. But still very, very close in this leading group. Still 7 of them fighting away up at the front. Although Carpe, interestingly, he was faster than the riders ahead of him last lap. He and Almanza were in the 151s, quicker than the leaders. So perhaps they're going to close in on this leading group. They're now within a second of the back of this group. And Morelli, who's now down in 11th, so it clearly it was him of the Australia Galicia bikes that got eased wide down at turn 3. Back in 11th now, he's quickly responded with the fastest first sector of the race.
Yeah, it looks like the group of 8 has now become a group of 11, or maybe even more actually, because the number 78 for Joel Esteban at the back of this group? I'm not quite sure, but I think the leaders have been reeled in on this lap. And yeah, you can see there, it's not a group of 8 anymore. It's much bigger as we come across the line once more. It's Ferrandez then who leads. We mentioned before he got a podium here last year. Will he be leading for long? I'm not sure he will, because that's an exceptional drive out the final corner from a lot of the riders. Zurutuza leading over the line from Martinez. Ferrandez loses out on the run to the line. He's down to 3rd place, but who will lead into turn 1? Cruces pulls out up the inside. Will he be late on the brakes? No, it's Maximo Martinez who's latest on the brakes. Gets it stopped. A job well done then for Maximo Martinez. As Morelli, we just mentioned Morelli, sets the fastest lap of the race on the number 95 machine. There he is. We'll focus in on him now. He's back up with the lead group. Yeah,
and that gives you an idea of just how much slower the pace is while they're battling with each other for the lead. Morelli was 1.4 seconds faster than the leader Zurutuza on that last lap. Just brought himself right back into the frame again as Cruces now goes for the lead with his customary dive up the inside, this time into turn 5. How long he holds it is anyone's guess. Not long would be my suggestion. But yeah, Morelli back up into 9th place now over the line. There's every chance that he might have gained a bit from there. You can just see him there up at the inside now at the back of the group. I think that was a move he was going for on his teammate Piqueras. So Morelli looking to really bring himself right back into the frame. And clearly, once he's got some clear track, he's got some phenomenal pace on that bike.
Well, this is the thing, isn't it? If you've got phenomenal pace, but you can't quite get to the front like Morelli has clearly shown, you're not going to be able to display it and try and break the group. Morelli's now mired down in about 8th or 9th, and he's displayed that sort of lap time, but he's obviously got a gaggle of riders in front of him who are all just as hungry to win the race. We've just seen Ferrandez there, the number 54. He led the last lap, but he's just got picked off a bit on this lap with 5 laps. 5.5 laps
for the leader there. Martinez ran way wide. That might not be the worst thing for him now, because he's going to be in a pretty good position down this main straight. We did see a bit of fun and games, not that we'd encourage any of it, because it was particularly frowned upon back in Barcelona in the Moto 3 class, where no one wanted to lead across the line. I don't think anyone particularly wants to lead across the line here. Martinez does, despite that mistake, but look at the way he gets slipstreamed down the main straight. He's surrounded left and right, and he's now down to at least 2nd, and he's got a couple of his inside. He does hold on to 2nd, but Zurutuza back in the lead. As we've often seen into turn 1, Zurutuza's led more than most down there.
Yeah, that could be crucial in the latter stage of the race. We're into the latter stage of the race now, but on the last lap
back into 3rd, Elliot.
Morelli, yeah, absolutely sensational progress then for Morelli. Clearly got a nice draft down the front straight. Oh no, it's not Morelli in 3rd, it's the number 51 of Uriarte. Morelli's still just down there, going up the inside of one of the MT Foundation 77 bikes. Is that Ferrandez getting shoved down into the pack? As we see a replay then of the riders steaming down the hill into turn 1, a fantastic sight to watch. Well, any bikes really, but especially when the riders are going for glory in the ETC, on the anchors, tips it right into a spectacular turn 1 at the beginning of a sensational lap here in Portimao. As we see more action then at the top of the hill at turn 14.
Bit of a gap now 11, sorry. Here, really. Yeah, that's the biggest lead we've seen so far for Zurutuza, and as we've already mentioned, he's not struggled to get out of that main straight and then lead into turn 1. These guys have got to be careful now in this group from 2nd backwards. They need to be focusing on chasing down the leader. It's so easy to be just watching each other in this leading group and jockeying around, but that lead looks something approaching half a second now for Zurutuza as he comes through this final corner. If he can get into a rhythm now with no one disrupting him down to turn 1, this could be danger signs for this leading group as they come across the line now. This will be just 4 laps to go as they come across the line, and Zurutuza's lead over Martinez is 0.7 of a second, a personal best that last time around for Zurutuza at 51.5. And that could be that. If he can put in another one of those on this lap, as Ferrandez perhaps recognising the danger as he looks to try and get himself into 2nd. I think he will take 2nd now on the switch back up the inside into turn 2. They're going to have to get their act together here as Martinez dives at the inside. This is exactly what Zurutuza wants.
Yeah, you're not wrong, Lewis, because that gap looks a little bit more than 0.7 now. Is this the breakaway then that we thought wouldn't happen, but said might happen if someone can just edge out of the slipstream like Zurutuza's done What's his gap up to now? We're not quite seeing it on the time screen. 7/10 at the start of lap, so we'll keep an eye on that.
Pulled out another half second in the first sector of this lap, Elliot. It's over a second now.
Yeah, well, that's just every rider in this gaggle that we're just focusing on, trying to get the same piece of tarmac down into turn one, costing each other time. Yeah, that gap is over a second now by the looks of things, isn't it? So they need to box clever now, do these guys, if they want to win the race, because Zuratuzza's got his head down, he's having no interruptions. The riders need to just be careful not to beat each other up too much if they're going to bridge that gap to the race leader, Zuratuzza. As Ferran thought he was going to dive at the inside there as Martinez, not this time around. So let's see what the gap is at the end of the lap. But Zuratuzza, yeah, is he making that crucial break? I think he is, Lewis.
Yeah, the rider who's making the big progress in this chase group is the rider right at the back of it, David Almanza on the 22, the Fine T-Wet Hawkers junior team. He was faster even than the leader Zuratuzza on that last lap, a 1:51.5, and he's brought himself right onto the tail of this chase group now from second backwards. Can he now make progress? You can see him on the purple bike, back of the group. Can he actually make some progress now he's got there? Because he was certainly showing some incredible pace to make it up to the back of that chasing group. So we'll see if he can make any further progress from there on the 22. They come across the line again, 3 to go. Zuratuzza's lead as they come across the line as he does another 1:51. It's 1.2 seconds over Martinez. Ferrandez comes across the line in third as they go side by side. Uriarte manages to slipstream past the pair of them into second place over the line, with Martinez slotting in ahead of Ferrandez. It looks at the moment as if we're in a battle for second place. We've had a track limits warning for the 71. At the moment. Let's see who that is. That's Hamed Al Sahuti. He's not in real contention. He's back in 25th position, but he's had a track limits warning, so he's got to have to watch his step the final 3 laps of this race. But at the moment, the pressure is on this chasing group, because Zuratuzza, with just 3 laps to go, is over a second of a lead, and they're running out of time to close that down.
They really are running out of time. It's looking ominous now for Zuratuzza, who's broken clear at a crucial moment in the race. Got that 0.7 second lead, broke the slipstream, and he's edged out another half a second on the chasing pack. With 2.5 laps to go, time really is running out now for the other podium contenders to chase this man, the number 85. If he wins, it'll be a second win in a row. It'll be his 3rd podium of the season. It's his debut season, remember. So this is sensational stuff at a track that he's never raced at on a European Talent Cup bike before. So Zuratuzza doing absolutely splendidly out front as the riders then look to try and hold the baton for P2 to try and chase down the leader. Maximo Martinez getting busy there up the inside. But it's Brian Uriarte, the number 51, who currently leads the group. It'll be interesting to see if they've closed down Zuratuzza at all on this lap. I don't think they will have, and if they will have, it's not by much, because Zuratuzza clearly is still out of the slipstream. And there'll just be 2 laps to go. So what can these Gagler riders do, if anything, to catch the race leader Zuratuzza?
And as it stands as well, crucially, with Hugo Milan back in 6th at the moment, and he ran wide down in turn 13. This would give Zuratuzza the championship lead with a 7-point deficit. He would go well clear of Hugo Milan Gracia in the championship. Cruces would close in as well in the battle for second place if he can get ahead of his teammate, as Morelli says the fastest lap of the race on that lap. They were actually quicker than Zuratuzza on that last lap. The gap now down to 1 second, 2 laps to go. They may just run out of time to close that down, but that chase group got their act together on that last lap. All of them, from 2nd down to 6th, set their personal best laps of the race, including Morelli's fastest of the entire race so far, and they were all quicker than Zuratuzza on that last lap, so it may not be over yet.
It's definitely not over yet, Lewis. Well pointed out that they were closer. The gap does look visibly closer, actually. Is Zuratuzza just getting a little bit nervous out front? Or, well, to be fair, to the riders behind, they didn't quite mess each other up too much on that last lap, didn't they? So when you've got someone who's just a little bit ahead of you, we see it all the time across all classes, when you've just got someone a little bit ahead of you that you can focus on, you normally do tend to go quicker. We see it all the time. So Brian Uriarte and Maximo Martinez then have just got a little bit of a gap to Alberto Ferrandez, and they are the chasers to leaders Zuratuzza. I thought Maximo Martinez there was going to make a move up into turn 11. Not quite that time around, but yeah, Zuratuzza then looking good here for another race winning the European Talent Cup. They've not got long left now. 1 and a bit laps to go around the Algarve International Circuit. the gap doesn't seem to have closed down much in the latter half of the lap, does it, Lewis?
Well, in the second sector, they made a bit of ground. I mean, I used the Tour de France analogy earlier on. Well, the breakaway has been reeled in by the peloton as we come onto the final lap. Can they close it down with 1 lap to go? What's going to be particularly damaging for them is that they're not going to get one of the key overtaking spots, which is here down the main straight. If anything, they're going to catch him towards the end of the lap. Across the line we go. 1 lap remaining. Zuratuz's lead is 0.7 of a second. Another personal best that time around from Martinez. Cruces was the quickest of them all on that last lap as well. He came across the line in 4th and remains in 4th as they come across the line. 0.7 is not what you call a comfortable lead, but Zuratuz, as long as he doesn't make any mistakes from here, it should be his. Cruces barges his way up the inside once again to move into the podium positions. That's Martinez dropping to 4th, although he's trying to fight back. He can't quite do it. Cruces looking to fight his way into the podium in 3rd position. As it stands at the moment, it looks like it's just enough at the moment for Zuratuz out front. Uriarte not able to make up ground in that first sector of this lap. In fact, he was 2 tenths slower. Cruces setting the fastest first sector of anybody on that lap, but he's too far back to really make a dent on the leader out front.
Halfway around the final lap, then they come through into turn 8, the right-hander, before going over the hill with Zuratuz. This is his race to lose, but they are closer. It looks visibly close to the number 51 there. Uriarte has Cruces right behind him, but can Zuratuz hold it? We rise up the hill for the final time. Oh, they're so close now, Lewis. This is going to be incredibly tight. They've really closed in Zuratuz on this final lap. Zuratuz looks like to be slightly wide there as Uriarte and Cruces hold on to the back of Zuratuz. We come down now into turn 13, a real passing manoeuvre. We see Cruces up the inside of Uriarte there, and they're right behind Zuratuz now.
They're right behind him. What might just save Zuratuz is that the finish line is very close to the final corner. That might help him too, with the battle for second raging behind him. Uriarte back into second. You can see the nerves down at Cuna de Campeones. They thought the race was over 3 laps ago. It's certainly not. He's just got enough of a lead, I think, but he doesn't want to be getting too bad a run out of this final corner.
This is going to be tight across the line. Who is it going to be? Is it going to be Zuratuz? Is it going to be Uriarte? I think it's going to be Zuratuz who just holds it. Zuratuz wins the race. His 2nd win in a row for the rookie. The Cuna de Campeones guys celebrate. What a race from the number 85, who did get it caught on the last lap. What was the gap over the line?
300ths of a second. Martinez taking 3rd. Cruces set the fastest lap of the race on the final lap, a 150.7 to take 4th ahead of Ferrandez. Hugo Milan does lose the championship lead with 6th position ahead of Morelli, Carpe, Almanza, and Perez completed the top 10. Not sure what happened to Angel Piqueras. He did a 156 on the penultimate lap, and he's dropped all the way down to 13th in the end.
Yeah, not a good final lap then for your pole sitter Piqueras, but it was a great final lap, just about a great final lap for Zuratuz, your winner. The debutant really taking the European Talent Cup by storm in 2021. Another win for the Cuna de Campeones team. What a race that was. Absolutely sensational. We did promise that it would be a fantastic race in the European Talent Cup. It always is. And the young athletes didn't let us down, did they, here at the Algarve International Circuit. 2nd place for Uriarte, Brian Uriarte. That's his 2nd podium of the season. He won back in Valencia, the opening race there at the circuit, Ricardo Tormo. There he is, the number 51, the Spaniard, Brian Uriarte. And 3rd place over line was Maximo Martinez, another rookie in the European Talent Cup. That's his 2nd podium in a row after finishing 2nd in Barcelona. So a fantastic race for all the riders then here who finished on the podium. 0.1 seconds covering the top 4 riders. You don't really get much closer than that. There he is, the number 28, Maximo Martinez. Started 2nd, finished 3rd. I'm sure he won't have too many complaints about that. Any podium in the European Talent Cup when there's a whole host of riders all chasing that top step of the podium, to finish 1st, 2nd or 3rd is a real achievement. So I'm sure when they pull into Parc Fermé, all 3 will be very pleased with their day's work. And there he is then, the race winner, number 85, Zuratuz. He'll be speaking to Lewis Sotheby in a few minutes' time to get his thoughts on the race. There's Alberto Ferrandez revving his engine. Alberto Ferrandez finished 5th in the end. solid result on the podium here last year. You can probably tell how loud that is through your speakers on the TV or wherever you're watching. But these bikes are ridiculously loud. Louder than the Moto3 bikes. It's astonishing how much more noise can come out of a small bike like that. Zurutuza stands on the foot pegs, lofts his arms in the air, and he is a winner once again in the European Talent Cup. He'll be spraying the fizzy water on the podium in a few minutes' time. I bet he can't wait to do that. As the team pose for a picture in Parc Fermé again. Second win on the bounce then for Zurutuza. And as we mentioned, that'll be now the championship lead for Zurutuza, with Hugo Milan finishing down in 6th place. That's Hugo Milan's worst finish since he finished 8th in Estoril. It's been a great run of podium finishes for Hugo Milan, but it unfortunately for the young Spaniard comes to an end here in Portimao. Zurutuza are clearly happy there. The team also very happy with the youngsters' work, and rightly so. There's second place, Brian Ariarte. He too very pleased with another podium finish. A couple of DNFs in Valencia and Estoril have just dented his title charge slightly this year. But in his debut season to finish on the top step in Valencia and second place here in Portimao is very, very good work indeed. There's just a replay of the riders diving into turn 1. We saw plenty of action there, and that was indeed the race-winning overtake. After that, Zurutuza was just able to break clear for a couple of laps before the riders did then catch up on the final lap, and just Zurutuza held it on the line. The team there ecstatic in the box. As we mentioned, 0.036 seconds covering Zurutuza and second place Ariarte on the line. Martinez was a 10.5 down in third place. Cruces just over a 10.5 down, as close as you like it. The top 4 under 2 tenths. That is the European Talent Cup in a nutshell. Fascinating racing, fascinating battles up and down the grid, especially for the top guys as Maximo Martinez poses for the photo. I'm sure there'll be many and more of them to come in Parc Fermé. A nice little Louis Salom tribute there on the back of his levers, the late great Louis Salom. We'll be heading down to Parc Fermé soon with your race winner Zurutuza chatting to Louis Sotheby as the riders just get set to make their way up to the podium. I'm sure for all three it won't be well, it's not the first time. I'm sure it won't be the last time either that they visit the podium. Very exciting careers ahead for a lot of these riders in the European Talent Cup. It's the beginning of the road to MotoGP. And keep an eye on a lot of these riders' progresses, because this is where a lot of riders start their careers. They'll move up into the Junior World Championship or go another route into the Red Bull Rookies Cup, for example, and then we'll be seeing some of these names in a few years on the world stage. Here is Zurutuza then coming across to speak to Louis Sotheby, and we can hear from him now.
Xavi Zurutuza, back-to-back victories now and leading the championship after that win. Tell us about that race. It looked crazy from our point of view.
Yes, it's my second victory. I'm very happy. The race is very difficult because there are a lot of wind, but I'm very happy, and thanks my sponsor, my mechanic Alex and Arcade, and my family and all of. Thanks.
And some words in Spanish.
Estoy muy contento. Esta es mi segunda victoria y bueno, dar las gracias al equipo por cómo ha ido la moto durante todo el finde y a mis mecánicos. Y luego esta victoria va dedicada a Luispa, que falleció hace un par de semanas, y bueno, esto va por ti.
Congratulations.
Here's the highlights then from the only race of the day in the European Talent Cup. here in Portimao. Angel Piqueras started on pole and broke late to grab the whole shot into turn 1. That was Uchumi on the start line, unfortunately having issues. As a typical European Talent Cup freight train formed at the front. A lot of riders battling out for the race lead and the podium places and so on. And we saw plenty of changes down the front straight. The riders took it into the slipstream. That's Brian Uriarte, the eventual second place finisher, with Marco Relli, the number 95. Turn 1, plenty of action down there into the right-hander. That's Maximo Martinez leading the race. And it was very, very busy in the open exchanges. Saw a few incidents down at turn 5. Really difficult corner to get right. Unfortunately, some riders not being able to get back up and finish the race, but the story was at the front. As the number 85, Xabi Zurituza, took the lead on several occasions, but on several occasions he was passed down in turn 1 as the riders tucked into the slipstream. Adrian Cruz says there, Martinez, Uriarte, Ferrandez, the number 83. Plenty of riders all used to being at the front in the European Talent Cup battling away, but Zurituza then broke clear of the slipstream. He edged out a gap up to 1.2, 1.3 seconds before on the final lap. The riders reeled him in. Adrian Cruz says his teammate there, but it was too little, too late. Zurituza crossed the line to win his second race of the season and take the championship lead. Here are the final results then. Zurituza, Uriarte and Martinez on the podium, and look how close that is with Adrian Cruz just off the podium in 4th place. Ferrandez, Hugo Milan, the former championship leader, Morelli, Carpe and Almanza picking up top 9 positions. Good races from all those guys. Gonzalo Perez, Joel Esteban, Sal Mella, Piqueras, the pole sitter, Roberto Garcia and Pal Alcina pick up the final points with Plonk and Roustone, the Estoril Race 1 winner, down in 17th position. Gordon, Charil, Paulek, Mahalia, Sola, Parilla, Moodley and Trias finished the race either just inside the 20 or just outside the top 20. Torin Collins, Sahuti, Brinton, Schiaretta, Corey Tinker, Van Tricht and Gordon were the other finishers of the 32 riders strong field that took the checkered flag. Saw there with Pini crashed out, unfortunately, the Italian, as did Casey O'Gorman, Ribeiro, Hakim Danish, Philip Ton and Uchumi, who suffered those issues on the start grid.
Team manager, Julian.
It's podium time then for the European Talent Cup top 3. Team member of the Cuna de Campione setup will gladly receive one of the trophies. Maximo Martinez almost going on to the second step of the podium. That's Brian Uriarte. And there's your winner, Xabi Zurituza. 2 in 2 now for the Spaniard, the Cuna de Campione's rider. Says congratulations to his fellow podium finishers. Good to see these guys having a little chat about the race. I'm sure there'll be many more battles to come for all 3 of them together for the rest of the season too. Maximo Martinez lifts the 3rd place trophy proudly. Uriarte will lift the 2nd place trophy proudly. Hear the cheers of the teams down there watching on in pit lane.
Xavi.
And there is your winner, Xavi Zurituza.
E o cheque Repsol para Xavi Zurituza.
Nice little €200 check there for Zurituza. That'll pay for some petrol on the way home and maybe the McDonald's or something.
And I'm sure he'll tell us he judged it to perfection on the last lap.
E vamos agora ficar com a foto dos melhores no final deste pódio. Walkers European Talent Cup.
So back-to-back victories then for Xabi Zurutuza, which gives him control of the European Talent Cup standings as we pretty much head into the second half of the season now, with a couple of races next time out at Motorland Aragon. And in amongst these, 3 riders spraying the fizzy water around. Spare a thought first of all for Zurutuza, who's got a very cold back right about now. As we check the photo finish. A demotion of 1 position for rider 28. Well, I was about to say, spare a thought for Adrian Cruces, who pulled into Parc Ferme at the end of it, thinking he'd finished 3rd, having set the fastest lap of the race on the final lap. We'll confirm the results for you in just a moment, but of course we're getting, as you can see, notice from race direction that the 28 of Martinez has been demoted a position. So we'll tidy the results out for you in just a moment. No doubt about the winner, though. It's that young man, Xabi Zurutuza, 2nd victory in a row. And it continues his incredible record of being in the top 6 at every single race this season. And here's how he did it on the run to the line on the final lap. And let's keep an eye out on this battle for 3rd position. How close do you like it? As Martinez and Cruces went side by side over the line. That is how close it was. And it did look from that shot, didn't it, that Cruces got it on the run to the line by the width of a front tyre in the end. Here are the results then. No, in fact, here are the championship standings. And it is Zurutuza, as mentioned, who leads it now by 8 points. He overturns a 7-point deficit on Hugo Milan to an 8-point lead. Cruces sits 3rd. 77 points, which means he has been given the 16 for 3rd. So Cruces does take the final spot in the end on the podium, even if he wasn't stood up there. Martinez in 4th in the championship, 4th in the end in the race in the championship. Angel Piqueras, the pole man, failing to convert that. He's 12th in the standings, just ahead of the Finn Rico Salmela. Philip Ton 15th in the points, having failed to add to his tally either today. Further back, we have Charles Charil on 11 points. He's 18th at the moment. And a few riders further down. Pau Alsina has 7 points. Milan Pavelek, the pole, on 4, ahead of Paul Sola, Alex Gordon, and Demis Mihaila, who is the last of our 25-point scorers so far this season in the Hawkers European Talent Cup. So a late change in the end for 3rd place following the photo finish, but the winner was never in any doubt, although he made these teams sweat a little bit on the final lap. It's Xabi Zurutuza, the number 85, takes his 2nd win of the season, 2nd in a row, and he leads the Hawkers European Talent Cup on the way to Aragon in 3 weeks' time. Up next, it's the Moto3 Junior World Championship.
Hello and welcome back to Portugal. We're at the Autodromo Internacional de Algarve for round 4 of the 2021 FIM CEV Repsol Championship. A stunning venue to go racing at, a stunning venue in general, very picturesque, and what a circuit it is. The roller coaster, as it's known by, 4.5 kilometers, 6 left turns, 9 right turns, and it really is a sensational track to go racing at. 16 laps coming up for the Moto3 Junior World Championship riders. Just 1 race for them today on Sunday here at a scorching Algarve International Circuit. Beautiful weather conditions. Thankfully the wind has dropped from yesterday which was causing havoc for especially the European Talent Cup riders and Moto3 riders. But yes, the wind, has died down. The sun's still shining. Perfect conditions then for the Moto3 Junior World Championship riders to do battle. And they're all chasing one man. It's been all about Daniel Holgado so far in the 2021 Championship. Won all but one race. 53 points clear at the top. Can he do it again today at this magnificent venue? Unfortunately, no fans to watch from trackside as we see the grandstand empty there. I'm sure we'll be welcoming fans back at some point soon, hopefully this year, if not next year in 2022, because this will be a real treat for anyone to see. I hope you're all set to watch at home as we take a look back at what happened in Barcelona last time out.
Aplausos para Dani Holgado.
As I'm sure you noted from those highlights, it was two absolutely scorching races over at the Circuit de Barcelona, Catalonia. Scorching is also the weather here today, 27 degrees air temperature, toasty track temperatures too, 9 miles per hour wind as we mentioned. Not too bad, certainly not as bad as yesterday. Good news for the Moto3 riders. My name's Elliot York. Alongside me once again is Lewis Sotheby. Sort of the main event of the day, isn't it, Lewis? Don't like calling it the main event because all of the events are the main ones here in the FIM CEV Repsol Championship, but the Moto3 Junior World Championship is where most of the focus lies.
Absolutely, and beautifully poised this one with a first-time pole sitter in this class, as we're going to see very, very shortly. As you mentioned a moment ago, the championship so far this year has been largely dominated by Dani Holgado. 4 wins out of 5. Of course, the one race he didn't win being that opening race, the chaotic first race in Barcelona. But he's not enjoyed things all his way so far, as we're going to see in qualifying. It was a first ever pole position for the Aussie Joe Kelso.
Yeah, I mean, I'm really happy with the pole position, and yeah, let's keep working for the race tomorrow. It will be difficult, hot, and windy, so yeah, let's enjoy the race. Obviously, the first goal is to win, you know, but let's see what happens. You know, we can only try our best, and let's see where we end up.
There he is then, your pole sitter in Portugal, Joel Kelso. His maiden pole position in the FIM CEV Repsol Junior Moto3 World Championship. And he's looking strong here, isn't he, Lewis? Because he was fastest in warm-up this morning. He stuck it on pole by over 3 tenths now. 3 tenths is a healthy gap no matter what racing class you're in, especially in Moto3. So he's looking really, really strong here, is the Australian.
Absolutely, and you do wonder what effect it has when you get to go and race in Grand Prix racing against such an intense and incredible level of competition as Kelso did back at the Sachsenring and at Assen. One thing's for sure, Darren Binder certainly knows who Joel Kelso is after their little collision in qualifying in Germany. But yeah, he's come back seemingly a changed rider, and he's been competitive, as you mentioned, all the way through the weekend. Fully deserved his pole position, took advantage of the better conditions conditions, as was the case in all classes, in the morning qualifying session yesterday to take pole position. And he's looking like the rider to beat. Of course, it's very difficult to say that anyone's got a clear advantage in Moto3 because it is so close. And Ivan Ortola here, starting in second on the grid, second in the championship, will certainly be leading the chase behind him. And with Holgado not having things all his own way, spoiler alert, you're going to have to wait a little bit of a while yet before we get to him on the grid. Ortola will fancy his chances of eating into that championship deficit.
It's a fantastic opportunity for Ortola, starting on the front row for the first time since his Estoril pole. Of course, this is his debut season in the Moto3 Junior World Championship. And yeah, Lewis, like you say, some misdemeanors, let's say, on Friday for quite a few of the riders, actually, who are all in contention in the top 10 in the Junior World Championship. Some slow riding. They were disqualified disqualified from the final 15 minutes of QP1, which is the better qualifying session because it's in the morning, it's cooler conditions, it's where the riders mostly set their fastest lap times. So yeah, Daniel Holgado and a few others quite low down on the grid today. Yeah.
Speaking of penalties, Jose Julian Garcia, or Josito as he's known to his mates, he starts third on the grid. Now he will have to serve a long lap penalty over the course of this race, pretty early on you'd suspect, for his part in the collision back in Barcelona. He had a pretty eventful race. He's had a pretty eventful, or a pretty messy season really, as Garcia was expected to be a real championship contender, and still might be later in the season, although he's got 84 points to make up if he's going to do that. But made a big error, had a big front end save through turn 9 in Barcelona, which dropped him out of the lead. And then in his attempts to make his way back through the pack, he literally rode through a couple of riders, unfortunately, in that race. He collided with Munoz and Mario Aggi down at turn 5, and as a result he will have to serve a long lap penalty early in this race.
Big day for Diogo Moreira in 4th place. Not had the best of starts to his second season in the Junior World Championship. There you can see 2 DNFs in Catalonia. He didn't actually start race 2 due to a crash in race 1, but he's already got podium pedigree here at the Algarve International Circuit this year. He's in the Red Bull Rookies Cup and he got his maiden pole. It's his debut season in the Red Bull Rookies Cup. He stuck it on pole at the first round and he also got a podium. So Diogo Moreira clearly likes Portimao. He clearly likes this layout. And from 4th place on the grid, he can really kickstart his championship charge today.
Absolutely. The history maker from Barcelona, the Malaysian Saifuddin Azman, took his first victory in this class back in race 1 in Barcelona. Race 2, as you can see, didn't quite go his way, but a breakthrough result for him, and he's certainly carried that confidence and momentum here into Portimao with 5th on the grid, and he's certainly in a very good position to add to that victory and that podium, his first win and podium in his career last time out in Barcelona. He starts 5th on the grid today, and yeah, he's going to be well and truly in the mix, you'd have thought.
Yeah, absolutely. He's going to be in the mix with a whole host of riders, and we mentioned how Kelso managed to have over 3/10 of a second advantage in qualifying, but we're not quite sure what the race pace is. We've not seen too many race simulations this weekend across Friday and Saturday, so it's going to be really interesting. And this is Moto3 at the end of the day. It's always close races in Moto3, as I'm sure a lot of you who watch the World Championship are aware of. We've just seen there David Munoz, the number 64 on the outside of the second row. It's his best qualifying of the year for the rider, who is 3rd place in the championship. So like Ortola, he's got some ground to make up on the runaway leader Holgado. Holgado's 53 points clear already after those 4 wins in 5 races. And his teammate, Daniel Munoz, easy to get mixed up. The number 17 in 7th place. So number 17 Daniel, number 64 David. I'm going to say that to viewers at home, and also to remind myself of who's who, because they're on exactly the same coloured machines as well.
Absolutely. Please forgive us if we get that one wrong once or twice over the course of this race. Here's how the grid lines up then, with the front row made up of Joel Kelso, first ever pole, Ortola and Garcia, who, reminder, has a long lap penalty. Moreira, Azman and Munoz on row 2. That's David Munoz ahead of Daniel Munoz, Farioli, and I told you you'd have to look a long way back for Holgado. There he is in 9th. Salvador starts 10th ahead of Uriarte and Rueda. Raffaele Fusco in 13th ahead of Zonta van den Gorberg, who's having his best weekend so far. Tachacon Boisri in 15th ahead of Josh Watley, Gerard Rieu and Mario Aggi, the pole man last time out. Lunetta, Scott Ogden, who was quick in warm-up this morning, 20th. Matsuyama, 21st, ahead of Volpe, Colin Via and Harrison Voigt. Senna, Agius, David Real and Noah Detweiler are on row 9. And rounding out the grid, David Alonso, double winner here in Red Bull Rookies earlier this season. He starts down in 28th. Mark Tapia, 29th. Rouget, 30th, ahead of Carraro, Nishimura and Morosi. Rounding out the grid, we have Eddie O'Shea. Bad news for him, he starts 34th on the grid, although he did have an enjoyable night last night as he sat in the hotel bar watching the football. And it's at this point that we're duty-bound to inform our viewers it's coming home.
It's taken a couple of hours to mention the football, but we've managed to do it. Yes,
I'm sure our Spanish viewers will contest that that view of the Euros with Spain still in the semi-finals against Italy. We've got a problem getting off the line there in the background for the 64. That's David Munoz, who was having to push start his bike off the line. I hope he got away. There he is. Look, he's still trying to get the bike away. Can he get it started? If not, he's going to be starting from pit lane if he's not careful.
Yeah, disaster then for David Munoz. We saw him on the grids outside of the front row, 3rd in the championship. So he's going to now, if he can't get it started, which he doesn't look like he was able to, we've got a few of them helping now. Can he bump start? These machines are notoriously difficult to get going. He has got going, so that's good news for the number 64, David Munoz. Can he get around to the grid in time? I think he will, just to take up P6 on the start line. There you can see beautiful blue skies here in the Algarve in southern Portugal, and we're ready to go racing the Junior World Championship. Look out for the likes of Holgado coming from row 3. We've got Mario Aggi in 18th, we've got Scott Ogden in 20th, Matsuyama in 21st and David Alonso in 28th. They're all in the top 10 in the championship, and they're all needing good results and needing to beat Holgado and the likes of Ortola and David Munoz to try and consolidate their positions at the top of the standings. So yeah, look out lower down the grid, because there's plenty of quick riders. You mentioned Ogden was quick in warm-up, didn't you, Lewis? Kelso, Ogden and Holgado this morning were split by just 0.010 seconds. So literally a hair's width between them in warm-up. So I think it's all adding up to a fantastic race.
Yeah, Ogden was just 1,000th of a second down on pace setter Kelso and warm-up this morning. But those riders you mentioned out of position, the big surprise has to be Alonso, back in 28th on the grid. I mean, he's, as I mentioned earlier on, a double winner earlier this season here in the Red Bull Rookies Cup. He leads that championship, and of course he ran away with it here in the Holgers European Talent Cup last season. So he clearly knows his way around Portimao, and he's got a successful record around here, but it's just not gone his way so far. So we'll keep an eye on him on the opening laps to see what kind of progress he can make from the 10th row of the grid.
Yeah, look out for the number 80 on the Aspar Gas machine. It's the same colour scheme as they use in the Moto3 World Championship. So you should be able to easily spot the number 80. But will he be able to come through the grid? 28th is a long way back. There's plenty of work to do as the riders then rise over the crest and come to the start line. There is the number 66, the pole sitter Joel Kelso. What can he do today? He'll be obviously hoping to go for his maiden victory, but also his maiden podium in the class. Just going to see if David Munoz is able to...
I think I did see a flash of purple go past outside the window, so I think he has made it.
That's good news then for David Munoz. We'll see the number 57 of Nishimura just wheeling his bike back. Yeah, there he is then, the number 64 lines up on the outside of row 2. So then, we're almost set to go in the Junior World Championship. Just one race for these guys today, all or nothing, no second chances later on. Everyone in position, the green flag waves, the red flag will clear off. We'll see the lights come on and then they'll go off. Who will be able to get the jump? Lights are off and away we go. It looks like Ortola's got a perfect start in the middle of the second row. Joel Kelso just slightly off, slowly there, down into turn 1, and it is Ortola for the middle of the front row who gets the whole shot. Kelso just looks up there on the inside, keeps P2, so not a complete disaster for the pole sitter, but it's Ortola making the best move. I think that's Moreira into, no, it's not, it's Rueda into 3rd place, and that's tight there from Asman, just touching the back of Garcia. Thankfully, they're all through safe and clean. I think at the back, yes, they are, but it's Ivan Ortola who leads the way from Joel Kelso. Actually, it's now Joel Kelso who leads the way from Ortola, so not sure what happened there just out of screen.
Yeah, Holgado got his elbows out straight away. I think he's up in 7th place. I think he's actually dropped one to 8th, but he got a decent start. Not a particularly special start off the line, but he got a couple at the inside into turn 1. I think he lost one of those when he went slightly wide at turn 3, but Holgado trying to make his way through. You can see him just at the back of the screen, the red Gas Aspar bike with the yellow crash helmet, as he tries to pick his way through. There he is, just going through the frame. So he's trying to make his way through. Kelso, though, leads it early on, converting pole position into that good start. There's the 55 of Detweiler, who goes through the screen. But there's Holgado trying to make his way through. He's behind one of the Munozes. That should be David Munoz, I'd have thought, who started just ahead of him on the grid after his hiccup on the warm-up lap.
It is Moreira in 3rd. I got that wrong earlier on. So Moreira is in 3rd, making 1 place up from his grid place in P4. But yeah, Kelso, not sure what happened to Autodromo there on the first lap. He led into turn 1, led out of turn 3, and then we just panned to somewhere different. So a little bit of an error maybe from Autodromo, as Joel Kelso now leads the way, and he will lead over the line. You suspect on the first lap he's got a little bit of a healthy margin there, Lewis, coming around the final corner. So Kelso's getting the hammer down already. And so that's Moreira going up the inside of Autodromo at the final corner. It's a complete lap 1. It's Joel Kelso leading the way, but is he going to get drafted down the front straight? I think he might do. That's Garcia, Moreira and Autodromo in picture. Who is going to lead into turn 1? Is it Asman down the outside? What a move there from the Barcelona race winner. He leads into turn 1 on lap 2.
Yeah, quick update on the riders out of position off the line. Scott Ogden has made ground on the first lap. He's up to 16th, and David Alonso 28th up to 20th. 8 places gained on the first lap for him.
Important progress then for Scott Ogden and David Alonso. Plenty of work still to do though for the British rider and the Colombian, as a familiar face watches on. That's Pedro Acosta, who was watching trackside yesterday. We saw him yesterday, didn't he, Lewis?
Yeah.
They'll be taking some tips from Pedro Acosta, who won in this class in 2020 and then obviously won the race here a few months ago.
Yeah, I'd say he's moved up in the world since then.
He most certainly has, hasn't he? Most certainly has. So then, where are we now then? So I think Joel Kelso still leads. Yes, we are from Autodromo. So Asman, after leading into turn 1, has just got shuffled back down to P3. But nevertheless, it's a good start from Zarifudin Asman, with Garcia there in 4th. He needs to pick up some important points in the championship. He's had 2 DNFs in a row as the number 20. And remember, he's got to take a long lap penalty. So when will he take it?
Yeah, it's not flashed up on our timing screens yet that he's got to take it. They'll notify him when he's got to take his long lap penalty. It's not a case of taking it immediately when the race starts, but here is where the long lap penalty lane will be when he has to take it. Holgado has made progress on this lap. He's now up into the top 6. He came across line in 9th, but clearly got a big slipstream down the main straights. He's had the fastest first sector of the race so far on his way through the pack. So Holgado making progress. He's not enjoyed it all his own way this weekend, and he didn't enjoy it particularly here last year either. It's his worst qualifying this weekend since this round last year. So clearly Portimao not a particularly favourable track for him, but keep an eye on him now. You can see him now on the left of screen as he pulls out the slipstream. Where will he be as Garcia takes lead? Holgado all the way up to 2nd.
Fastest lap of the race for Daniel Holgado, the World Championship leader. So in just a couple of laps, he's made his way up to 2nd in the race. So
and you'd have to say he's the net leader with Garcia ahead of him.
Yes, that's very true. Very true. So yeah, remember, as we mentioned, Garcia's got to take a long lap. He'll surely be taking it soon, just to try and get it out of the way, because you don't want to leave it too long to take it, because then you're just going to lose ground. But there he is, Holgado making a move down into turn 5. Will he make it stick? I think he will. So a typical turn 5 manoeuvre on the brakes up the inside, clean as you like from Daniel Holgado, and he leads the race then as we come round into the bottom of the hill before we rise over the top. There was a few riders getting a little bit out of shape there in the background. Not sure what that was. I think it was the number 7 of Farioli on the Laglise Academy machine. It was. So now then, what can they do about Daniel Holgado? He hasn't, like you say, Lewis, showed outstanding pace this weekend. He's been on the pace, but he's not been superior. Now what can he do? Yeah,
Kelso has perhaps recognised that he's the danger man, because as soon as Holgado started to build out a bit of a gap, Kelso has gone straight through on Garcia into 2nd place. It has now flashed up on the timing screens, long lap penalty for rider 20. A couple of other riders also have long lap penalties. That's Fusco and Watley for other misdemeanors, so they'll have to go through the long lap penalty lane as well. Garcia doesn't go through there just yet, but I believe he's got 3 laps to take that penalty, so he's going to have to head through there over the next couple of laps. He's now dropped another one down to 4th position. I believe that's David Munoz who's gone past him up into 3rd place. But the top 2 building away, and already Kelso getting in amongst it with Holgado.
Yeah, on the outside there, Joel Kelso with Holgado with his elbows out there down the front straight. I think a little bit of a moment on the front end there cost Holgado time. He's absolutely got swamped as Harrison Voigt, the Australians, crashed out. That's a shame for the number 21. Let's keep our fingers crossed that he's okay. Not sure where the Australian's gone down, but we've got a change of the lead again. It's one of the Australian Latvians. It's Moreira from Moreira. Moreira up the inside at turn 3. Where's Holgado dropped to? It's a crash in the background. A few riders went down there. Can't quite see who, but there's at least 2 riders. Not sure who that was. I'm sure we'll pan back in a moment. It's one of the TMs, and that looks like one of the Talent Team riders.
It's either Salvador or Fusco who's involved in there. We're looking as they come through the first sector. Two comes through there. It's the 69 of Fusco who's gone down, unfortunately. So his race certainly is a points contender. Would appear to be over.
Oh, what's this? What's happening here? Oh God!
Oh,
what's happened?
Incident there. Yeah, I think we're going to have a red flag here for that.
It must be a red flag. Has to be a red flag.
Get out of the way of that. That looks like one of the boards that they put down when they're treating an injured rider. It looks like one of those sort of physio sort of pads that they've got on the racetrack at the moment. We'll keep an eye on that, but we'd expect a red flag to come out as a result of that. Out in front, there's red flag has now come out on the timing screens, and no great surprise after that. Of course, we'll keep an eye on the situation with the riders who were down. We didn't actually see what had happened in the lead up to that, but we saw marshals waving at the riders. But we didn't see any yellow flags out, curiously, so we're not quite sure what had gone on there.
Yeah, really not sure what happened there, but hopefully all riders involved are okay. I think that's Mario Aggi who's...
Yeah, it is, the 16 on his helmet.
Disappointment for Aggi, who's 5th in the championship. But yeah, fingers crossed the rest of the riders okay. Yeah, really, really strange. Not sure what happened there. Obviously, we saw the marshals signaling to the riders, get over to the other side of the track, but we walked the track yesterday, Lewis, and obviously walking pace is completely different to racing speed. But even when you're walking up, it's really impossible to see what's on the other side of the hill. It really is a sudden drop.
Yeah, so you can't see anything. Yeah, like as you're walking up that hill, all you can see is the sky. And even when you go over at the top of the hill, that's the 23 then that's down. That's David Real's bike in the middle of the track. Of course, we don't know where the rider is at the moment as they go and retrieve his bike. But yeah, it's one of those nightmare scenarios. If there's a bike or a rider or something else on the track, the other side of one of those crests, there's no way of being aware of what's coming until it's too late, unfortunately. So yeah, a very dangerous situation, and it's just one of the features. As much as we absolutely love this circuit, that's a rider. We don't know who that is at the moment, so we're not going to speculate on which rider that is who's lying injured at the moment on track, although we were glad to see there was at least some movement going on there for that rider. But yeah, it's the worst case scenario. If there is something on the track, whether it's a rider, a machine or something else, you can't see it coming until it is literally too late.
Yeah, exactly right. We saw Aaron Canet crash there last year, I think it was, in the Moto2 class. And like I say, Lewis, when you're at the bottom of that hill and the riders are coming over, obviously at racing speeds, trying to get the front wheel down, you've not got much time to react. So hopefully all riders are okay. We'll bring you information on that when we get it. But yeah, not a good start to the race then. Really, really strange to see the marshals at the side of the track trying to wave the riders towards the other side of the track without there being any yellow flags. So it'll be interesting to see what occurred there. But
they don't put the yellow flag, nothing. Only the marshals standing on the top of the hill.
Yeah, there we go then.
When they go like this, you know, they have to stop immediately.
Yeah, but the problem was there was no yellow flag. There was just the marshals standing on the track.
Yeah, I saw like that.
Already, nothing happened. No?
Interesting to hear that. So there was no yellow flags according to the riders, just marshals. So it must have been a real shock coming over the crest to see that. Just listening into the conversation with Kelso.
I mean, the one thing that would work in the riders' favour there is they would be naturally going over to the right-hand side anyway on the racing line, so that would work in their favour. But yeah, it's the last thing as a rider that you would expect to see, particularly when you've not seen any yellow flags already, to be coming out of that corner. And as you're coming over that crest, all you can see are marshals on the track waving you across the other side of the track. I mean, even if you do avoid whatever hazard is up ahead of you, that's immensely distracting for the riders who, as I mentioned, as Joel Kelso has pointed out, that's the last thing you're expecting to see. because there's no flags to warn you. The flags are there to warn you of an impending danger up ahead. And unfortunately, on that occasion, for whatever reason, and of course we can't speculate on that either, there didn't appear to be any.
No, we'll keep our fingers crossed that all the riders involved were okay. I think it looked like the one of the riders collected one of the big bags as we see a rider. Thankfully, they're moving, so that's a good sign at least. Not sure who that is yet. As I say, we'll bring you information when we get it.
Yeah, when medics or marshals rush out to a rider who's injured, either at the side of the track or on the track or whatever it may be, they always carry out these sort of padded, I don't know how to describe them, but yeah, these pads with medic or something or other written on them, just to you know, protect the rider and just to be there to treat the rider. So it appears it's one of those that a rider hit, which, you know, there's no good thing to hit when you're going across a racetrack at the speed of that. But, you know, it's much better than hitting a rider or a motorcycle. But either way, it's a pretty sketchy situation to say the least, to have that kind of thing going on. And yeah, there'll certainly be questions asked about that, about what went on in lead up to that incident. Because as I say, we didn't notice any incidents at that corner on the lap before, but clearly someone had gone down. We don't know whether Rayal, who was the 23 bike that we saw, we don't know whether he was the rider who went down or the rider who collected the incident later on. Because we also saw Mario Aggi involved later on. We're looking at the time screens to see who else didn't make it across back to the pits. We've also got Fusco, who didn't make it across, but of course we saw his incident earlier on. Bouazri didn't make it across either, so I wonder if he was the other rider involved down at turn 3 in that incident that we saw shortly before the stoppage, as we see the medics getting ready to stretch away the injured rider. As we say, we're not going to speculate too much on his condition, although we were grateful at least to see a little bit of movement from him as he lied on the track, but clearly in a great deal of pain. And of course, any updates on his condition, we'll bring you them as soon as we get them.
Yeah, exactly right, Lewis. They're just having a chat with the race directors there, who have gone round to see what's happened. Yeah, we'll keep our fingers crossed that the rider involved is okay. And yeah, like we say, we've not really had any information in the commentary box, so we'll bring it to you as soon as possible. But it's at the worst place, really. We've mentioned it, Lewis. It's the worst place possible on a roller coaster of a track. It's a completely blind entry. So yeah, a massive, obviously, shock to the system for the riders coming over the crest of the hill, not seeing any yellow flags, just seeing the marshals standing at the side of the track waving across. But the riders now back in the pit boxes will be debriefed with the teams at the start of the race.
So let's update you then on what's likely to happen next once everything has been taken care of with the injured rider and he receives the treatment that he needs out on track. Quick restart will most likely be deployed, which will involve a 1-minute window where the riders can get out of the pits and back out onto track for what will essentially be their sighting lap before they pull up on the grid for the warm-up lap. And we haven't had it confirmed yet, but we would expect it to be 2/3 of the original distance that they will race under when they do resume. Of course, we've got no news yet on an expected restart time just yet. Of course, once we have that, we'll confirm that to you as well. But yeah, we'll expect a 2/3 race distance when we get underway, which will be around 12 laps once we get underway once again. But as I say, quick restart will most likely be deployed, but once we have that time for you and the likely restart time and new race distance, we'll bring that to you as soon as we get it.
So if our timing screens are correct, it'll be Joel Kelso who led over the line on the last completed lap. So that'll mean he starts from pole position again. There's Ivan Ortola.
It's a good point that on the grid actually, because Holgado got up to second before the red flag, so he's been suddenly in a very good position for the restart of the race. So he's poor qualifying. There you see the marshals setting out the spots. The 96 I can see there is back on at least the third row. It looks like the original grid spots that they're setting up there, with Ortola second and Garcia third. So we'll confirm that, because I think we're far enough into the race. We completed 3 laps, so I'd imagine we're far enough into the race where they wouldn't go back to the original grid. But again, we'll confirm that when we confirm that. Another thing that is worth pointing out, and I know it's not at the forefront of anyone's minds just at the moment, as we keep our fingers crossed for the rider who's now in the ambulance looking to receive treatment, is that Jose Julian Garcia hadn't taken his long lap penalty yet in that race. And obviously it's a bit of a moot point now, but I would have assumed if he'd taken his long lap penalty before the red flag, he wouldn't have had to serve it again in the restart. He would have got the penalty out of the way. He would have probably been starting deep on the grid for the restart, probably outside the top 10. But the fact is, he's now going to have to start. If he starts from his original grid slot, he's third. If not, he's fourth on the grid, because that's where he was on the last complete lap before the red flag. And he still has a long lap penalty to serve, and in a shorter race with less time to make the ground back up.
Yeah, this is the thing, Lewis, isn't it? I think he had a couple of chances, at least one lap to do it. He didn't decide to, which is completely up to the rider team. I'm sure they spoke about it before the race, when was best to do it, in what situation. If he was leading the race, maybe dive in at the first opportunity. If he's in the thick of it, maybe try another lap to try and gain a little bit of an advantage. But yeah, it's a good point, Lewis. So he'll have to take a long lap penalty. He's fourth on our timing screen, so it'll be interesting to see, especially in Holgado's case, if they do revert back to the original grid order. Because if they don't, Holgado will start second, which of course is a much better position than P9, and gives him a chance to take the whole shot from Kelso. And when he did lead the race, we did see him start to edge clear. So riders involved: number 16, that's Mario Aggi. Number 21 is Harrison Voigt. Number 23 is David Real.
So you wonder whether Harrison Voigt was the rider who initially brought out the hazard with the marshals on track. So we did get the notification on screen that Harrison Voigt had crashed prior to that incident. Of course, we didn't get a notification of which corner that was. So clearly he crashed there and was on the track, or the marshals were on the track treating him at that point, and that's what the riders came across as they came over that blind crest at that point in the track. So so yeah, those are the three riders involved. Of course, we'll bring you updates as we get them on their condition. We did see Mario Aggi up on his feet at the side of the racetrack. So yeah, he's clearly okay. Is perhaps the wrong word to use, but he was up on his feet, and no serious injuries there for him. And of course, we'll confirm the situation of the other two riders as soon as we have some official information on that. But no news yet on a restart time. But interestingly, the marshals have now taken away those markers that they'd set up on the grid. So perhaps they've been given some information that perhaps they weren't quite putting them in the right spots.
Yeah, you have to think they would go to the last completed lap. I think that's once you've completed.
I think it's 2 laps, isn't it?
Yeah, I think it's 2 laps, and obviously they cross the line to complete the 3rd lap before encountering the issues. The marshal just sweeping away some debris on the side of the track. And yeah, the race direction guys just checking everything's okay with the circuit. And yeah, so it looked like it was Harrison Voigt who was the rider getting attended to. So we'll send our best wishes, of course, to Harrison Voigt, the Australian. Hopefully it's nothing too serious. We did see him moving, which is obviously a very positive sign to start with, but fingers crossed it's nothing too serious as we wait to get back underway here at the Algarve International Circuit. MT Foundation 77 garage. That's Gerard Rieu.
Positively ancient by Moto3 Junior World Championship standards. 21 years old. Gerard Rieu, he's a bit of a stalwart of this class. The number 67. Took his first podium ever in this class back at Jerez last season. This is his 5th season. And it's certainly something that makes me, as a 30-year-old, feel old when you actually see the majority of the riders in this paddock starting, being born in a year starting with a 2. Gerard Rieu is one of those, like me, who's a 90s boy, born in 1999.
Yeah, like you say, Lewis, a veteran of the class, really. 7th season in the Moto3 Junior World Championship. You don't really see that very often. Obviously, once you've completed a few seasons, you either tend to move up. So we've got some information then. Pit lane to open at 13:30 local time, so that's 9 minutes away. No other information than that. We've not got the quick restart procedure pop up on our screens. We'll assume that is the case. So yeah, pit lane open in 9 minutes time as we focus in on Sho Nishimura. He's got some scratches on his leathers there from an earlier off. Sho Nishimura in the Red Bull Rookies Cup this year as well, the number 57.
Yeah, had a crash in qualifying 1 yesterday, did Nishimura. Went down at turn 11. So it's been a tricky weekend for him in some respects, and a bit of a tricky season for him as well. So far, of course, he's a former Asia Talent Cup winner. Here we go. Quick restart procedure will be enforced. Pit lane opening, as we've already confirmed to you, in 8 minutes now at half past the hour. 10-lap race, and they will go back, interestingly, to the original grid positions. And as they've confirmed there, another thing we mentioned, the riders will have 60 seconds to get out of the pit lane once it opens to get out onto the grid. So a 10-lap dash, original grid positions, which is good news for the likes of Jose Julian Garcia, who's back on the front row of the grid, even though he's still got a long lap penalty to serve. Bad news for Daniel Holgado, who goes back to 9th on the grid again. And for Alonso, interestingly, his teammate, who's back down to 28th.
Yeah, that's the big one, isn't it? Obviously, Holgado from 2nd to 9th. It's not too much of a disaster, but David Alonso made up 10 places there on the opening couple of laps. He crossed the line 18th. He's going to be shuffled back down to 28th. So the hard work to do again for the Colombian and for the likes of Scott Ogden as well, who got up to 16th place from 20th. And obviously there's now less time to do it with the 10 laps to go instead of the original. So yeah, work to do again for the riders. But they've proved that they can come through the pack in the opening couple of laps. So expect to see Holgado making moves again at the start of the race, which will get underway in around about, well, pit lane opens in around 7 minutes time. The race will get underway shortly after that. There's Jose Antonio Rueda, the number 95. Second year in the Junior World Championship. He achieved his first podium last time out in Barcelona with a 3rd place. Backed it up with a 6th place in the second race. So a really successful outing at the Circuit de Barcelona, Catalunya. And he's currently 8th in the standings. So a solid second season in the Junior World Championship for Rueda, one of the Estrella Galicia talent team riders.
He's another rider who's lost out a little bit through the reverting to the original grid positions, because he started 12th on the grid and had managed to get himself up to 6th by the time of the red flag. Of course, he led the race briefly when he was battling with his teammate here, Moreira. Moreira, who was 5th when the race was stopped, he will be 4th on the grid for the restart. Who else has particularly gained from this? Ortola's won, as we've mentioned. He's going to start 2nd once again, despite being 7th at the time of the stoppage. A few other riders further down. Daniel Munoz, he's going to be 7th on the grid, despite dropping all the way down to 13th. So, yeah, it depends on whether you had a good qualifying or a good start, which depends on how you've been affected by this. If you qualified well, you're in pretty good shape now, because you're back up towards the front of the grid with a shorter distanced race. If you made a great start from a poor grid position, you've got all of that work to do again.
Yeah, lucky for some riders and lucky for some, but obviously at the forefront of our minds is the conditions of Harrison Voigt. Continuing to send our best wishes. Hopefully it's nothing too serious for the Australian, as the marshals then put the grid slots out on the start line. There's Zairifudin Azman, the only other race winner in 2021 apart from Daniel Holgado. He led into turn 1 briefly, I think at the start of lap 2, wasn't it? Then just got shuffled back down. He crossed the line in 8th place, so he's going to start the race from 5th. He's all smiles in the box, so clearly confident about the prospects ahead in the 10-lap dash we've got coming up. 5 minutes until pit lane opens.
And you'd imagine it's going to be all-out attack from the start for these guys. There's no time really to work your way into this race, to be patient, to try and build your way in. You're just going to have to go on the attack from the start. So particularly look out for Holgado, who's going to have to just really go for it from the start. In a 10-lap race, if you make a poor start and drop outside that top 10, in such a short distance, your race is essentially done as far as challenging for the victory is concerned. So key first lap coming up here, particularly for the likes of Holgado, as he looks to try and make his way back through the field again, because he'd made his way to the front in a couple of laps, hadn't he, from that poor grid position. Made his way up to 6th on the first lap, and then went from 6th to 1st on the run down to turn 1 at the start of the 3rd lap. So that's the kind of template he'd be looking to follow again, and there's no reason why he can't, but of course, just because he's done it once doesn't mean he's going to be able to do it again. So a tricky first lap coming up for Holgado. He's going to have to make sure he gets that start spot on and get himself into a good position, because as I mentioned, poor start here with just a 10-lap race, and there's very little time to recover the gap again.
Yeah, and when he got to the front, he did try and streak clear from the pack. He opened up a little bit of a gap, but Kelso got a great run into the final corner, and there was a little bit of contact between them. Kelso got the elbows out, and that just cost Daniel Holgado a little bit of a run down the straight, and he did get swamped, but then obviously made his way back up to 2nd place. There's David Munoz. A little bit of early drama for him on the start line, but he got his bike back going again, and he will line up 6th place from after finishing, well, after crossing the line 3rd on lap 3. David Munoz, incidentally, doing really well in the Red Bull Rookies Cup. this year. He's second to that leader, David Alonso. He's won a couple of races over in the Red Bull Rookies Cup in Jerez and Mugello. So if you haven't caught up with any of the Red Bull Rookies Cup races this year, do, because most of the junior, not most, but a lot of the riders in the Rookies Cup are also in the Junior World Championship, and it's always class racing. So yeah, do keep up with that, as well as the Junior World Championship and all the other Road to MotoGP programs, because these really are the stars of the future we're watching on display here at the Autodromo Internacional de Algarve. We're going to see a few of these riders you'd think on the Moto3 grid next year. You'd have to think the likes of
And if you do watch the action from, particularly from the Saxon Ring, make sure you watch the final few stages of that race. It was quite extraordinary for the championship contenders, who all pretty much went out of contention in one fell swoop, didn't they? It's fantastic racing there. All unequal machinery, all going for it. And it is interesting, isn't it, how different the standings can be from one class to another. Of course, David Alonso, who's looking so good in the Red Bull Rookies Championship, of course, it's his first year in the FIM CEV Junior Moto3 World Championship, so there's no guarantee that the success is going to translate from one to the other. But he made a dominant start to the Red Bull Rookies Cup with the double win here, but he's not enjoyed it all his own way in his rookie season in the Moto3 Junior World Championship, having dominated for large parts of the European Talent Cup last season, so particularly with his success here. So yeah, I mean, it's another stage, isn't it, for these riders to prove what they're all about, and on Grand Prix level tracks as well, as this place is. You know, if you're competitive around a place like Portimao, it tends to mean you're a bit good.
It definitely does, because this track is so technical, so fast, so many different points of the circuit where you can really lose time or really gain time. It's so tight and twisty at some parts. It's got everything. It's got a nice long front straight, just under 1 kilometre long. It's got tight, twisty corners. It's got fast, sweeping corners. It's up and down. We said yesterday, Lewis, it really is sort of the perfect venue, isn't it? Just look at the scenery around there as we get the MTA riders revving their engines, as all of them will. Pit lane will open very, very shortly, less than a minute to go now, and they've got 60 seconds to get out of pit lane. If you don't get out of pit lane in that 60 seconds, then unfortunately you're going to have to start from pit lane, which really is the end of your race with just 10 laps on offer.
Yeah, exactly. So David Munoz will be double checking that motorcycle's running as he gets on it to head out for the sighting lap. And yeah, what you'll see is a sighting lap to the grid. They'll have one mechanic or one team member waiting for them to show them where to park, essentially, for the warm-up lap, and then they'll head straight off once everyone's in position, straight onto the warm-up lap, and then straight into the race. So there'll be no long build-up to the race here. They'll be straight on with the action once they head out of pit lane, which opens in 1 second from now. The green flag will wave. There we go, and out they go onto the track, led by the 58 of Luca Lanetta, and of course they will pull out onto the grid now, and we will soon go racing once again for a 10-lap dash for the cash in Portimao.
Yeah, this is going to be good, isn't it? It was going to be good anyway, but a 10-lap dash, none of the riders are going to be playing games, hanging around. They've all got to go for it. There's your pole sitter, Joel Kelso. He looked good in the opening exchanges. Kept tabs with Daniel Holgado when he threatened to break clear. And as we've mentioned at the top of the show, Lewis, Kelso has really, really come on form in Portimao this weekend. Like you said earlier, it does make you wonder when a rider has a couple of events on the Grand Prix scene. Obviously, you're going to learn so much being around the Moto3 World Championship riders, or in the case of the Moto2 guys in the Moto2 World Championship riders. Obviously, the level is a little bit above the fastest riders in the world on the fastest tracks in the world. It just makes you wonder how much you can learn and how much you can bring into races like this for the likes of Kelso.
Yeah, it sounds like such a simple thing to say, but in pretty much any sport, the best way to improve is to compete against people better than you, because it gives you a perfect reference to learn from. And when you're racing alongside the likes of Pedro Costa, who's just ripping up the record books in the Moto3 World Championship at the moment this season, a rider who, as we've already seen, is here this weekend, it just raises your level, because you see what these guys are doing on a day-to-day basis, and it just gives you that reference to learn from. And Kelso, he didn't disgrace himself at all in his Grand Prix appearances. He was more than competitive. Did get himself into a little bit of trouble at Assen, had to serve a penalty there, as we see the 13 of Tapia going through the long lap penalty lane. Of course, that's where we're going to see Jose Julian Garcia very, very shortly. There he is now. That's not his long lap penalty, despite perhaps what his fans might hope. He'll have to go through there again in the very early stages of the race. It'll cost cost you around 3 seconds to go through there. So Garcia will want to take that as soon as possible and try and keep himself in touch with what is likely to be a pretty frenetic front group.
Yeah, unless your name's Johan Zarco, it does cost you around 3 seconds. But if you've been studying the Frenchman or watched the 2020 Czech Grand Prix, then you'll know what I'm talking about. That's just about as perfect long lap penalty lane you're going to get. So the riders then come to the start finish line. Not sure what that was waving across in the background of the track. Hopefully there's nothing on track debris wise. There is the Championship leader Holgado. I'll put my teeth in. He's got work to do again from 9th on the grid, but he did it in the opening exchanges of the original race start. Can he do it again when the lights go out here? There's your pole sitter Kelso. They'll line up on the grid for seconds, really, have a quick chat with their team member, give them a good look, and then they'll be back off on a warm-up lap, and then we'll be going again. There's the number 63 of Sairifudin Azman. I think all the riders who are able to take part are there on the grid. 30 seconds. I think that was the quickest 30 seconds of my life, but here we go then. Warm-up lap underway. What are we going to witness in the 10-lap dash, Lewis? Any predictions? I'm sure you've got a few, but trying to make predictions in the Moto3 classes is nigh on impossible.
Yeah, it's fraught with danger, I would have said. I mean, Holgado obviously is the man to keep an eye on from 9th on the grid. He was so ruthless and clinical in the early stages of the original start to get through the field as quickly as he did. And he's going to have to be aggressive. As I mentioned, there's no time in a race of this short distance to be patient. You've just got to go for it. Temperature climbing here now up to 27 degrees. It's a pretty hot day. You know, certainly if you're two Englishmen as we are, these are temperatures that we very rarely experience. So yeah, these are perfect conditions really for some motorcycle racing. And yeah, it's going to be a fast-paced race that we've got ahead of us. 10 laps. And yeah, as I say, Holgado's the rider to watch from 9th on the grid. He's got to try and make that ground early on and get himself into that leading group before already gaps appear in it. And Garcia is the other rider to keep an eye on. Long lap penalty to serve very early in the race. Can he either get out front early on and try and minimise the damage, or can he make up that ground quickly once he does serve the penalty?
So Holgado, the championship leader, then as a recap, is 53 points clear of Ivan Ortola in second place, who has 7 points in his pocket ahead of David Munoz in third place, who is 60 points behind Daniel Holgado. So as we mentioned before, this really is an opportunity for the likes of Ortola and Munoz and everyone else vying for the top positions in the championship to really try and reel in Daniel Holgado, who is the runaway leader in this Junior World Championship in 2021. So yeah, the 10-lap dash is going to be feisty, it's going to be thrilling, but who will come out on top? Nobody knows at the minute, but we're going to know in around about 20 minutes or so, maybe less. It's going to be an excellent race. Who will win it?
Onto the grid they come. Then reminder of the championship situation then. Holgado leads it by 53 points from Ivan Ortola, who starts second. David Munoz is 7 points further back in third, with David Salvador 8 points behind Munoz in fourth. Holgado, of course, with that championship lead, it's a big opportunity for Ortola if he can convert that second place on the grid to try and close that gap. Joel Kelso, back in 18th in the championship, he's only had an 8th and an 11th so far this season, but he's certainly in good position to improve on that this afternoon.
Here we go then. The riders taking their position on the grid. There's Holgado, the number 96. There's Garcia, long lap penalty coming for Garcia, the number 20. There's Kelso, the pole sitter once again. David Munoz, what can he do from 6th on the grid? The red flag clears, the lights will come on, the green flag waves in the background, and we're nearly ready to go here. And we're underway once again in the Moto3 Junior World Championship, and once again it's Ivan Ortola who looks like he's got the best start from the middle of the front row. Joel Kelso getting away okay-ish to slot into second. There's Azman again, once again getting a good start, but it's Ivan Ortola who grabs the whole shot from pole sitter Kelso. Asman slots into third. That's Garcia going up the inside of Moreira into fourth place into turn 3. I think we're all okay at the minute. Where's Holgado? I think he's made it decent enough.
He's getting
start.
at least 2. He's just at the inside there of David Munoz. He was in 7th as he came through the first corner after getting a couple off the line, but I think that will now be 6th as they come down towards turn 5. It's the 24 then of Autodromo that leads with Kelso just behind, and it is indeed, well, it was Holgado in 7th, but he's just been eased wide again by Munoz. Back down to 7th for Holgado. They're not letting him through as easily this time.
No, there's certainly not. Work to do then for Holgado down into turn 5, but it's Autodromo then leading the way. He led the way in the original race start, then got picked off on the run into turn 5 by Joel Kelso, who slipped down the order. Where's Joel Kelso gone? There he is. He's now behind Holgado, so I'm not sure what happened to Kelso there. He was running in 2nd place, was the pole sitter, and now he's back down to about 8th or 9th, so not sure what happened to the Australian there, and he's got the number 69 TM rider in the company. Whoa, that was close going down the hill, but all safe and sound at the minute. Autodromo leading up into turn 13. It's Asman making another good start from the 2nd row, isn't it?
It is, yeah, and Garcia still holds his 3rd position off the line then. The 92 of Moreira is 4th. That's where he started this race. Holgado then in a good position at the moment. He's just 1, 2, 3, he's about 6th along in that leading group, which is where he was at the end of the first lap in the original start. So he's going to be in a pretty good position on the slipstream here, as wide goes the leader, Autodromo, and loses the lead over across the line, although he'll now be right in the slipstream of Saifuddin Asman as they come across the line. 3, 4 abreast they go. Moreira up the inside. Garcia looks like he's going to lead this one, and he is, as the 64 of David Munoz comes through into 3rd position. Across the line, Holgado came through in 7th. He lost the place to Kelso as they came across the line, although that could quite easily have changed because it's changing corner by corner here.
It really is. David Munoz there backing it into turn 3. I thought he was going to dive up the inside. Oh, here we go then. Incorrect grid position for rider 64. That's David Munoz. He's got a long lap penalty. So what happened there then on the grid? Incorrect grid position. He's just been picked off by Ivan Autodromo. He's the first of the 2 purple bikes. That was close in the background. Who was that? And he's down. That's one of the junior talent team bikes, I think it is. Can't quite see who it is from the side of the bike there, but yes. So drama in the championship chase. It's 33. That is Tashkorn Barazri. After his best qualifying result of 21, it's disaster for Barazri, unlucky for the Thai rider.
I can only assume for David Munoz. I wouldn't have imagined he'd be in the wrong grid slot because he was starting 6th on the outside of the 2nd row, so he would have a good job in getting the wrong grid slot from there. I can only assume he was starting ahead of his grid position and slightly out of his grid slot, which is, you know, is illegal. You're not allowed to do that. He's trying to make the most of it now and get himself up to 2nd place and minimise the damage of that. But yeah, that's a pretty fundamental error, that one, to not have yourself parked correctly on the grid. Garcia has been given his long lap penalty now on the timing screens as he now goes up the inside, and I think he's going to lead this one over the line now as they're fanning out, fighting for position. Interestingly as well, the other 2 riders who had long lap penalties, Fusco and Watley, we didn't see them take their long lap penalties earlier in the first race, but they have got to serve it again in this one.
Yeah, Fusco there, number 69, right behind Jose Julian Garcia and right next to David Munoz. So all 3 of those riders have got to take a long lap penalty. Who's going to lead into turn 1? I have no idea. There's about 10 riders abreast. Even Autodromo looks like he's going to do it. David Munoz at the inside, but it is Ivan Autodromo who slots in, and it is that Daniel Holgado up into 3rd place. I think it is David Alonso, the Colombian, fastest lap of the race. Where is David Alonso across the line? He's up to 16th from 28th, so a great opening couple of laps in the restart for David Alonso. He's just behind teammate Scott Ogden.
Did you see Marcos Ariarte there on the 89 and the Glees bike with the bright yellow wheels? He went right around the outside of about 4 of them into turn 1. He came across the line in 12th. I can guarantee you he's higher than that now as they came through the first sector. An incredible brave move. There's another few riders down at turn 5. It's really bottling up here. With these this opening couple laps of the race, the grid, the field is just closing up, and it's just leading to 1 or 2 collisions as they jockey around for position.
Yeah, not sure who that was going down at turn 5. We've seen a few incidents down at turn 5 today. It really is a bottleneck corner. It sucks you in, and it's easy to go down. Diogo Moreira's crash. So Diogo Moreira was one of those riders, 12th in the championship. Diogo Moreira starting 4th. Was on pole position here in the Red Bull Rookies. Thankfully he's up and okay. He's trying to get the bike restarted, for that's disaster for Diogo Moreira then. So he was one of the riders involved. It looked like there was a few of them, although Moreira looks like the only one to have gone down.
Yeah, we're looking at Matsuyama's not coming through the second sector either, so I wonder whether he was involved as well. Fastest rider on track, David Alonso. Fastest lap of the race last time round. He's already up to 16th from 28th on the grid. He was the only rider in the 149s that last time round. And when you consider that the leaders were doing 151s, it tells you that Alonso is racing through the pack at a rapid rate of knots.
Yeah, confirmation then. Takuma Matsuyama, the junior talent team rider, has crashed out as well. I think that was at the same incident at turn 5. We're not seeing pictures there. Hopefully Matsuyama's okay, as we have a new race leader in Daniel Holgado. You can see the two Aspar junior riders at the back of your screen there. That's Ogden and David Alonso, who is the fastest rider on track. There you go. Alonso and Ogden right at the back of this group, so they're in contention.
Both in the points already.
Yeah, and their teammate, the championship leader, is now at the front again. What we're getting a replay of here, and it's okay. So this is what happened down at turn 5. Just seen the end of it. Didn't quite see how it occurred, but yeah, there you can see Matsuyama and Diogo Moreira going down at turn 5. Thankfully, both riders okay, which is the main thing. Unlucky for those two, and they'll be back in Aragon next time around to try and make amends.
I think Gerard Ryu was the other rider held up in that, because he did a 155.6 on that last lap, drops all the way down to 28. So I would imagine he was the other rider to get badly held up in that incident.
So then, what have we got here? Holgado leading from Rueda, and they've got a little bit of a gap to Ivan Ortola. I'm not quite sure what happened there. Maybe when we were looking at the replay of the Moreira-Matsuyama crash, something happened, but Holgado and Moreira then have got a little bit of a gap. Interesting to see what it is overnight. It looks to at least be half a second, so if they don't beat each other up too much, this could really spell bad news for the chasing pack, especially Ortola, who, remember, is second in the championships. Holgado. There's Fusco taking his long lap penalty, the number 69. Just about keeps it in between the white lines. If they don't keep it in between them white lines, he's wide on the exit, then they have to redo the long lap penalty. So I think that was all okay.
Yeah, and we haven't, I don't think we saw it on screen, but I'm imagining Garcia's, well, I'm not sure Garcia's taking his actually, because he's down in 13th, but he's still only 1.4 seconds off the lead. So I'd be surprised if he's taken his penalty yet. David Alonso is now up into 13th position. And again, he's continuing to lap faster than most of the riders ahead of him. So he is steaming through the pack as we keep an eye on the leaders. Holgado has now got Ortola ahead of him. So that little break for the leading two didn't last long at all.
No, it didn't. The slipstream effect coming into full play there. I think it was David Munoz down the front straight there, getting a little bit out of shape. Incidentally, I don't think he's taken his long lap either. So, yeah, David Munoz currently in 4th. Well, he was in 4th place over line. He's been shuffled back to about 7th place, it looks like now, just ahead of teammate Daniel Munoz. It's still Holgado leading then. He fought his way back up the inside of Ortola at turn 3. And Ortola's now slipped down to 4th place, behind the number 89, that's Marcos Uriarte.
Yeah, he's up to 3rd now. He got on the podium here in Red Bull Rookies back in April, so he's got some form around here. Pole position in Rookies at Mugello as well earlier this season, so this is a rider really on the rise, and he's come from 11th on the grid. I mentioned earlier on that he was putting in some rather brave overtaking attempts down to turn 1. He's now right in contention here with this leading two. He's got the 64, David Munoz is slightly further back. He's got the 84 just behind him. Well, Van der Gorberg is in this group as well. He's having a good race so far. But yeah, there's just so many riders in this leading group. It's Ortola next along. I'll get the rider right eventually. But yeah, there's so many riders in this leading group. 1.6 seconds covers the top 14 at the moment. And as I say, we're coming up to half distance now. 4 laps completed. This will be the end of lap 5. Half the race still to go.
Who's going to lead over line? I think it's Holgado, but I can assure you he's probably not going to lead in turn 1 with the slipstream. Marcos Uriarte tucked right behind the Gas rider. They fan out heading into turn 1. Marcos Uriarte on the outside. Who's going to break latest? It is Holgado who keeps the lead into turn 1. So important there for Holgado. But there's so many riders in this gaggle. Like you say, Lewis, any one of these riders could win. Let's have a look at where Alonso is over line. He's 11th now, so good progress from him and his teammate Scott Ogden. They're just at the back of this group somewhere. So yeah, good progress. Joel Kelso's down in 8th place. This is all going to change in the last 5 laps.
Yeah, Kelso got a bit boxed into turn 1 that time around. He's struggling to make progress as Munoz gets his elbows out into turn 5, and that's really cost Garcia badly, and he's still to take his long lap penalty. So if his plan was to try and build up a bit of time early on so he would minimise the damage of that long lap penalty, it's certainly not worked for the SIC58 rider. And this is a crucial phase of the race now, because Holgado once again has managed to get himself out front, Uriarte next along. But Holgado, the last thing that they can afford to do is let Holgado get into a rhythm out front, and they can't just rely on the slipstream pulling them back into contention on the main straight, because if they let Holgado get too far away, that won't have the same effect.
No, exactly. They need to be close enough before the slipstream to try and overtake, instead of trying to use the slipstream just to get onto the back of Holgado, for then Holgado to just streak clear again over the lap. But Uriarte's done well here in the 3rd sector to claw in the advantage. So then Garcia does take the long lap penalty, all nice and tidy, I think, there from the Spaniard. Yes, it was. So where does he come out? I think he'll be outside the points. Yeah, that's Sho Nishimura. He's just
16th he'll be
out of. So yes, Sho Nishimura then 16th.
Nishimura, who's the fastest rider on track, by the way.
Yeah, amazing stuff, amazing stuff. So Uriarte then in the slipstream, Daniel Holgado. Importantly, Holgado leads over the line. So Uriarte not close enough to lead over the line. That will be important in the latter stage of the race, especially on the last lap. But it's not either of them who's going to lead into turn 1. It's Jose Antonio Rueda.
Alonso is now into the top 10 on the Aspar Gas, bringing along his European Talent Cup sparring partner from last year, Van den Gorberg, who's just behind him in 11th. Holgado tries to take the lead back, but he's quickly answered back by Rueda, who's putting in a good showing here. He's putting in one of his best showings that we've seen in this championship, and he's already building out a bit of a gap over Holgado. We saw Holgado lose a bit of time in the final sector of the lap. Whether that was just the chasing pack being particularly strong through there, or whether he's perhaps a little bit weak through there, we're perhaps going to find out, because if Rueda can pull out a bit of a gap, with just only 3.5 laps to go now, any slight break here could make all the difference.
Yeah, definitely. We've seen Holgado try and break clear a couple of times now, and he has been able to build that gap up, but just when you think he might be able to break the slipstream, the rider's reeling back him again, and Moreira's doing a little bit of a similar thing here, not quite to the same effect as Holgado was. They're still right tucked up behind him, the number 95, but the top 4 are sort of got a little bit of a gap now to David Munoz, who I don't think has taken his long lap penalty out, so we're not seeing him do that, but it's not flashing up on our timing screens either, so I'm not sure what's going on there with the number 64. He's not going to take it this lap either. So with 3 and a bit laps to go, it's Rueda leading the way in the number 95. Can they get into the slipstream? I think they will be able to, but that's a healthy margin for Rueda. We'll see what it is across the line. He's a little bit wide on exit, as is Holgado, but I don't think it matters, because you can carry the pace around the outside of that corner. Here we go then, across the line. Rueda, the gap's down to pretty much nothing, as you can see. The riders are in the slipstream. Holgado pulls out and takes the lead. Will he lead into turn 1? I think he will, unless Uriarte is going to travel around the outside. No, didn't quite fancy it. As Jose Julian Garcia, who we saw take the long lap penalty, sets the fastest lap of the race.
Yeah, it's all too late though for him, I think, to try and make up ground. There he is. He's still in 16th. So what he's done is he's been able to close back down on that leading pack, which makes up the entire point scorers at the moment. He's been able to close that down, but he's only got 3 laps now to try and pick off 15 riders, which is easier said than done, as Holgado gets it all out of shape under braking for turn 5. He still holds it, I think. Oh no, he doesn't. He runs slightly wide and lets Ortola back through into the lead. Uriarte is going to take full advantage of that. He just got a little bit unsettled under braking there to turn 5 and paid the price for it.
Easily done. We've mentioned it before. Into turn 5, it's a tricky corner to get right at the best of times, and when you get it wrong, it can really go wrong. But Holgado keeps it upright, and so does, I think that was Rueda getting out of shape. Yes, it was. So Rueda keeps it right. He's passed by pole sitter Kelso. It's getting busy here. 2.5 laps to go. It's all going to kick off. Daniel Munoz up the inside on the second of the purple machines. Is that Uriarte going to try and take the lead from Ortola? Yes, it is. What a move down the hill, up the inside. Is Ortola going to fight straight back? No, he's not. This is going to go all the way, though, as David Munoz now moves up the inside of Holgado. It's all kicking off here.
as I mentioned, pass or be passed. That is pretty much the rule, and that's what's happening now. He's being passed, unfortunately. It's Uriarte who gets it wide through turn 13. If you leave the door open, if you even leave the door half open, there's at least one or two Moto3 riders who'll be prepared to ride straight through it. And in the end, that's exactly what happened to Uriarte. As they come across the line, there'll be just 2 laps to go now. Algarve's been beaten up a little bit on this lap as Autola leads it across the line. Uriarte, though, comes alongside him. He was just, well, they were dead level as they crossed the line. Nothing between them as they go 5, 6 abreast across the line. Who's going to lead it? It's Kelso, the pole man, who comes back into lead. He's been pretty quiet so far. It looked like he was struggling to make progress. Not any longer.
So then, has Kelso timed this race to perfection? He leads with 2 laps to go. It's very busy down into the tight turn 3 right-hander. But yeah, Joel Kelso then leads from Daniel Holgado and Uriarte. Team MTA watch on. That's Autola's team. Where did he cross the line? Oh, he crossed the line first. He's in. He's off.
Oh,
wow, what a save from Ivan Autola. It's cost him the race, but he stays on board. That was mightily close.
Oh, a couple of riders are down. That's the
Volpe, the number 77's down, and it's an MT Foundation bike. Couldn't quite see who that was.
Well, he was running with Nishimura, who was just 2 places ahead of him, so I'd imagine it's him. It's a shame for Nishimura because he was having a good race. Jose Luis Garcia, by the way, set another fastest lap last time around, and with those incidents, he's onto the back of this leading group now. Confirmation it was Nishimura with Volpe down at turn 5. We can see him moving at the moment, but clearly in a little bit of pain. Here's what happened. Just keep your eye on the back of screen as they come through turn 5, and there they are. Both riders pretty much going down together, unfortunately. Again, a very, very common incident down at turn 5. Just a lap and a bit to go then as they come through turn 13. And again, I mean, there's a little bit of a fragment in this leading group now. There are 4 who are away at the front. And look at the gap that Kelso's pulled out.
Kelso then, what's this going to be over line? It looks around about a second. It's at least over half a second. We said, has he timed it to perfection? It looks like he has. We're not sure what's happened. The group has fanned out. So leading on to the lap, it is your pole sitter, Joel Kelso, chasing a maiden victory in the Junior World Championship. He's chased by Holgado and Uriarte, and then there's, how big is that gap? It's a good second back to the gaggle of riders, so it looks like, barring any disasters, the podium places might be sorted out, but anything can happen on the last lap. Turn 3 we go, safely negotiated by all 3 riders. Holgado and Uriarte have really closed up on on Kelso, who's out of the seat, running out of turn 4, and Holgado's got him down into turn 5. That was almightily close to a crash from Kelso.
I was just about to say, he'd set the fastest lap of the race last time around, and what a time to do it at 1:48.9, but he's then almost giving it away with that moment through the fast left-hander. He's still in a good position, though. I mean, he was in a good position as it was, so as Nico Tirol watches on with his man now leading. He's not in a bad position at all here, Kelso. Second in the road as we come into the second half of this final lap. If he can get himself onto the tail of Holgado, does he wait until they come out of the final corner to try and make the move, or does he do the Pedro Acosta move and try and dive past before they get there? Because if you lead out of this final corner, history tells you generally lead over the line.
What a move from Kelso. I think he answered your question there, Luke. He's not going to wait around. He doesn't want to get the slipstream. He wants to be leading out that final corner, but so does Holgado. Not quite this time around. Uriarte, he's licking his lips in 3rd place. What's going to happen then? 2 corners to negotiate. I thought Kelso had left the door open there, but not quite. Rounding turn 14. The team look anxiously on. Is this going to be a debut win for Joel Kelso? Is it going to be a 5th win of the season for Daniel Holgado? Is Uriarte going to win it? I don't think it looks like from there. So then out of the run from the final corner, it looks like Joel Kelso's got this in the bag, but is Holgado going to use the slipstream to try and get 1st place? I don't think he has. He's not. 5 thousandths of a second. Joel Kelso is a Moto3 Junior World Championship winner. The team are ecstatic. Congratulations to the Australian. What a ride.
Incredible. Uriarte does get the podium in 3rd. Rueda took 4th ahead of David Munoz, and shout out David Alonso, 28th in a 10-lap race up to 6th.
Whew. Sensational stuff in the Moto3 Junior World Championship as always. Yeah, shout out to David Alonso. That's an absolutely sensational ride. P28 to P6. There's Daniel Holgado, another podium in 2021. He'll extend his championship lead with Autola finishing down in 12th place, so not Not a good race for Ivan Otola in terms of the championship, down in 12th place. Joel Kelso, though, what a ride from the Australian. A class stand-up wheelie up the hill, deservedly so. That's his first win. A maiden pole and a maiden victory. That is what you call a perfect weekend here in Portimao. We were wondering what Daniel Holgado could do from 9th on the grid. After the restart, he's answered our questions. He can claw his way back through the pack, get him to prime position. Wasn't quite the race win, but it wasn't far off. 5 thousandths at the line. But as you can see, he'll be more than pleased with a second place. 20 more points in the bag. And Daniel Holgado really is running away with this 2021 Junior Moto3 World Championship. Copy and paste from the Kelso stand-up wheelie. Class stuff here from the top 2 podium finishers. There's Joel Kelso getting congratulated by a couple of the riders. Sensational scenes, absolutely sensational. It always is very good racing in the Moto3 Junior World Championship. Of course, we send our best wishes to Harrison Voigt after the red flag. Fingers crossed the Australian's okay. We'll bring you any latest information we have on Voigt's condition when we get it. We've not had any information yet, so apologies for that. This is compatriot Joel Kelso who takes the win, the number 66. He'll roll into Parc Fermé for the first time in this class. And he'll be absolutely buzzing with that. Seems that Grand Prix experience in Germany and the Netherlands. Finished 17th at the Saxon Ring and then got a penalty. A pit lane start penalty in the Netherlands, so he couldn't quite display what he could really show, but he's really showing what he can do today in Portimao. Has Joel Kelso. A fantastic weekend. We said before that he's shown superior pace. 0.3 seconds was his qualifying advantage. He was top in warm-up, and now he's on the top step of the podium on Sunday afternoon. Top work from the Australian. Here comes Daniel Holgado. It might not be the win, but 20 points is all that Daniel Holgado needs at this stage. He's running away with the championship. Congratulations in order for race winner Joel Kelso. As I say, 5 thousandths of a second, splitting them across the line. Absolutely nothing to choose between the top 2, and Marcus Uriarte in 3rd place wasn't far off either. There he is. 3rd place, less than 2 tenths off the win. A fantastic ride from Uriarte. Hope you enjoyed that at home as much as we did in the commentary box. Joel Kelso will be speaking to Lewis Sotheby in a few moments' time. He's just catching his breath, getting some much needed liquids on board.
The problem was in turn 1 and turn 3 I was strong, but I couldn't, I was first in there, and then with 2 laps to go I have the opportunity first. I say, fuck, I don't care if I am first on this straight, I think I can pull a gap. And well, I do it now because I don't know about me.
Interesting to hear then from the race winner. Apologies for any foul language used that you heard at home. There is the race winning overtake, and what a move it was. Down into the right-hander at turn 14. I say down, it's you're going uphill into turn 14, and there it was across the line. The finish line came just in time for the number 66. Uriarte there, of course, pleased with his 3rd place finish. But yeah, as Kelso said, he was really quick in turns 1, 2 and 3. Managed to bridge a little bit of a gap when he got to the front. That mistake on the final lap coming out of turn 4 almost cost him the race victory. He was out the saddle. Holgado overtook him, but he regathered and managed to retake Holgado in the race winning overtake that we saw and cross the line to emerge victorious. It's a shame there's only one race for the Moto3 Junior World Championship here in Portimao. They've treated us to a spectacular event, as has the European Talent Cup riders and Moto2 European Championship riders. As we now get to hear from Joel Kelso, the race winner. He's down in Portofino with Lewis Sotheby.
Joel Kelso, your first win in the FIM Moto3 Junior World Championship. A chaotic race, a lot going on, but you had to be patient there. Tell us about your race.
Yeah, exactly, mate. Yeah, I mean, the race was hectic. So I realised I wasn't going to be able to pull a gap. So I thought, well, let's just sit here, see what happens for the first few laps, and wait until the opportunity. And then I felt at the end that I had a little bit more than everybody else. So I thought, okay, if I can lead into turn one, I can pull a gap by the straight, you know. And yeah, on the last lap, I managed to be first in turn one. I thought, okay, I'm only going to get this opportunity once. So I full on just went for it. I got a bit loose in turn 4, and Holgado got me back, and I thought, oh, we must be in a big group. But I think in the end we pulled a little bit of a gap enough that we weren't going to get attacked. And yeah, I was just waiting. I knew the opportunity would come, and I could see Holgado was struggling a little bit on the brakes, so I knew that was the point where I was going to get him. And yeah, once I knew I had to lead coming out of the last corner. Yeah, and I managed to get the pass done, and then obviously come first onto the straight, and it was close. It was a slipstream city to the line, but we managed to get it, so I'm super happy. And I just can't thank everyone enough for all the support, my crew, my family. I mean, the amount of hard work my mum does, it's amazing. And yeah, I just want to thank everyone so much for this opportunity, and I hope there's many more to come. Let's see.
Congratulations.
Thanks, mate.
Here's the highlights then from the only race of the day in the Moto3 Junior World Championship. Kelso started on pole, but he didn't get the whole shot. That was Ivan Ortola, as Holgado, the World Championship leader, made his way forward from 9th on the grid. A couple of riders went down at turn 3 before there was dramatic circumstances at the top of the hill, which brought out the red flags. About 15 to 20 minutes later, the race was restarted, and once again it was Kelso on pole position, and once again it was Ivan Ortola who got the whole shot into turn 1 as a 10-lap dash to the checkered flag played out in an extraordinary race in the Junior World Championship. Plenty of riders taking the lead, taking turns to lead. That's Jose Julian Garcia. He later had a long lap penalty to deal with. Turn 5 again, providing some drama. That was Tashkorn Barazwi of the junior talent team going down. Back on track, Holgado was back at the front again, slowly picked off the riders in front of him, took the lead, and then started to edge clear, but Jose Antonio Rueda made sure he didn't have it all his own way. That's Raffaele Fusco taking one of the long lap penalties. Nicely done from the Italian. Rueda then threatened to break clear, but it wasn't to be. The slipstream coming into full effect. There's Jose Garcia taking his long lap penalty that ultimately cost the Spaniard a chance of victory today. Before Joel Kelso returned to the race lead as Ivan Ortola, who eventually finished down in 12th after that huge moment. That was Volpi and Nishimura going down, but then on the last lap as Kelso led the way, he nearly high-sided out of turn 4. Holgado retook the lead, but there was the race-winning move at turn 11, and at the line, 0.005 seconds split the lead in Joe, and it's Kelso who's a race winner for the first time in the Junior World Championship. Just about caught our breath then after that. Lewis Sotheby's joined me back in the box, and the final results are in. It's Joel Kelso from Holgado and Orioto. They're your podium finishers. Rueda finished 4th, David Munoz and David Alonso from 28th on the grid finished 6th, Daniel Munoz 7th, Asman finished 8th, and David Salvador 9th in a ferocious battle here in the Algarve. Scott Ogden from 20th on the grid, claims a P10, great ride from the British rider. He finished ahead of Jose Julian Garcia. Zonta van den Gorber grabs points in the Junior World Championship. Great ride from him as Tapia and Lunetta close out the point scoring finishes in a very, very close encounter. Ryu, Agius, Clement Rouge, Eddie O'Shea, Morossi, Carraro, Detweiler and Farriol also finished the race, just over 10 seconds down from the race win. Josh Watley, Sho Nishimura, Matteo Volpi and Tashkorn Barazwi were the last classified riders, as we now get set for the podium.
Yeah, that result, we'll see the championship standings in a moment. That will vault Joel Kelso right up the standings. 13 points to his name prior to today. He'll have added 25 to that this afternoon, so it won't put him too far away from the top 10 in the championship with that. So a huge boost to his season, a huge boost for the Aussie to take his first victory as a Moto3 Junior World Championship rider. 20 valuable points for David Holgado. Not what he came here for in the end, but the 20 points will do his championship campaign a huge boost. He'll, I think, be fairly happy despite those 5 thousandths of a second when he heads home from Portugal. Strengthens his position at the top of the championship. And a welcome podium for Marcos Oriate. 16-year-old on the podium in the FIM CEV Junior World Championship. Holgado second, but the winner, Joel Kelso. First pole position yesterday, first victory today. And if that wasn't enough, he gets 200 euros, 400 euros in fact, from Repsol to take home with him as well, as we get ready to hear Advance Australia Fair. Special moment in any rider's career. Your first victory at any level. First victory at FIM Moto3 Junior World Championship level for Joel Kelso. Will the floodgates now open for the Australian? The Australians have had a pretty good season, haven't they, in two-wheel motorsport, with Jack Miller's return to winning ways. Those back-to-back victories earlier this season at Jerez and Le Mans. And there's another young Aussie on the way up the ranks in motorcycle racing. Joel Kelso as a winner in the FIM Moto3 Junior World Championship. I think that will taste even sweeter than it would normally for Kelso. It's a pretty hot day, as we mentioned earlier on, out here in Portugal. Kelso tasting the sweet taste of success. Holgado's championship lead then up to 69 points now. Ortola retains second, but he's now joined on 64 points by David Munoz. Salvador stays fourth. Rueda climbs to fifth. Ogden stays sixth. Alonso climbs to seventh. Mario Achi, the big loser, he drops 3 places to eighth. Sayarifudin Azman, he climbs 1 to ninth ahead of Takuma Matsuyama, who drops to 10th. Kelso just outside the top 10. He climbs 7 places to 11th ahead of Jose Julian Garcia. Daniel Munoz, Diogo Moreira, another disappointing afternoon for him. Josh Watley, Gerard Ryu, and Colin Via. He just missed out on the points today. He's 17th overall. Marcos Oriate, his first points of the season, would you believe? And it takes him all the way into 18th in the championship with those 16 points that he got for third this afternoon. Marcos Ruda just behind him ahead of David Royale, Marco Tapia, Noah Detweiler, Zonta van den Gorberg, doubling his points tally up to 6. He's 23rd overall ahead of Lanetta and Bawazri. Rouget, Carraro and Harrison Voigt with Senna Aegius 29th. He has 1 championship point. So history made then in the FIM Moto3 Junior World Championship. A first ever victory for the Australian Joel Kelso. Can he now kick on in the second half of this season? 1 race still to go here, and it's underway in just under 20 minutes time. Moto2 Race 2 is up next.
Hello, good afternoon and welcome back to the Autodromo Internacional de Algarve. It's time for the final race of the day here in Portimao. Moto2 European Championship coming up for the fourth race of the day at the 4.5 kilometre ribbon of tarmac that is the Algarve International Circuit. 6 left turns, 9 right turns, a spectacular layout even for some racing. 17 laps coming up for the Moto2 European Championship riders here for their second race of the day under sunny blue skies. It really is a spectacular venue to come racing. If it's not on your bucket list already, do make it one when fans are allowed back into the circuits. It's a glorious place to come watch a bit of motorcycle racing. Even if you're a Formula 1 fan, some four-wheeled racing as well as they come here too. My name is Elliot York, alongside me is Lewis Sotheby, bringing you the final race of the day. And in race 1, it was that man again, Fermin Algarve, really is taking the Moto2 European Championship by storm. It's 6 wins in a row now for the young Spaniard, just 16 years old, and he's riding as mature as I've seen for a long time in the Moto2 European Championship. Certainly not acting his age. I know what I was doing at 16-year-old, and it wasn't winning races in a very mature manner in Moto2 on a track like Portimao.
Yeah, he's not put a wheel wrong, has he, all weekend? I mean, here's what happened earlier on in race 1, and he was dominant from the outset.
Yeah, got the whole shot into turn 1, beat teammate Alonso down the hill, and from there he didn't really look back. He took a couple of laps to really get going, to really pull clear from teammate Alonso Lopez. And yeah, in the end it was a good 4-second victory for Fermin Algarve. Alonso Lopez had Lucas Tulovic to deal with in the open exchange of the number 3 bike there. Made life difficult for Lopez on the Boscoscuro Talent Team chassis bike, but drama would unfold just after Dimas Echeprotaro fell down at the final corner. Lucas Tulovic took the front up at turn 13. Unlucky for Lucas Tulovic, the German. There you can see there, very frustrated, understandably with himself. Valuable championship points lost to the 2 speed-up machines, the Boscoscuro machines of Lopez and Algarve. But teammate Adam Norridin was battling out for 3rd place with Xavi Carlos before Carlos made an error. No one could catch Algarve, but Norridin kept tabs on Lopez for most of the race until the final couple of laps, where Lopez just edged clear of the Malaysian rider, who incidentally is now 3rd in the championship ahead of Lucas Tulovic. A couple of riders found it difficult going down at turn 5. We've seen plenty of drama there today across the 3 races we've seen, including Kevin Kubo suffered another DNF. No such issues though for Fermin Algarve. The number 54 crossed the line. Another comfortable victory in the books, this time at Portimao. What we're going to see in race 2, I wonder. Can anyone stop Algarve's march towards the 2021 European Moto2 Championship title? Alonso Lopez's teammate will certainly try and have something to say about it, as will Adam Norridin and Lucas Tulovic. But that was race 1. What are we going to see in race 2 coming up very shortly? There it is then. Turn 5 of the Autodromo Internacional de Algarve. Spectacular venue, spectacular weather, 27 air temperature, 42 degrees track temperature. So warm, not too hot, but certainly warm enough for these Moto2 riders to complete the last session of the day. And we saw, Lewis, yesterday that in qualifying the riders would find it a little bit trickier to go faster in the afternoon conditions, so it does play a part. But are we going to see anything different this afternoon than we did this morning, do you reckon?
We'll see. I mean, it was noticeable in the afternoon sessions through the weekend that Lopez appeared to be slightly closer generally to Algarve on pace. Now, there is an element of straw clutching going on there, but Lopez will certainly feel he's got a chance if he can get ahead of him off the line. And the big unanswered question, as I mentioned at the end of race 1 earlier today, is what Lucas Tulovic can do. Having got a great start earlier on, got himself up into the battle for 2nd place before crashing out at turn 13. He certainly appeared to have the pace to give Alonso Lopez
a hurry-up at the very least. Whether he can challenge for victory, we shall wait and see whether he can go after Algarve up front. We are slightly delayed. You can see the riders now out on track. That's the sighting lap that they're on at the moment. Because of the delay that we had during the Moto3 Junior World Championship race in the red flag, the pit lane has just opened just under 2 minutes ago, and they will go off racing at half past the hour. 2:30 p.m. local time we'll be getting underway.
Yeah, that's just under 15 minutes. The clock just ticked down to 13 minutes. So yeah, not too long to wait then for the final race of the day here in Portimao, as we hear the riders revving out of pit lane on their Moto2 Honda-powered machines. Of course, they're not using the Triumph 765 engines that we see on the world stage yet. I think that will be coming either next year or the year after. But yeah, still the Honda-powered machine, so very screamy sounding engines compared to the more dulcet tones of a Triumph engine, but nevertheless still provides very, very good racing. And can anyone beat Fermin Algarve? That is the question on everyone's lips. The number 3 of Lucas Tudovic, as we mentioned, will be trying to make amends for his race 1 crash. All thankfully okay with Lucas Tudovic. Just as crashes go, it was the ones you sort of want, really. A simple front end tuck, no injuries, no real damage to the bike. As we get to know, I think, Lucas Tudovic now.
My name is Lucas Tulovic. I'm 21 years old. I started riding motorcycles with 5 years of age, and now it's already my 16th year on a motorcycle. From the small categories, I went pretty early to Spain, to the Moto2 FIM CEV European Championship, and now it's already my 6th year on Moto2, so I've got quite a lot experience, and now for this year in the new team with the Liqui Moly Intact GP racing team. I never felt so good in the team. It's professional and a good atmosphere at the same time. And also we have an amazing bike, so I feel really, really good in this new team.
There we are, getting to know Lucas Tulovic, the German rider. He'll start from the middle of the second row in 5th place. Some of you may recognise him from the Moto-E World Cup. Best of 4th place there last season at Jerez in 2020. And as we mentioned, Lewis, he really needs to make amends for his turn 1 error. His race 1 error. Not turn 1 or lap 1, his race 1 error. To try and just claw some points back in the championship, because especially Fermin Algarve and his teammate Alonso Lopez are starting to run away with it.
Yeah, errors have been few and far between for this young man. He continues to be undefeated in 2021. Now, winning streaks always end somewhere, as we saw last year with Jari Montoya, who looked as if he was on course for a perfect season in this championship before he went down on the warm-up lap of all places back at Aragon last year. So in a championship of this level, with so many different races, so many different circuits, different conditions, there is always a lull somewhere, and that's got to be in the back of Algarve's mind, and that's why he'll be keen to capitalise while he's on top and bank all these points when he can. Lopez, starting second, with 6 second places to his name, which leads him 30 points in arrears. He knows that time's running out. With just 4 races to go after this one, time will be running out for him to make any indent in that championship lead.
Yeah, 6 second places is certainly nothing to be sniffed at for Alonso Lopez in his debut Moto2 European Championship season. But when it's your teammate winning all the races ahead of you, it's got to hurt a little bit. Alonso Lopez, no disgrace whatsoever. He's had a fantastic year. But yeah, in racing, the teammate is the rider or driver that you really want to beat, and that's your first competitor. So yeah, Alonso Lopez, like you say, Lewis, will be trying to make inroads into the championship lead that Algarve is slowly building up. It's 30 points. It could be more because he's won all the races, so for it to be only 30 points is credit to Alonso Lopez. But someone who will be having something to say about it will be Adam Norridin. He ran Alonso Lopez close in race 1, just lost touch in the final handful of laps, but that's his 3rd podium of the season, as you can see at the bottom of your screens. And going from the outside of the front row, he's in prime position to attack the podium once again.
Yeah, he'll certainly be looking to go onto the attack on the opening lap. Of course, his teammate as well, who we'll come on to in a short second, Lukas Tulovic, will also have eyes on that. But yeah, Norodin, a big boost for him. His third podium of the year, as you mentioned, and it equals his best ever result in this class. Here's a rider who was entertaining, if nothing else, in race one. Xavi Cardaluz, who was quick but also erratic at other points in the race. He was showing some incredible pace when he got into clear air, but he also made one or two costly errors that dropped him back through the pack. Fourth position in the end for him, which was a solid result, matches his best of the season, but he seemed to have the pace in race one to challenge for the podium. If only he could put it together over a full race distance. 17 laps to come. If he can put 17 clean laps together, he won't be a million miles off the podium.
No, he won't. And yeah, those couple of mistakes, I think one was down into turn 5, really did cost Cardaluz a chance of fighting for the podium. He finished a good 6 seconds behind Adam Norodin in 4th place in race 1. So yeah, once he'd lost about 3 seconds, it was really impossible for Cardaluz to make up the time. Here he is then, Lukas Tulovic. We spoke about him a lot in the lead up to this race, just getting some last minute energy on board. Yeah, full throttle down into turn 1. Hopefully he does use the brakes into turn 1. He won't be going full throttle down into turn 1, but yeah, he's all eyes on the prize is Lukas Tulovic after finishing 17th in race 1 after that crash.
Yeah, eyes only ahead for Lukas Tulovic. He's eyeing up the podium, and yeah, he was giving Alonso Lopez in particular a really hard time earlier on in the race that we saw this morning. So there's no reason to suspect that Tulovic can't do the same again. And even when he remounted later on in the race, in race 1, he was setting pace that was better than anything other than the top 3. And you'd imagine had the competitive juices been flowing and he was up with that leading group later in the race, he might have been able to go even faster than that. Matteo Rato is in 6th position. Now, he finished a career best 5th earlier on today. 20 seconds off the winner, but still a very, very strong result for him. Better than we've seen, of course, from him this season, because it's his best result overall. And an interesting race for him. He had a pretty intense battle for a long part of the race with Sam Wilford after he made a mistake earlier in the race. But yeah, confidence will be high for Rato, and he'll be looking to back that up with another top 6 finish this afternoon. Yeah, P5 in race 1 for Rato. A very, very good ride from the Italian, finishing in the end 4 seconds ahead of Britain's Sam Wilford. So not sure if Sam Wilford made a mistake or Rato just had some superior late race pace, but yeah, nevertheless a very, very good ride from Rato to finish P5. Will be scanning to Kevin Kubo on the front of the 3rd row, the VR46 Mastercamp rider. Fortunately, it wasn't the race 1 he would have been looking for. Glad to see he's all smiling though. He's revved up and ready to go for race 2. As you can see there, that's 3 DNFs now in the last 4 races, and the 23rd place in Catalonia obviously scores you 0 points. So after a very good start to the season, P4 and P6 in Estoril, it's not quite gone Kubo's way, unfortunately. Yeah, how much did that race 1 earlier today sum up Kubo's season? He's so quick and so entertaining, but he's also a little inconsistent, a little difficult to predict. He was on course for probably 4th position earlier on. He was looking very, very good indeed, but just a costly error at such a bad time. It was a bad couple of laps, wasn't it, earlier on today for the VR46 Mastercamp team, because at the same time, his teammate Carl Paz made a mistake at turn 5 and lost a couple of places, which he later recovered. But Kubo, I think the message in his ear from his team before this race started will be, just see the checkered flag. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, to finish first you must finish is the old saying, and even if you don't finish 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, top 10s, you've got to have points on the board if you're going to have any chance of trying to finish high up in the standings. So yeah, Kemit Kubo really does need to finish the race. We're just looking at Dimas Eki Pratama. He also had a DNF in race 1 after crash. Now, I think it was at turn 15, so a fast crash for Dimas Eki. Thankfully, he's all okay, though, to race in race 2. The Pertamina Mandalika Sag Stylo Bike Uvik team. That's a mouthful and a half. He's the sole rider today. If he didn't join us for race 1, unfortunately, Piotr Biesiakowski has had to go home after suffering from angina issues. So we wish Biesiakowski all the best. He did say he'll be back in Aragon in 3 weeks' time. So yeah, all the best to the Polish rider. Sam Wilford then starting 9th and coming into this on the back of his best result in this championship earlier on today. He's now up to 17 consecutive points finishes in the European Moto2 Championship, and of course his first top 6 earlier on today. The curve is certainly pointing upwards for Sam in his Moto2 European Championship career, and further progress from there might be slightly more difficult given some of the riders he's got to try and pick off ahead of him, but confidence will certainly be at an all-time high for Sam.
Yeah, good ride from Sam to finish P6. Like we say, only 4 seconds behind Matteo Reto, so he'll be round to go again. That's Alex Toledo. Sorry, it wasn't. It was Alex Escrig, the leading stock 600 rider from, well, every race this year. He's won all the races in his class. Finished 9th in race 1, just behind Alex Toledo on the Calyx and just ahead of Alessandro Zetti as we get a look at the grid.
Yep, so once again, it's Fermin Aldeguer on pole position. Can he make it a magnificent 7 wins out of 7 at the start of this season? Alonso Lopez will have something to say about that from second. Norodin starts third. Can he convert that into another podium? Cardley's fourth ahead of Tulovic. Watch out for him from row 2 with Reto in 6th. Kubo starts 7th ahead of Eki Pratama and Sam Wilford. Escrig and Toledo together on row 4 ahead of Alessandro Zetti. Carl Paz looking to make progress again from 13th ahead of Vostatek and Ishizuka, with Kroza and the August brothers on row 6. Kevin starts ahead of Leon with Rehacek and Moreno completing our 20 rider lineup. And a reminder once again, no Piotr Bieszczykowski due to his angina issues. He will be back in 3 weeks' time at Aragon, we hope. But one race to go then this afternoon here at Portimao, and all eyes on Fermin Aldeguer. Can they stop his unbeaten start to the season?
That is the question. Can anyone stop Fermin Aldeguer in 2021? Alonso Lopez threatened to do so in the first race of the season at Estoril, but since then it's really been the Aldeguer show in the European Moto2 Championship. It's all about the start, isn't it, Lewis? If Alonso Lopez and anyone else can try and get the whole shot and just ruffle Aldeguer's feathers a little bit, just to knock him off his perch slightly and not allow him to get into an early race rhythm, then that's when they can maybe start to think about trying to beat Aldeguer. But as we saw in race 1, if he can get the whole shot, keep it calm on the opening 2 or 3 laps, and then he can just sort of use his superior pace. It's not a lot, but a 2-3 tenths over Alonso per lap adds up over race distance. So yeah, it is all about the start, isn't it?
Yeah, he had a phenomenal rhythm earlier on today, Fermin Aldeguer. He was able to lap consistently in the 145s. He even got as low as a 144.4 at one point, which is a lap time that would have put him comfortably on pole position yesterday. So if he can get into a rhythm and he's got no riders disrupting that, he's got the pace to go away at the front once again. But Alonso Lopez, and indeed the intact bikes, the Dynavolt bikes further behind, they will be looking to try and close in on that. And yeah, if it's going to happen, it's going to happen at the start. For Tulovic and Norodin, as well as Lopez, if they can disrupt Aldeguer's rhythm on the opening lap, we may have a race on our hands. If not, then surely it's Aldeguer's to lose.
Yeah, for a bit of reference on Aldeguer's time, Sam Lowes' pole position in the Moto2 World Championship this year was a 42.9. So for Aldeguer to be in the 44s on a slower motorcycle is seriously impressive stuff. We can't speak highly enough of the 16-year-old this season. But the number 21 of Alonso Lopez will be trying his utmost to dethrone that man there, Aldeguer.
Yes, it's, as I mentioned earlier on, these winning streaks are so difficult to put together. They look easy. They do look easy with Aldeguer winning races comfortably as he is. But at this sort of level, with such strong competition and so many different tracks, so many different conditions, it's so easy just to make one mistake to bring an end to all of it. But Aldeguer, from the start of the season, really, we've barely seen a single error from him. And that's the job of Lopez, to try and force an error out of his young Spanish teammate.
Yeah, at 16 years old and you're not making any errors in your debut Moto2 European Championship season, then you've got some talent about, haven't you? We'll see then. This is the crucial part of the race, really. As the lights go out, green flag's waved, red flag will move, and we're almost underway for our last race of the day here in Portimao. The lights will come on. And then they'll go out, and it's Fermin Algarve who gets a great launch from pole position. Alonso Lopez tucks into the slipstream, gets a little bit of a wheelie on into the turn one. Is Alonso Lopez going to go for the whole shot? Yes, he is, up the inside. Alonso Lopez then takes the whole shot into turn one, and that's Lucas Tulovic, I think, coming up the inside of Algarve too. But is Algarve going to fight back into turn three? Yes, he is. So that's crucial, Lewis. Alonso Lopez takes the lead of the race early doors.
Yeah, Tulovic didn't get the greatest launch off the second round. I was keeping an eye on him off the start line, but he just managed to get a great slingshot down into turn one and then got up the inside of his teammate Noradine and then managed to hold it. And as you say, Lopez straight away getting into the side of Algarve, not literally of course, but trying to throw him off his rhythm, and that opened up an opportunity briefly for Tulovic. Of course, he's now settled back into third, but it was very clear in the early stages of the race that Tulovic was able to match the pace that Lopez was setting, so he'll certainly be eyeing up the back of Algarve at the moment. This is his chance. There's not been many opportunities for the likes of Tulovic this season to lay one on the nose of Fermin Algarve, but he might have a chance here.
So that's exactly the start that Alonso Lopez was needing then. I didn't think he was close enough to dive at the inside at turn one, but he was brave on the brakes and made it stick, got the apex and got it sorted out. So Alonso Lopez then makes the start he wants, and yes, you're right in saying Lucas Tulovic did make a good start, but now he's just got to try and latch onto the back of Fermin Algarve and try and disrupt his rhythm before they can try and break clear. There's Sam Wilford there on the number 35 AGR machine. Looks like he's at least held station or just dropped back a couple of places maybe. P9 on the grid. He looks like he's around about there for the time being. So lap one completed then. It's Alonso Lopez leading Fermin Algarve. Fermin Algarve right up in the slipstream of his teammate though. Are we going to see him move down into turn one or down the straight? Alonso Lopez pulls to the right hand side. He goes defensive early doors. Who's going to lead into turn one? It's Alonso Lopez who leads on to lap two then from Fermin Algarve, and Lucas Tulovic is right there in P3.
Kubo was getting very aggressive on the opening lap. We saw him trying to dive up the inside of Reto into turn 13, but he went wide and lost the position again. He's just gone wide again at turn 3, and he's on the outside. I think he's trying to make that move stick on the number 13, but he's struggling to get it done at the moment. Cardalus has also lost out in the early stages. He's down to 7th, so the pace that he showed in the early stages, he's going to have a hard job to convert it into a result from there. But yeah, Kubo definitely getting aggressive in the early stages of the race, and Noradine's now starting to come under pressure as well. Rato, having seen off the challenge of Kubo, is now having a look at the back of the podium finisher from earlier on.
Yeah, Noradine just losing touch on his teammate there slightly, who he overtook in the overall standings in race one. Was that Algarve going up the inside of Alonso Lopez?
To have a move that.
Surely not. I can't quite see. Of course, they're on the same machine. No, not quite. If they'd have made a move there, then I'd have been very, very surprised, because that's not normally somewhere we ever see overtaken coming down the hill, bottoming out and then going back up the hill. So it's still Alonso Lopez leading then. Lucas Tulovic just losing touch a little bit, I think, on this lap. Yeah, a 10th or 2 slower in sector 2 than the riders ahead of him. So this will be interesting now. How long can Alonso Lopez keep his teammate behind him? Algarve is looking keen to get through, you'd say, as the slipstream will now come into effect as they complete lap 2.
Well, Lopez's line down the main straight on the last lap around was very deliberate, wasn't it? He did not want to give Algarve the inside line into turn 1, and here he goes again. They'll be pretty much hugging the pit wall as they come down the main straight, as Algarve's Kubo's down again. Doesn't that just sum up his season? That's his second crash of the day. Algarve, though, still trails his teammate. Again, Lopez very deliberately making sure his teammate can't get at the inside of him into turn 1. And as good as Fermin Algarve is, he'll struggle to get around the outside of his teammate Alonso Lopez into turn 1 at Portimao. So a very deliberate strategy and a clever strategy from Lopez. If that's going to be the main overtaking spot, make him go the long way round.
Absolutely, a very clever strategy from Alonso Lopez. He'll have clearly gone back to the drawing board after race 1, sat down with his team and said, right, what can we do to try and stop Algarve from 1, taking the lead, and 2, trying to stretch clear early doors. And he's going defensive down the front straight. It is the main overtaking spot here in Portimao. There's plenty of them. Oh, as Algarve just gets a little bit too happy on the gas as we see Kenneth Kubo coming into the pit box. Another retirement, another DNF for the VR46 Master Camp rider. So not a good day at the office for Kenneth Kubo, but he'll be back in Aragon to try and make amends.
Turn 14 was the place where Kubo went down incidentally, but this is a fast lap that Alonso Lopez is putting in here, fastest of anybody in the first 2 sectors. Aldeguer looking like he's coming back at him in this 3rd sector of the lap, but Lopez is doing his best to try and stretch this leading group out. Aldeguer, you would think, would have the pace to respond if Lopez does up the pace, because they're lapping in the 146s at the moment, although I think Lopez is going to get well below that as they come across the line this time around. And Aldeguer, as we mentioned earlier on, was able to lap not consistently, but briefly in the 44s this morning in race 1. So Lopez trying his best to try and stretch the leading group out, but I think what he's going to end up with is a one-on-one battle with his teammate as Norridin comes under more pressure. The fastest lap of the race, though, Xavi Cardaluz, once again showing what kind of pace he's got. A 1:45.2 for him, 6/10 quicker than the Boscoscuros out front.
Just saw there Aldeguer and Alonso Lopez going into turn 1 side by side, and it is Aldeguer then who leads the race. We didn't quite see it. We saw them going side by side into turn 1. Aldeguer was on the outside, and somehow he's made a move stick. So it's Aldeguer now, unless my eyes have deceived me, who leads the race. It is the number 54 then. So now, can Alonso Lopez or Lukas Tulovic, for that matter, try and bite back straight away? It's what they've got to do, because they know the pace that Aldeguer possesses. They've got to try and find a way back through before Aldeguer can stretch out a lead like he did in race 1.
Yeah, absolutely. This is danger signs, and they're keeping with him at the moment. It looked like he was building out a little bit of a gap, but Lopez has closed it up again. But yeah, this is a crucial phase of the race now. Aldeguer has clear track in front of him. He's not got to judge himself against the Boscoscuro of Lopez ahead of him. He can ride his own lines, ride his own pace, and that's a pace so far that Lopez and Tulovic and Norridin have struggled to match. And the fastest 2nd sector of the race from Aldeguer. Here's what happened then into turn 1. Does he go all the way around the outside of his teammate? I think he does.
Yeah, we saw these pictures and then it panned back to the Cardaluz battle.
No.
Okay, the little switchback. So Alonso Lopez obviously tried to let the brakes off a little bit to try and get the inside line. Aldeguer saw what was coming, hit the apex, and yeah, got the cutback. So a great, clever move there from Aldeguer, who's already stretching a little bit of a gap, Lewis. This is a little bit of an ominous sign now for Alonso Lopez and Lukas Tulovic behind. What can the slipstream do as they come over to clock with 13 laps to go?
Yeah, we've already talked about his consistency in his pace, but the racecraft there as well from Aldeguer. It took him 3 laps to figure it out. He realised that Lopez was going to block him into turn 1 and try and take that inside line, force him to go the long way around. So he said, OK, then, if that's your plan, I'll let you go out wide and then I'll just cut back underneath you into turn 2. Kyle Paz has unfortunately crashed out of the race, so a double DNF for the VR46 Mastercamp team. Both of their riders out. There is Kyle Paz. Both of them out within 4 laps. So a disastrous afternoon for them after a promising morning for Kyle Paz. Here's what happened to him, and that's not a place you want to crash. Fortunately, he disappears off to the rider's left, so he's not on the track, and his bike comes to a rather sorry stop in the gravel trap. But both VR46 Mastercamp Calixes out of the race.
Yeah, it's quite a strange clash, actually. I don't ever recall seeing someone go down quite at that exact moment, but yeah, thankfully he didn't slide down the hill into the track. He was into the gravel and he's up okay. Disappointed, of course, but the main thing is rider okay. So then Aldeguer just put in a purple sector 1. Alonso Lopez is keeping tabs with him so far, but we saw this in race 1, didn't we, Lewis? Aldeguer, once he got to the front, he didn't immediately start to break clear. He just took his time, and then after 2, 3, 4 laps, then just started to wedge out 10th by 10th, lap by lap, and once he got over a second, it was sort of game over.
Yeah, he basically said to the rivals behind him, I can do this pace for the entire race. Let's see if you can. And the rivals behind him, they could match him occasionally, and they could match him for a couple of laps, but the longer the race went on, the more the elastic started to snap between those 2 leaders. So, yeah, this is dangerous times now for Lopez. The gap's starting to build out as Aldeguer breaks into the 44s, a 44.9 that time around. But credit to Lopez, he matches him near enough, a 45.0 that time around, which I think is faster than anything Lopez did in race 1 earlier today. So he's certainly rising to the challenge.
Yeah, Lopez doing well then. Tulovic also sticking there in 3rd place. Not close enough to make a move on Lopez, but he's there or thereabouts, which is important for Tulovic, who's, as we mentioned, now slipped down to 4th place behind Norridin, who is behind him on track in the championship standings. And yeah, Norridin 46 points behind Lopez in the championship in 3rd. Of course, Lopez 30 behind the race lead out again in the championship. So this is really important stuff. We're over halfway through the season now, and this is where it starts to really count. No team orders in the Chiatti Boscoscuro garage, that's for sure. Both riders gunning for the title. And hopefully, for Alonso Lopez's sake anyway, that he can continue to latch onto the back of Fermin Algarve.
This is the battle for fourth then, a three-way battle between Adam Norridin and the two promo racing riders. And Cardelus is having a right go up the inside. That's going to close on him pretty quickly, and he now might be under pressure from his teammate Matteo Reto. Cardelus once again pretty feisty and pretty entertaining, but it's not necessarily proving all that productive so far. He's having a look at Norridin at every possible opportunity, but so far he's still staring at his rear wheel.
Yeah, by the looks of things, if Cardelus was managed to get past Norridin, he might be able to start to break clear and try and catch Tulovic, because remember, Tulovic is in third place. That's the final podium position. Cardelus is chasing a maiden podium position, so he can see it there just in the distance, but he's got Norridin to deal with first. And yeah, the gap between Lucas Tulovic and his teammate Norridin, we'll see over the line. It's going to be a good 1.5 seconds, maybe even more. Yeah, 1.4 seconds or around about. The gap is to bridge. So
there he goes.
Cardelus
He's going to make it stick this time up the inside into turn one and out. And Cardelus finally makes it stick. But I was about to say, we now see them on screen. I think we've got a race on here, Elliot, because that time around Lopez was faster than Algarve. He was 0.2 quicker. He did a 45.0. Algarve only able to do a 45.2 on that last time around. And Tulovic is just about dropping out of touch now. He's a second behind them, but Lopez at this early stage is not only able to match Algarve, but on that last lap he was able to close on him.
Yeah, it looks as if Algarve has got a little bit of an advantage in the first couple of sectors. Seems to be able to edge out a little bit of a gap coming out of turn 5 up the hill. Unless my eyes deceive me, but it looks like the way. And then Alonso Lopez is able to just reel it back in the latter half of the lap. So yeah, I think you're right, Lewis. We definitely have, well, it's definitely more of a race than we saw in race 1. Alonso Lopez doing really well to latch onto the back of Fermin Algarve, and slightly wide there, but it doesn't matter too much at turn 11, dropping down into turn 12. There's Tulovic. This is the place where he crashed in race 1, turn 13, no issues so far for the number 3 rider. And yeah, that was Norridin getting out of shape coming out of turn 13 in the background. I was just about to point out that Cardelus is trying to break clear of Adam Norridin.
Yeah, it's cost him as well. He's dropped back a couple of places. The two promo racing riders are both ahead of him. So that'll put Cardelus up into 4th, Reto into 5th. We didn't see whether Norridin had got back up or got back on track in 6th. We'll catch them over the line. Last time around then, just half a tenth splitting the two Boscasuros. And as you mentioned, Elliot, the final sector of the lap is where Lopez is making his time up. He pulled back 2/10 on Algarve. The 2/10 that Algarve had opened up in the middle sector. Lopez just pulled it straight back in again. And Norridin did come across the line in 6th position. That moment cost him a second, and he's now just on the tail of Reto in 6th position. Sam Wilford's running 7th. He's got Dimaseki Pratama right behind him. He'll be keen to bounce back after his crash earlier on. Alex Toledo is running 9th. Alessandro Zetti in 10th. And Lopez through.
He changed the lead. I'm not sure what happened. It was down the straight. I don't know what happened, but maybe Algarve made a little mistake coming out of turn 4. Alonso Lopez then overtook him into, well, just before turn 5. I thought Alonso Lopez had just ran a little bit wide into turn 5, but no, he holds it. So we've got a new race leader. It's Alonso Lopez back in the lead, ahead of Fermin Algarve. So yeah, we've definitely got a race on here between the two speed-up machines, the Boscascuro machines now, we should say. And yeah, this is vital for the championship. If Alonso Lopez wants to start making inroads, finishing second is all well and good, but when you want to win a title, you've got to beat your rival, and finishing second to your rival every weekend isn't going to hand you the title. So yeah, this is vital for Lopez.
Yeah, and we'll see if Lopez has now been able to sort of understand what Algarve did to him earlier on in the race at turn 1 and try and change his tactic. I mean, I wouldn't expect him to give Algarve the inside line this time, but I think he's got to be a bit careful of not trying to just win a battle on the brakes into turn 1, knowing full well that Algarve is just going to duck back underneath him, because there's so little room on the outside of turn 1. It's a pretty tight corner, so if you go side by side through there, the guy on the inside is always going to come out ahead, but Algarve is looking to try and make sure that he's ahead before they even jump on the brakes for turn 1. Here we go. Lopez does stay ahead for the moment, and crucially, he wasn't even able to brake on the inside. He was able to take the racing line into turn 1 and comfortably keep the lead. They dropped into the 146s that time round, which has allowed Tulovic to close in on them slightly. He's still 1.4 seconds off the lead, but at the moment it looks like a straight fight between the two Boscascuro teammates.
If it's at all possible for Lopez, he might want to try and just slow the pace down slightly, back Algarve into Tulovic to try and take more championship points from Algarve, because obviously 30 points in the title race, if it finishes as we are, it'll be back down to 25 as we started the weekend, but it's not quite enough. If Alonso Lopez can get Tulovic into the fight, then that'll be good for his title chances, but of course it's very much easier said than done. We saw it with Troy Bayliss and Colin Edwards in 2002, didn't we? At Imola. Not quite sure we're going to see the same here, but I wonder what Alonso Lopez is thinking. I'm sure he's just thinking, right, I just need to go out and win no matter what happens. I'm sure
I'm curious as to what Algarve is thinking as well, because we're going to see if this goes deep into the race and they're still this close. We'll find out just how much Algarve values this undefeated streak that he's got this season, because if he finishes second behind his teammate and only loses 5 points for the championship, it's not ideal, but it's not a bad result by any means. He's limited the damage with Alonso Lopez winning. But if Lopez is able to take a victory and Algarve crashes trying to pass him, then of course that does suddenly close the championship down to 5 points as they go side by side once again. And Lopez again, very deliberately hugging the pit wall down the main straight and forcing Algarve a long way around and able to break comfortably ahead.
8 laps to go then. Negotiated turn 1. The two Boscoscuro machines locked together in a fantastic battle here in the final race of the day in Portimao. Yeah, Algarve, I'm thinking as a 16-year-old riding Moto2 for the first season, he just wants to go out and win. He knows he can do it. So I'll be surprised, although it wouldn't, I mean, I say I'm surprised, it actually also wouldn't surprise me at the same time, because he's such a mature rider for his young age, that if he can't quite match Lopez for whatever reason, that he'll settle for second place, because the team will have obviously had a word with him saying, look, we don't need to win every race. I know we are, and we've got the pace to do so, but you've built up a 30-point lead now. But in the heat of the battle, obviously, things can change. So I assume, sort of hope for the spectacle, that Algarve will go for the race win, but it's going to have to be a calculated decision. And who knows if Lopez can start breaking clear, which I'm not sure he will, because Algarve is looking a little bit feisty behind, isn't he? Yeah,
Algarve is certainly going to have a go. The question is whether he's going to risk throwing it at the scenery to try and make the move. I reckon he'll try and make a safe pass, but not a risky pass. But at the moment, he seems pretty comfortable behind Lopez in second place. He's certainly not being dropped, and the pace is most definitely slower than race 1 earlier today. They're doing high 45s at the moment, the leading Boscoscuros, and Algarve was able to lap pretty comfortably in the low 45s earlier on. So Lopez slowing the pace, or more to the point, just riding his pace in this race. And at the moment, they're lapping slower than Tulovic and Carlos behind them. But Lopez continuing to hold him off at the moment. Tulovic, though, for the last 2 or 3 laps has been slightly faster than the leading Boscoscuros, and Carlos faster than the 3 of them ahead of him. He's 2.7 seconds off the lead. You'll just see him in the back of the picture.
Yeah, Tulovic is 1.4 off the lead, so if the 2 teammates at the front start scrapping and they start running a little bit wide and messing each other up, then Tulovic is in prime position to try and take advantage of that. Yeah, Alonso Lopez running in a little bit deep there, gets it hooked up on the apex though. No real issues there, but you can tell they're pushing. I think the pace might be slower because of the temperatures, Lewis. We did see in qualifying, didn't we? It's probably a factor, but you can tell these riders are pushing 100% in the 27-degree heat with 6.5 laps to go.
Well, I mentioned earlier on, before the race started, that the hotter conditions did appear to bring Lopez closer to Algarve yesterday in the qualifying session. Although Algarve set a blistering lap towards the end of the session, Lopez definitely appeared to have a little bit more of an answer to Algarve when the temperatures went up, and that certainly appears to be the case now. As Lopez runs slightly wide, that appears to be more of his line. He appears to take tighter lines into those tighter, slower corners. He does the same at turn 5, and it gives you the impression that he's running slightly wide, but he gets it leaned over and gets it into the corner nicely and manages to fire it out ahead of Algarve. That chasing group of Tulovic and Carlos are losing a bit of ground on this lap. In fact, it's Carlos who's really beginning to chase down Tulovic on this lap. So we'll see what happens with those two across the line. But side by side they go once again. Just 15,000 separate them over the line this time. Tulovic has Carlos right on his case too, as Lopez continues to hold on.
It's a copy and paste lap after lap, isn't it? Fermin Algarve gets tucked into the slipstream of Lopez, who then pulls to the right-hand side of the track, the defensive line. He's defensive there as well. So with 6 laps to go, Lopez is defending well from Algarve. But yeah, it's a mirror signal manoeuvre, isn't it, for the riders going across the line and down into turn 1. It'll be interesting to see how that plays out when we get to sort of 2-3 laps to go, when it really is crunch time. And yeah, Lukas Tulovic has his hands full of Xavi Cardelus. I think Cardelus may have made a move there into turn 5. We'll see when the camera pans back out.
Yeah, he was a 10.5 quicker in the first sector, and he was only 700s behind him over the line. So I think there has been a change of third place. But it'll be interesting to see Cardelus' strategy now. We've only got 6 laps to go in this one. We're now fully into the closing stages of this race. He's now recognised what Alonso Lopez is trying to do. This is a slight exaggeration, but Lopez is essentially riding around the inside of the racetrack and trying to block off all the potential overtaking moves. So whether Algarve is able to recognise that and try and tee him up somewhere else, maybe into turn 5 or somewhere, maybe try and get the drive out of the corner and try and get him on the exit of one of these corners, because clearly under braking and into these tight hairpins and these big stops, Lopez does have the measure of Algarve at the moment.
Should also point out in the Cardelus-Tulovic battle that they're split by just 5 points, sorry, in 4th and 5th in the title chase. So that's a good battle going on there, on track and in the championship standings. So is it going to be the same thing again then? Algarve gets tucked up behind Alonso. Alonso moves over to the right-hand side of the track, but Fermin Algarve has got the pace down the straight. That's a change of the lead. Alonso Lopez is going to try and fight back. He does. He's later on the brakes. Gets it stopped, does he, down into turn 1, just about, but Algarve then fights straight back. But is Alonso Lopez going to fight back into turn 3? Yes, he is. Parks it on the apex.
He has to. That's all he's got to do. He's got to overtake back straight away. He cannot let Algarve get out front and get into his rhythm. Even if we are late in this race and the tyres will be worn out, if Algarve gets some clear racetrack, you get the feeling he'll be off and away with it at the front. Lopez, again, hard on the brakes, runs slightly wide, but he'll get it, he'll crank it back, get it over to that late apex for turn 5, so that's no problem. But that was crucial for Lopez. If Algarve gets ahead of him, he literally has to overtake again at the very next corner. He cannot allow any space for Algarve to get into a rhythm out front.
Algarve then showing his hand slightly to Lopez. He didn't try or wasn't able to pass him. That's tight. There's contact at the bottom of the hill. Oh my word. Alonso Lopez
won't enjoy that. He's getting straight back on it. He's not having any of that. That's not a place where you see people overtake, unless you're Joan Mir and Marc Marquez in qualifying. You don't overtake through there. But Algarve, as you say, showing his hand. This is like the last lap, and we've still got 4.5 to go here. But Lopez is signalling his intentions very, very clear for Algarve. He is playing for keeps.
I think our questions have been answered about what Algarve wants to do with this race. He wants to win it, but so does Alonso Lopez. We mentioned before that that's not really a passing manoeuvre. Algarve disagrees. There was contact. Thankfully, none of the riders went down. That was almightily close then. 4 laps to go when they cross the line. Algarve just gets shoved over to the right-hand side slightly. What's the gap over the line? 0.003 seconds. That's almightily close. Who's going to lead into turn 1? It's Alonso Lopez on the inside. On the brakes, Algarve, is he going to switch back this time? No, he's not. As the team look on anxiously in the box, and understandably so, with 4 laps to go. Parks on the apex again does Alonso Lopez at turn 3.
What could be crucial here? I mean, I know it's not by much, as you can see, 0.003 of a second, but I'm pretty sure at no stage in this race has Algarve led over the line on Lopez. He's always got alongside him, but Lopez has generally got to the finish line at the end of the lap ahead of Algarve. So Algarve, unless he's got a little bit more up his sleeve that he's saving for the last lap, Lopez will be confident enough that if he can lead into the final corner, he'll lead out of it. But what a move that was, and it was as close as you can get in Moto 2.
So lucky that none of them went down. So lucky that not one of them went down. Yeah, exactly that. That's what we were like in the commentary box as well. I'm sure you were at home as well. There's the place we just saw it a lap earlier on. I think they're line astern. Yes, they are. Lopez leading Algarve. That was so close. Thankfully, none of the riders went down. What's it doing to the gap back to Cardelus now?
These guys are scrapping it. They lost 8 tenths to Cardelus on that last lap while they were busy swapping paint on the side of their Boscoscuros. Now they've calmed down a little bit on this lap, but you can see Cardelus in the back of screen. He is chasing these two down at the moment, and if they start swapping paint a little bit more on these last 3 laps, then Cardelus might be there to pick up the pieces. He's on course for a pretty solid podium at the moment, with Tulovic now a best part of a
second behind him. Reto has got the better of Norudin, incidentally, for 5th position, with Sam Wilford running in a solid 7th place. Across the line they go once again. That time Algarve led over the line by 0.02 of a second, so that could be significant, as Lopez once again knows he's got to attack immediately.
Yep, and so he does. Down into turn 1, gets it stopped. Nice move from Lopez, but yes, over the line. That time around, it was Algarve who led over the line. Only just, but that could be vital with these two looking like they're going to be locked together until the final lap of the race. What's the gap back to Carlos? It's 1.6. Carlos finished 13 seconds down on the race win in race 1, so this is an almightily good effort from the number 18. Alonso Lopez does back it in there, doesn't he? Runs in hot, but then gets it switched back and hooked up on the apex.
Yeah, Carlos will be licking his lips at that. He set his personal best first sector of the race. He's just in the back of picture, as you can see. He is closing in on these two Boscoscuros, who are lapping in the, well, Algarve did a 45.9. Lopez was in the 46s last time around. The pace, as we mentioned, is slower than the race earlier on today, and it is bringing Carlos into play. As we come into the final 2.5 laps of this race. It might just come a little bit too late for him to make a dent on these two Boscoscuros out front. But which order these two finish in is still anybody's guess. Lopez continuing to block Algarve at every move, but once again it'll be key to see what happens here as they come out of the final corner onto the main straight. A, will Algarve lead over the line, and B, will Lopez get him back again as they go into turn 1?
Yeah, what we're going to see now is Algarve trying to figure out what he's going to do in the latter stages of the race. We're into the latter stages. The last 2 laps are coming up, but can he lead over the line from finishing the lap in 2nd place? Let's have a look. Is he going to do it this time around? I don't think he did. Oh yes, he did, by 0.02 of a second. That's how close it could be at the checkered flag in little over 2 laps time, as once again Lopez gets the job done. I think at turn 1. I thought Algarve was going to get the cut back. Not quite this time. Is he going to make a move into turn 3? No, because Lopez goes defensive once again. These two taking drastically different lines round this Portimao layout, but both going equally as fast. It's fascinating to watch.
It is, and Carlos again slightly faster. Not enough to close in. He's only a few hundredths faster on that lap around than the leader, which of course over the line was Algarve, as Lopez again takes his very different line into turn 5 than his teammate. Carlos is going to run out of time, I think, to close that one in. But it's going to be fascinating to see how this one plays out between the two Boscoscuro teammates. Elsewhere, quick check on the Superstock 600 battle. You'll be not at all surprised to hear that once again it's being led by Alex Skrig. He's got 15 seconds in hand over Vostatek.
Oh, wow. Close again at the bottom of the hill, and Alonso Lopez has ran wide. Is he going to go off the track? Yes, he is. Is he going to stay on? Hopefully he is. Yes, he is, but that has now cost him the chance of race victory. Fermin Algarve aggressive up the inside at the bottom of the hill, the Craig Jones corner. I'll get my words out eventually at turn 9. And Algarve now, has he sealed victory with that move at the bottom of the hill? I think he has, because the number 54 now leads from Xavi Carlos. And how crucial is that in terms of the championship chase? Because Alonso Lopez, unless he puts a ferociously quick last lap together, is going to finish 3rd place or even worse.
That was a statement, wasn't it? That was a real flexing of the muscles from Algarve. That was a case of, I'm the number 1 in this team, teammate. Get out of the way. And unfortunately, Lopez, I mean, did his best. He didn't allow Algarve through, but I don't think there was anything wrong with it either. There was contact, but Algarve was fairly alongside. I mean, it was a corner that, as we mentioned before, you're not traditionally used to seeing overtaking moves, but he got fairly alongside, got up the inside of Alonso Lopez, and Lopez, to his credit, tried to hang on, but ultimately had to sit up and let him go through. And as you mentioned, it's cost Lopez 2nd place, so his run of P2s looks like it's going to come to an end. But what a crucial move that could be, not just for today, but for the championship. For Fermin Algarve, a 30-point lead, looks like it's about to become 39.
What a move from Algarve. I'm sure Race Direction will be having a quick look at it, see if they saw anything wrong with it, but I don't think they did. Who's that in the gravel? It's a Malaysian. I think it could be Adam Norudin, yeah. So no repeat podium for Norudin this time around, but it's Fermin Algarve then who leads on the last lap over the crest. This is where the potential race winning overtake was made. Up the inside on his teammate Alonso Lopez, rounds it safely into the final last handful of laps here in Portimao.
The body language between these two teammates will be fascinating at Parc Fermé, won't it?
It's going to be fiery in Parc Fermé. You're going to have fun interviewing Fermin Algarve. in Parc Fermé, but 2 corners then left to negotiate for the championship leader. It looks like he's going to extend his lead to 9 points. I don't think Lopez is going to have anything to say about Xavi Cardelus finishing second. That'll be Cardelus's best finish, but here we go then, round the final corner comes the championship leader Fermin Aldeguer. It's 2 wins from 2. It's 7 wins from 7 for Fermin Aldeguer in 2021. He wins race 2 here in Portimao. What a ride from Fermin Aldeguer. Cardelus picks up his best finish, and Alonso Lopez understandably frustrated with that. It was a harsh move down at turn 9, but he was alongside, and it was, I wouldn't call it quite clean because there was slight contact, but it was firm but fair from Aldeguer.
Absolutely firm but fair. He was along up the inside. He was level, you'd have to say, with Lopez as they made it to the apex, and unfortunately 2 into 1 wouldn't go. Lopez riding straight past his teammate. I didn't see any offer of congratulations there. I think he's understandably, even if he's not unhappy with his teammate, he's unhappy at having lost a win with a lap and a half to go. Shout out once again for Reto and Wilford, who matched their results from earlier on today, 5th and 6th, and Sam Wilford as well. Another step forward for him. Back-to-back top 6 finishes. Dimaseki Pratama taking 7th, which is a solid recovery from his crash earlier on today.
Okay, I thought it was going to replay of the turn 9 pass, but it was Aldeguer just holding his hands up saying, well, I'm not sure if he's saying sorry, maybe he was, but yeah, good to see there. High fives from the 2 teammates. I think that was a doff of the cap to Alonso Lopez from Fermin Aldeguer. A fantastic battle between the 2 teammates. Unfortunately for Lopez, he comes off second best after that move. Was that Danny Holgado giving Fermin Aldeguer congratulations? I think it might have been. But yeah, 7 wins from 7. I don't think, if the research was done correctly, that anyone has done that in the Moto2 European Championship. 16-year-old Fermin Aldeguer really is creating history. Keep your eyes peeled on the number 54. He is going to be a Grand Prix star for sure. As I'm sure will Alonso Lopez. What a fantastic ride it was from the Spaniard. 3rd place in the end for Lopez. Really unlucky there to miss out, at least on a 2nd place. Really, it deserved to be a 1-2 for Team Chiatti Boscoscuro machines, but that's not how motorcycle racing works, is it? Unfortunately, sometimes you're left with the wrong end of the deal. In this case, Lopez just loses out on a potential race victory. Good to see he's in good spirits though. Waving to the marshals, who, as always, doing an excellent job here. Wouldn't be going racing without the marshals. This guy wouldn't be able to be winning races. Fantastic scenes. What a way to end the day here at the Algarve International Circuit. Cardelus pulls into Parc Fermé, P2 for the Andorran. That's his best result in the European Moto2 Championship. And as we mentioned, he finished 4th place in race 1, but 13 seconds down on Aldeguer. In the race 2, just finished 2.2 seconds down, so fantastic work from Cardelus to finish 2nd. But it was no match for this man, Fermin Aldeguer. What a race from the young Spaniard. His team understandably pleased. That's another victory, and now his championship lead will be 39 points heading to Aragon. 4 races to go. There he is, Alonso Lopez. Great sportsmanship between the 2 teammates. Lopez will be understandably frustrated, but as we say, it was a hard but firm move from Aldeguer. He threatened to do it earlier on in the race, didn't he? There was contact between the 2 at that exact same corner. Thankfully, neither riders went down, but then waited a few more laps, and Aldeguer pounced once again, coming over the rise. But yeah, good to see Alonso Lopez in good spirits there. Another fine ride from the Spaniard, who is still comfortably 2nd place in the championship and is still proving to any of the doubters when he was shuffled out of the Moto3 World Championship from the Sterregard Max Racing team. He's come into Moto2 and he's really, really impressing and raising eyebrows. I'll be surprised if both Algarve and Lopez aren't on the Moto2 World Championship grid in 2022. That remains to be seen. But they're providing some stunning racing in the 2021 European Moto2 Championship. The team posed for a photo. It's not another 1-2. That run comes to an end, but they're both on the podium once again. Here is that move then. Yeah, look, Algarve up the inside. And yeah, just, I mean, Algarve nearly runs wide himself, so he was obviously carrying a lot more corner speed into there. And that was close, wasn't it, from Alonso Lopez. Was out on the dirty side of the track. Obviously lose grip when you're out there and running wide up the hill. Couldn't do anything else but run wide. Thankfully missed the gravel and he managed to stay upright. And came home third place. Rubbing his racing, as they say in motorcycle racing. And Fermin Algarve wins another race. Gives his thumbs up to Xavi Carlos, looks for his teammate. Acknowledges that, yeah, apologies, it might have been a little bit too aggressive than what was needed, but it got the job done. Everyone's okay. None of the riders crashed. And I'm sure they'll go away this evening and be able to enjoy it. We're going to hear from race winner Fermin Algarve. He's down in Parc Fermé with Luis Sudui.
Fermin Algarve, 7 wins out of 7 now, but you really had to work hard for that one. Tell us about that race, and in particular the battle with Alonso.
Yes, what a race. The race was very difficult for the condition, with the hot and with the windy, and with the battle of my rivals Alonso. But I make very good work for this, and I'm very happy with all weekend, with my 7th victory, and thank you to my team and my sponsor.
And some words in Spanish, please.
Sí, la verdad que ha sido una carrera muy difícil, ya que las condiciones hacía mucho calor y hacía mucho viento, y luego con la batalla con mi compañero. Pero bueno, estoy súper contento con el trabajo de todo el fin de semana, contento con mi 7ª victoria. Y nada, muchas gracias a todo mi equipo, a mis patrocinadores y eso.
Congratulations, see you at Aragon.
Pole sitter Fermin Algarve got a good start from pole like he did in race 1, but it was his teammate Alonso Lopez who got the whole shot, with Lucas Tulovic getting the better of his teammate Adam Norrin into 3rd place in the 2nd race of the day for the European Moto2 riders. Kemit Kubo unfortunately crashed out for the 2nd time in Portimao as we witnessed Fermin Algarve versus Alonso Lopez for the race lead. Algarve got the better of Lopez as the 2nd VR46 Mastercamp rider unfortunately slipped out of contention. There was Fermin Algarve. He led for a handful of laps in the opening stages, but Lopez was able to keep tabs on him. There's Adam Norrin keeping the 2 promo racing machines behind him, in particular Xavi Carlos, who returned brilliantly in the 2nd half of the race to grab a podium. There was Alonso Lopez retaking P1 then from Algarve. Got the job done before turn 5, before we saw this happen numerous times down the front straight. Lopez pulling over to the right-hand side of the track, the defensive line going down into turn 1. Algarve showed a wheel a couple of times, but Lopez was good on the brakes into the opening corner. There we saw Algarve getting the switchback. Before this happened, contact between the 2 at the bottom of the hill at turn 9. Thankfully, no one went down, and then a few laps later, this happened, the race-winning overtake. Slight contact again, this time Lopez couldn't do anything but run wide. Bunny hops over the curbs, avoiding Xavi Carlos and avoiding a crash. Comes back onto the track to finish 3rd place, but it was Fermin Algarve, race 2 victor in Portimao. That's 7 in a row now for the World Championship leader. What a season those 2 are having. Here's confirmation of the results then from race 2 of the Moto2 European Championship here at the Algarve International Circuit. Algarve wins again from Carlos, who picks up his first podium, with Lopez settling for third. Tulovic returned after his race 1 DNF to finish 4th. Reto finishes 5th for the second time. Great result for him. Sam Wilford picking up a consecutive P6 as well. That's his best, equal best from race 1. Alex Escrig winning the Superstock 600 category race once again. That's his 100% record in the class intact. Another top 10 for the Yamaha rider. As we saw Kenneth Kubo, Adam Norridin suffer crashes with Leon August, and Paz, the VR46 Mastercamp rider, crashing out. Final podium of the day then coming up. It's a familiar sight. Team Chiatti, Boscoscuro, team member picking up a race-winning trophy. Alonso Lopez on the podium for the 7th race in a row. It's not the P1 he would have been after. It's not even the P2 he would have wanted either. Unfortunately for Lopez, it's P3, but nevertheless a great wide. Cardelus finishes 2nd, but this man, Fermin Aldeguer, is a race winner for the 7th time in a row.
Credit to Alonso Lopez as well, the way he's handled this. I think a lot of riders would have been very, very unhappy with that. Not as much at Aldeguer's riding, but more a point of losing a victory in that kind of fashion. But nothing but respect for his teammate and appreciation for the job he's done. He's a very, very nice young lad, is Alonso Lopez, and yeah, a solid podium for him. It's not what he wanted, and it's not good news for his championship standings and his hopes later in the season, but you can only appreciate the job that this young rider's doing.
Absolutely. I echo those words, Lewis. Good to see great sportsmanship between the two teammates, obviously appreciating each other's work. Lopez would have done the same thing, wouldn't he, if he was in the same position? It's what motorcycle racing is all about, as we hear the Spanish national anthem. I'm sure we'll be hearing that national anthem a few more times for Fermin Aldeguer in the coming years. He's a really special talent as a 16-year-old. Another victory to his name to round off a fantastic day of action here at the Autodromo International Algarve. Aldeguer has to settle for the fizzy water. He's not old enough yet, of course. Lopez and Cardelus spraying the bubbly. A successful day of racing for the trio. A well-earned break now for 3 weeks before the paddock heads to Aragon. Here's a look at the championship standings then after 2 races here. Fermin Aldeguer, maximum points, 175. Job well done. Also job well done for Alonso Lopez. He loses ground on his teammate, but he's comfortably clear of 2nd place. Adam Norridin, Lucas Tulovic closes up, and Cardelus tight in the battle for 3rd place. Reto and Wilford also picking up season and career best results to consolidate their position in the top 10. Zetti, Kubo, Birshakovsky, will be hopefully seeing him back in Aragon after missing our Sunday here in the Algarve. There's the remaining points scorers: Aleix Few, Gutierrez, Mertens, Jeremy Burnett and Mark Luna.
So here are the top Superstock 600 runners then. Alex Escrig also maintains his unbeaten record. In 2021, he finished comfortably clear of Andrei Vostatek, who was 2nd in Superstock 600 earlier on today as well, and Kevin August taking 3rd overall in that class. And yeah, Alex Escrig, much like Aldeguer last year, is well on course for Superstock 600 glory. And as we've already seen, Aldeguer's kicked on since.
Esquereg will be hoping you can do the same in the future too.
Yeah, spot on, Lewis. Another top 10 for Alex Esquereg on the Super Stock 600 Yamaha. Here's the championship standings then. In the Super Stock 600 class, Alex Esquereg maximum points just as Algarve, 175 points, a whopping 68 clear of Ondřej Vosček, with Kevin August on 95 points in third place. Leon August 75 points, just ahead of Krotze, with Moreno Perez running out the top 8. Antonio Carpe, Racek, Schultz, Jespersen and Maria are the other runners who have scored points in the Super Stock 600 class. In the Moto2 European Championship, it was all about these two riders today. Fermin Algarve versus Alonso Lopez in race 2. What a spectacle it was. What a race-winning move it was from that man, Fermin Algarve. The number 54 continues to dominate proceedings here in the Moto2 European Championship. What a race, what a day we've had. These guys will be back out on track in Aragon later this month. Lewis Sotheby will bring in the action from Jack Upper there. Thank you for listening, thank you for watching. Fermin Algarve continues his streak. It's goodbye from me and goodbye from Lewis. Have a nice rest of your Sunday.